But, snap! Zhang Yu tightened his grip. With a loud snapping sound, he broke the politician's femur. Ah! Think about it, Zhang Yu said seriously. His plan was to control politicians by making them drink poisoned wine. It was a dangerous move that could overthrow the world. However, he had ample reason for doing so. Zhang Yu continued. If I let you succeed once, then every time after that I'd have to lower myself to your level. You could do whatever you pleased. And I wouldn't care. After all, I could still enjoy women and fine food. But, how terrifying. Ah! That would just be wasting nights. A no-name extra like you would only get more and more lines. You maniac. You're supposed to be one of the guardians. A protector of world peace. Don't mess with me. Do you even know who you're dealing with? Me? Did you see? Who gave a nameless extra like you the right to speak so much? Terrifying. Ah! And that's the result. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. If your lines appeared in a novel, they would exceed 200 words. Reading 50 more lines of that crap would fill a whole page. The politician's hand was severely crushed. It was as if it had been shattered by pressure. Zhang Yu let go. The politician collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest. That's explanation enough, right? Zhang Yu said. Everyone in the room stared at him in terror. What do you want? Julia asked tremblingly. Zhang Yu grinned. What he wanted was very simple. From the moment they lured him into this room and tried to make him their puppet, they were left with only two options. Either you submit, he sneered. Either you die. Emmanuel Amen swallowed hard. He read aloud the contents of the document. Well then, all 47 countries attending the summit have agreed to support the Guardians with their power. Specifically, France will send 30 players, all of whom are from the Special Forces Napoleon Knights. Italy will contribute 10 million euros and send 17 Caesar Special Forces members. The United Kingdom will send 5 Round Table Knights, along with the famous chef Gordon Bombchi as the restaurant manager. Emmanuel, wiping the sweat from his forehead, continued to speak. Washa will send Mr. Tian Wuchen, Miss Tian Suyan, and 217 dancers from the Tianjian tribe. Japan will send Princess Black Flag Lily and her escort team. South Korea will send Ms. Che Yenju and 13 members from the Red Rose Society. The entire second squad of the Warong Corps, and web novelists Wild and Spoon 1 and Jerry M. 2, serving as analysts and strategists. Emmanuel's report was only a summary of the support, but a total of 47 countries participated. Emmanuel spoke for 5 minutes. Although there were slight differences between countries, the scale of aid far exceeded the Guardians' expectations. How is this possible? Gaia, Grace, and Mike Cuban all opened their mouths wide. They never expected to receive such enormous support. For a country to provide this much aid to an external organization was already extremely difficult. All three found it unbelievable. Everyone. Gaia's eyes welled with tears. He felt like a miracle had occurred. Thank you all so much. He bit his lip, struggling to hold back his tears. All the remaining countries on Earth had come together, setting aside their ideologies, ethnicity, religion, and more. If this isn't a miracle, then what is it? Gaia trembled inside. Tears of emotion streamed down his cheeks. Thank you so much. After becoming Gaia's embodiment, he even abandoned his original name. He fought with all his might to protect the world from being destroyed by the prophecy demons. Many joined his cause, but even more betrayed him. Those important to him vanished one by one. Yet new people entered his life. He lost his sight. The world turned to darkness. Even his legs could no longer move. The world felt too vast. It was as if he had been left alone in the middle of the sea. The burden he carried was too heavy for one person to bear. His shoulders trembled. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Gaia, Jin Shixin called out. He grasped Gaia's hand. Those hands seemed so fragile they might break with a touch. Jin Shixin felt he had to say something to him now. And so he did. You are not alone. Ah! Gaia let out a sound. His hands felt the warmth from Jin Shixin. To him, Jin Shixun's energy was warmer and more reliable than anything. More reassuring. His cheeks burned. Jin Shixun's words echoed again and again in his mind. Particles of light began gathering in the darkness. Some were tiny, some large. Yet they seemed to illuminate the darkness within his vision. Guardian Jin Shixin. Ha! Now's not the time to cry. Ah, you're right. Gaia coughed and blushed. Lifting his head. Once again, thank you for making such a difficult decision. I won't arrogantly promise to guarantee the safety of the troops you send. But we will ensure their sacrifices won't be in vain. The world is still in crisis. Monsters were still appearing inside the gate. The cult and Satan were trying to destroy the world. But Gaia straightened her back. A dignified and intimidating energy radiated from this frail girl. She continued speaking. Every drop of our blood will not be in vain. Damn. That's a great line. Zhang Yu thought. Every drop of our blood will become a light to pierce the darkness. Yeah. Sister-in-law said it well. The size and strength of the army don't matter. Because human life cannot be quantified. Just like how little fireflies gather to illuminate the darkness. We will swim through this pitch-black night together. God, at this rate, I might fall in love with her too. Sihun. Applause, applause, applause. Thunderous applause filled the hall. Zhang Yu saw Gaia and Sihun holding hands. Smiling. God, well done, my children. Then he turned around. To look at the reactions of the others on the hilltop. Some were crying. Some were trembling. It wasn't hard to see why they reacted this way. I guess these bastards were moved. Strangely enough, those who cried the most were the politicians he had poisoned. Though that might just be a coincidence. They had given so much support. For the sake of world peace. Their support might even harm their own countries. Zhang Yu couldn't help but be moved by their sacrifice. Sob, sob, sob. The French ambassador, Emmanuel, couldn't hold it anymore and burst out. He muttered. Bastards, absolute scum. Ah, Zhang Yu said. So he really despises the cult. Hearing Emmanuel's muttering grow louder. Zhang Yu stood up and walked toward him. Oh my. I didn't know. You harbored such deep resentment. Zhang Yu said. No, no. I don't need to worry. The world has already united. If we stand together, we will surely defeat the demon cult. Yes, of course. Emmanuel nodded hurriedly. Zhang Yu firmly grasped Emmanuel's hand. Courage. Emmanuel groaned. Let us fight side by side. Ah, ah. May the light be with you. Ow, ow, it hurts. I'm in pain too. But still. You must endure the pain. You must not let resentment consume you. Courage. More tears streamed down Emmanuel's cheeks. Shek. My words must have moved him. Zhang Yu thought. Emmanuel was crying. So it seemed Zhang Yu had successfully persuaded him. The French ambassador could not stop crying. He groaned in pain, twisting his body. Even so, Zhang Yu believed he had truly touched Emmanuel's heart. After all, I have the gift of moving hearts. No doubt about it. Emmanuel was deeply touched. Believe me, brother. Warning, warning. Chapter 184. Thunder strikes again. Chapter 184. Thunder strikes again. Damn it! Damn it! A woman cursed. The woman with skin as white as snow was an apostle serving the Lord of Evil. A high-ranking demon cult member, Yulia Vilkova. He bit his lip, his beautiful face twisting into a scowl. He caught me. He had prepared a group of politicians to disband the Guardians. However, the relationships he had built over the years were taken away in an instant. It was too pathetic. It wasn't even funny. Damn. Yulia fell victim to such a trivial, pathetic scheme. Completely unexpectedly. That man actually gave them poisoned wine. And manipulated them with the antidote. It was a tactic villains used in martial arts novels. The problem was, he clenched his fists. Whether it was old-fashioned or cliché, it worked. That man threatened them with death. He made them afraid. If they didn't take the antidote within a week, they would die in great agony. He didn't think the corrupt politicians he had chosen had the spiritual strength to overcome such fear. As long as they could get the antidote, they would do anything. Phew. Yulia let out a deep sigh. She narrowed her eyes. I need to make an antidote first. In order to continue using those corrupt politicians as slaves to the Guardians, he must first produce the antidote. Also, he touched his stomach. The most important reason he had to make the antidote. I drank it too. Yulia wasn't sure whether the poison the man used would affect him as well. Ever since he accepted demonic energy, his body had become more demonic than human. But I still can't do nothing. Even if he had a demon's body, it didn't mean he was immune to poison. I need to go to Tibet. The Tibet branch is one of the 5 major cult branches. I need to develop the antidote there. At the same time, he needed to expel the remaining poison in his body. Hoo. He took a deep breath. His boiling emotions calmed down. His gaze sank. Oh, Zhang Yu. Oh. Zhang Yu is a perverted man. Completely unfit to be a guardian. Julia recalled the way he looked at her. And couldn't help but shiver. He must be hiding something. With an anxious expression, he left the White House. And headed to the airport. His private jet. When Zhang Yu saw it, he thought, what about those women? Anyway, I have to go there. To handle matters concerning the Lord of Fire. Julia boarded the plane. Headed for Tibet. He clenched his hands, trembling from a strange sense of anxiety. Earlier, at the summit held at the White House, Zhang Yu had stepped onto the balcony for fresh air. A woman approached him from behind. Can we let him go? She asked. The woman had a pure and elegant appearance. But her expressions and movements could not conceal her sensuality. Zhang Yu stretched lazily, answering black flag white crane. Watching Julia's luxurious car disappear into the horizon, he turned and entered a room. It was a private room prepared for him by the U.S. government. The luxurious furniture made the room look like a palace. Zhang Yu sat down in a high-end leather chair. Lilith approached, sat on the armrest, and placed her hand on his shoulder. How long have you known she was a member of the demon cult? He asked. Since the moment I saw her. But you didn't sense any demonic energy from her, did you? I checked every human at the banquet, but couldn't detect it. Lilith opened her mouth. It turned into a sticky tentacle. The tentacle extended outward. A tentacle emerged. She grabbed a cup of coffee she couldn't reach and handed it to Zhang Yu. Cultists can hide demonic energy within their hearts. Even I can't detect it. Then, my king, how did you? I told you not to call me that. Ah. Sorry. Lord Zhang Yu, how did you know? Zhang Yu took a sip of coffee and answered. By the smell. The smell? He used a scent that forcibly triggered desire. Just like the feeling when a human first injects demonic energy and transforms into a demon. Although Zhang Yu hadn't experienced it for a long time, he still couldn't forget it. As for why he remembered it so vividly, I'm still enduring it. That bloodthirsty, destructive desire. That nightmarish craving. He had been suppressing all the impulses brought by his demonic body, without ever stopping. In this world, only the cult could embody the demon's desires so perfectly. Considering that the cult had already spread worldwide, Zhang Yu thought they might have extended their influence into international politics. So he wasn't surprised at all that the cult attended the summit. Actually, it was a good opportunity. Saying that meeting cultists on the hilltop was like winning the lottery. was no exaggeration. Zhang Yu looked at the hand that had shaken hands with Yulia. A drop of black blood dripped from his right index finger. He was about to wipe it off with a tissue. But, let me clean it for you. Lilith grabbed Zhang Yu's hand. And, like a predator, licked the blood with her lips. The black blood mixed with Lilith's saliva disappeared into her mouth. A tingling sensation tickled Zhang Yu's finger. Aren't you going to ask why I'm bleeding? Hee. I can pretty much guess. Hearing Lilith's calm response, Zhang Yu sneered coldly. Lilith could understand such things so quickly. That's such a relief. If it had been Yan Mo, she would have made a huge fuss. She thought about Yan Mo, who she didn't dare bring to America. By the way, what should we do about the poisoned humans? Lilith asked. Oh, don't worry about them. Just leave them be? Lilith tilted her head. Then said with understanding. Ah, I see. He. Yes. Just leave them. Lilith gave a bright smile, reaching out to caress Zhang Yu's cheek. That human Julia is so stupid. Trying to use beauty traps against someone like you. Lord Zhang Yu. It's pointless. After all, when the beauties Julia prepared tried to seduce him, she almost lost her mind. Suddenly, 18 eyes appeared on Lilith's face. The hand stroking his cheek turned into a terrifying green tentacle. After all, no one but me can satisfy your body anymore. No. You pretend to resist. But your body is honest. I said no, damn it. Zhang Yu gently pushed Lilith away. Lilith retreated with a look of disappointment. Since we have secured cooperation from various countries, we should be ready. Zhang Yu stood up from the chair. Of course. Lilith lifted her skirt and bowed elegantly. May your will be fulfilled, my king. Amid the mountains of Tibet, there was a massive demon cult branch. It was a base built by the cult inside the entire mountain. A branch where thousands of cultists lived. The facilities inside were so modern that it was hard to believe. Such a near pseudo-religious cult lived here. Among countless rooms spread out like a hive, there was one room used as an emergency room by the cult branch. Inside, an old priest in a black robe stood beside an operating table. A woman was lying on the operating table. The priest slowly spoke. There's nothing. What? Julia, lying on the operating table, frowned and asked in disbelief. The old priest explained. There are no signs of poisoning. We used black magic, regular magic, and even the most advanced medical technology to analyze your body. But Miss Julia, there's absolutely nothing wrong with you. What? Julia felt as if she had been struck on the back of the head. No poisoning? I also considered the possibility of parasites. And checked for that too. But there was nothing. The room fell into silence. Her mind was in chaos. A strange sense of unease spread within her. Wait a minute, she said with a trembling voice. Memories of the wine Zhang Yu had given her and everything afterward flashed through her mind. No way. Could it be? Zhang Yu said he poisoned the wine. Without the antidote, everyone would die within a week. And as evidence, Emmanuel Amen. She struggled and screamed in agony. But she was the only one. Moreover, Emmanuel wasn't even a player. He was an ordinary human. Ordinary humans were too fragile. High-level players could just apply magical pressure to crush them. Except for that demonstration with Emmanuel. There was no evidence that Zhang Yu had poisoned the wine. But why? Julia muttered uneasily. She grew even more confused. And it wasn't just the lie about the poison that puzzled her. Julia had trusted Zhang Yu too easily. Why had she believed him without suspicion? She replayed the events of that night in her mind. I don't know. But she still couldn't figure it out. Was it because of his overly confident attitude? Or the certainty in his eyes? Or was it the usual tactic of poisoning the wine? She considered many possibilities, but found no answer. Julia frowned. lifting her right hand to her forehead. At that moment, she noticed something sticky on her hand. It was a black liquid. What is this? She frowned, examining the black liquid carefully. She sniffed it. There was a metallic smell. Blood. Julia tilted her head in confusion. Prepare for war. Hearing Zhang Yu's words, Gaia asked blankly. Zhang Yu nodded. Yes. Now that the nations have agreed to support us, we must prepare to go to war with the demon cult. But, Gaia looked flustered. We don't even know where they are. I found one. Zhang Yu said with a smile. A branch located in the mountains of Tibet, China. Chapter 185. Puppy. Chapter 185. Crocodile Tears, a summit of 47 nations. This was the largest summit since Doomsday. The Earth united under one banner. An unexpected result. The politicians did not choose to benefit their own countries, but chose world peace instead. Under the leadership of the United States, all countries formed an alliance. The name of the World Alliance was announced as the Guardians. This news shocked the world. During Doomsday, when half the world's population was slaughtered by monsters, not even then was such a large alliance formed. With the active support of each country, the alliance, the Guardians, was finally grandly launched. Although called the World Alliance, it wasn't composed of all the armies and players in the world. Nor did they have a unified economy, politics, or religion. To put it simply, it was like the birth of an international superguild. Since Doomsday, the world's military structure had shifted from large regular armies to elite squads made up of powerful players. Thus, the birth of this unusual superguild was called the World Alliance. An exaggerated title. The official leader of the Guardians Guild was Grace Mike Cuban. Sword Dragon, Jin Shixin, was announced as his right-hand man. The announcement of Sword Dragon stirred quite a commotion. He was a rising star, but his abilities hadn't been evaluated. Like established world-class players such as Tien Wuchen, Mahaba, Jason, and Amelia. Top-ranked American player. Jason expressed dissatisfaction with the announcement and challenged Jin Shixin to a duel. However, according to posters, Teresa, did you hear the news? Sword Dragon apparently crushed Jason completely. Honestly, I didn't even watch the livestream, because I thought Sword Dragon would lose. But how did he win? The pacer saw it. Jason was completely defeated. Budget Fly Valley. They say even Tien Wuchen isn't his match. Wooden spoon. Bro. Ha ha ha. It hasn't even been a year since Tien Wuchen took in Dragon V2. It's really a close match. Ha ha ha. Shixin and Jason's battle was broadcast live worldwide. Shixin utterly crushed Jason with overwhelming force. The community was clearly shocked by this unexpected turn of events. Shixun's name became almost as famous as Grace's, spreading across the world. After that, everything went smoothly. Players from all over the world gathered under the name of the Guardians. They were assigned to squads according to their traits and specialties, and began collective training. The Guardians, an organization that had secretly protected the world from behind masks, officially revealed themselves to the world. So amazing. News channels were flooded with reports about the Guardians and Shixin. Han Shuya said in amazement as she flipped through the channels. She had been at odds with Shixin since he first became a player. So seeing him become world famous felt surreal. It felt like Shixin had gone so far ahead. She said, Shuya, you are now also a member of the Guardians. Wu Jiangwu pointed out. Ah, you're right. Now that the Guardians had gone public, they were no longer a secret organization composed solely of Guardians. Their ranks were rapidly expanding. A secret organization protecting the world sounds cool. But the more members they have, the more they can accomplish. At this point, keeping the Guardians a secret organization was almost meaningless. If a secret organization wants to succeed, then in the Guardians' case, their target, the demon cult, must not know of their existence. That way, they could ambush their targets or take other covert actions. But we can't do that anymore. The demon cult already knows about the Guardians. Even a small branch of only 50 members could recognize the Guardians, let alone the larger branches. In this situation, keeping the Guardians a secret organization would be foolish. The right move was to openly announce their name and push forward. They always talk about the same thing. I hope they stop airing it already, Echidona said, pouting while sitting on Zhang Yu's lap. Zhang Yu smiled and patted his head. Why? He asked. The rebroadcast of Zero was cancelled because of this. It was the final episode. Echidona grumbled, kicking her legs. Was that his favorite anime? Zhang Yu wondered. Seeing him mentioned in the news felt a little unreal. It felt like the video world had moved away. He said, Shueya, you are now also a member of the Guardians. Zhang Yu pointed out. Ah. You're right. After going public, the Guardians were no longer a secret organization made up solely of Guardians. Their scale was expanding rapidly now. A secret organization protecting the world sounded cool. But the more members they had, the more they could accomplish. Continuing as a secret organization was now almost meaningless. For a secret organization to succeed, especially in the Guardians' case against the demon cult, its existence needed to be unknown. That way, they could ambush targets or take covert actions. But we can't do that anymore. The demon cult already knows about the Guardians. Even a small branch with just 50 members recognizes the Guardians. So there's no doubt the others know too. In this situation, keeping the Guardians secret would be foolish. The right move was to announce their name and move forward. They kept talking about the same thing. I wish they would stop broadcasting it. Sitting on Zhang Yu's lap, Echidona pouted and said. Zhang Yu smiled and patted his head. Why? He asked. The rebroadcast of Zero was cancelled because of this. It was the final episode. Echidona, he complained, kicking his feet. Was that his favorite anime? Zhang Yu wondered. So seeing him civilize the world felt surreal. It felt like Shixin had gone far ahead. He said, Shueya, you are now also a member of the Guardians. Zhang Yu pointed out. Ah. You're right. After the Guardians went public, they were no longer a secret organization composed solely of Guardians. Their scale was now expanding rapidly. A secret organization protecting the world sounded cool. But the more members, the more they could accomplish. Now continuing the Guardians as a secret organization was almost meaningless. If a secret organization was to succeed, then in the Guardians' case, their target, the demon cult, must not know of their existence. That way, they could secretly ambush targets or take other covert actions. But we can no longer do that. The demon cult already knows about the Guardians. Even a small branch of just 50 people recognized the Guardians. So there was no doubt about the other branches. In this situation, keeping the Guardians as a secret organization would be foolish. The correct approach was to publicly announce their name and move forward. They keep talking about the same thing. I wish they would stop airing it already, Echidona said, pouting, as she sat on Zhang Yu's lap. Zhang Yu laughed and patted her head. Why? He asked. Because the rebroadcast of Zero was cancelled because of this. It was the final episode. Echidona complained, kicking her feet. Was that his favorite anime? Zhang Yu wondered. Keeping the Guardians as a secret organization would be foolish. The correct approach was to publicly announce their name and move forward. They keep talking about the same thing. I wish they would stop broadcasting this. Echidona, sitting on Zhang Yu's lap, pouted and said. Zhang Yu smiled and patted her head. Why? He asked. The rebroadcast of Zero was cancelled because of this. It was the final episode. Echidona grumbled, kicking her legs. Was that his favorite anime? Zhang Yu wondered. Treating the Guardians as a secret organization was foolish. The correct approach was to publicly announce their name and move forward. They kept talking about the same thing. I wish they would stop broadcasting this. Echidona, sitting on Zhang Yu's lap, pouted and said. Zhang Yu smiled and patted her head. Why? He asked. The rebroadcast of Zero was cancelled because of this. It was the final episode. Echidona grumbled, kicking her legs. Was that his favorite anime? Zhang Yu wondered. During the breaks from Long Yu's magic training, Echidona often watched TV. His favorite was anime. Watching his bright eyes glued to the TV was one of Zhang Yu's favorite little things. I should get rid of them quickly. Zhang Yu's goal was to relax and watch TV every day. However, as time went by, those days seemed to be drifting farther away. Ancient beasts, princes of hell, the celestial realm, and even the divine realm where Gaia and Tyrio resided were involved. At this rate, maybe we'll even have a martial arts incident. Now, the dimensional coins protected by Gaia had almost disappeared. The whole world had turned into a mess. Zhang Yu thought that if he discovered even more problems, he wouldn't be surprised. As more dimensions joined in, the peaceful life he longed for felt further and further away. He shook his head. There was no point in worrying about things he couldn't solve. He had to prioritize the matters at hand. Gaia, you don't look so good. Is something wrong? Shueya asked with concern, looking at Gaia sitting on the sofa. And no, it's nothing. Gaia shook his head hastily. Zhang Yu glanced at Gaia, who seemed unable to calm down. He must be feeling very awkward. After the Guardian's inauguration ceremony, Gaia started living at Zhang Yu's house. Grace, who had taken care of him before, became increasingly busy. So Gaia needed someone else to look after him. They decided to appoint Grace as the representative of the Guardians. Because Gaia was too important. However, he needed to be taken care of by someone they trusted. So I'm not sure if it's appropriate for me to stay here doing nothing. Gaia said. It's fine. They're not working for our comfort. Zhang Yu replied. After the Guardians went public, they deliberately hid the existence of Zhang Yu and Gaia. Zhang Yu was the strongest member of the Guardians. So they wanted to hide this trump card from enemy discovery. On the other hand, Gaia was their fatal weakness. Thus, they needed to hide him for protection. They were hiding for different reasons. But that didn't change the fact that compared to the other members of the Guardians, both of them currently had little to do. Zhang Yu, have you investigated the demon cult's distribution in Tibet? Yes. I went there a few days ago. As expected, it's huge. If Zhang Yu searched more thoroughly, he would risk being discovered. Thus, Zhang Yu only used his observer privileges to get a rough understanding of their layout. However, he still realized that this base and the one in the Middle East were on completely different levels. Inside the remodeled mountain, more than 5,000 cultists lived, along with many demons. In other words, the number of inhabitants was even greater. This was the largest base they had ever discovered. A battle could really break out. Gaia said. Yes. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. The kind of wars involving millions of soldiers no longer existed. Instead, wars were fought by a few superpowered beings known as players. 5,000 cultists was not a number to take lightly. Zhang Yu, you're not going to participate this time, right? I will participate, but I won't be on the front lines, he said firmly. Gaia's expression darkened. Zhang Yu declared. This was necessary. He wouldn't compromise on this point. If Zhang Yu, Balrog, and Lilith entered the battle, victory would be much easier. In fact, unless a prince of hell appeared, the three of them alone could wipe out the cult branch. However, I can't keep fighting alone. Of course, if an existence like a prince of hell, who couldn't be defeated by numbers, personally appeared, then Zhang Yu would have to step up. Even so, Zhang Yu couldn't participate in every battle. Thinking he could do everything alone would be selfish. Moreover, yes. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. The days of wars with armies of millions were long gone. Now battles centered around a few superhumans called players. Thus, 5,000 demon cultists. Zhang Yu, will you be participating? Zhang Yu, will you be participating? I will participate. But I won't be at the front lines, she said firmly. Gaia's expression darkened. Zhang Yu declared, it's necessary. She would not compromise on this point. If Zhang Yu, Yan Mo, and Lilith joined the battle, victory would be much easier. In fact, without the appearance of a Hell Prince, the three of them alone could wipe out the demon cult branch. However, I can't keep fighting alone. Of course, if a being like a Hell Prince, who couldn't be defeated by numbers, personally joined the battle, then Zhang Yu would have to step up. Even so, Zhang Yu couldn't personally fight in every single battle. Thinking he could handle everything alone would be far too selfish. Besides, yes. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. The days of wars fought with armies of millions were already gone. Now battles centered around a few superhumans called players. Thus, 5,000 demon cultists was not a number to be taken lightly. Zhang Yu, you're not planning to join this time, right? I will participate, but I won't be on the front lines, she said firmly. Gaia's expression darkened. Zhang Yu asserted, this was necessary. She would not compromise on this. If Zhang Yu, Yanmo, and Lilith entered the battle, victory would be much easier. In fact, unless a Prince of Hell appeared, just the three of them alone could wipe out the cult branch. However, I can't keep fighting alone. Of course, if an existence like a Prince of Hell, who couldn't be defeated by numbers, personally appeared, then Zhang Yu would have to step up. Even so, Zhang Yu couldn't possibly fight in every battle himself. Thinking that he could accomplish everything alone would be selfish. Moreover, she remembered the words the politicians said in the banquet hall. They had no fear or uneasiness toward the cult. New players who had just joined the Guardians were the same. They didn't spend much effort training. Incidents kept happening, as if they were being forced into it. They weren't afraid of the cult. They simply tried to make use of the Guardians' reputation and prestige. That was the mentality of players now. Some players had even been found abusing their prestige, accepting bribes. So far, we had won too easily. Zhang Yu was too strong, so they were able to overcome dangerous situations too easily. Other players, they didn't even have the chance to experience bloodshed, nor did they feel any fear of the demon cult. This problem couldn't be solved simply by telling them the demon cult was dangerous. They needed to know, if things continued this way, the players' arrogance would clearly lead them to ruin. They needed to understand the true power and terror of the demon cult and demons, even if it meant paying a heavy price. Gaia, when you talked to the politicians, didn't you feel it? Do you really believe this situation is fine? There was a moment of silence. Gaia bit his lip and slowly shook his head. No. I think it's very dangerous. Zhang Yu let out a sigh of relief. At least he wasn't foolish enough to ignore reason in this situation. Gaia also understood how serious things were. The choice I made wasn't just to heighten their vigilance. Zhang Yu continued. If the goal was only to raise their awareness, then there would have been other ways. However, he decided to leave this war to the players. For another reason. We need to strengthen ourselves. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. That phrase is mostly nonsense in most cases. But for players, it's not. Players grow stronger through battle. especially in life or death situations. It's not just about level caps and experience points. Most players break through level caps, either by hunting powerful boss monsters to gain experience, or during near-death experiences. And the upcoming battle with demons would fulfill both of these conditions. Demons gave more experience than boss monsters, and were even stronger. Players' lives would be on the line. Basically, players could achieve tremendous growth through war. At least 30 world-class players would be needed. Zhang Yu believed this was the minimum requirement for fighting Lucifer. Only world-class players could deal significant damage to a Prince of Hell. Didn't you say before that every drop of our blood would become a light piercing the darkness? Zhang Yu asked. Yes. Gaia answered heavily. Zhang Yu placed his hand on her slightly trembling shoulder. This war was the opportunity to prove those words. All troops, prepare. It had been 2 months since the Guardians went public. Their troops had completed basic training. They arrived in Tibet. 10,000 players from around the world gathered together. They were the elite among those who had completed their 7th awakening. Advance. Leading at the front was Grace Mike Cuban. The players weren't riding horses like medieval cavalry, but the sight of so many players charging was still magnificent. The warrior-class players at the very front ran even faster than cars. Hey! They say a cult leader's head is worth $500,000. Damn! Those lunatics are throwing around so much money. The players advancing showed no hint of hesitation on their faces. They charged forward recklessly, without even maintaining formation, heading straight for the mountain where the cultists were hiding. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. A cloud of white smoke rose. Beasts, demons, cultists emerged from the mountain, exuding black demonic energy. Damn it! How did they find us here? Gaia answered in a deep voice. Zhang Yu placed his hand on Gaia's slightly trembling shoulder. This battle would be the chance to prove that statement. All troops, prepare. The Guardians had been publicly active for 2 months now. The Guardian forces who had completed basic training arrived in Tibet. 10,000 players from all over the world gathered together. They were among the elite who had achieved their 7th awakening. Advance! Shouted Grace, who was leading at the front. The players were not mounted on horses like medieval knights, but the sight of so many players charging into battle was still overwhelming. The warrior-class players at the front ran at speeds that put cars to shame. Hey! I heard a demon cultist's head is worth 500,000. Damn it! Paying so much for a bunch of lunatics. The players charging forward showed no signs of panic on their faces. They charged toward the mountain where the demon cult branch was hiding, without any formation. Boom! A loud explosion. White smoke rose. Monsters, demons, and demon cult members emerged from the mountain, emanating black demonic energy. Damn it! How did they find us here? Gaia answered gravely. Zhang Yu placed his hand on Gaia's trembling shoulder. This battle would be the chance to prove that statement. All troops, prepare. The Guardians had been active for 2 months now. The Guardian forces who had completed basic training arrived in Tibet. 10,000 players from around the world gathered together. They were the elite among those who had achieved their 7th awakening. Advance! Shouted Grace, leading from the front. The players were not mounted on horses like medieval cavalry, but the sight of so many players charging was still an impressive sight. The warrior-class players at the front ran faster than cars. Hey! A demon cultist's head is worth 500,000. Damn it! So much money just for a bunch of lunatics. The advancing players showed no signs of panic on their faces. They charged toward the mountain where the cult branch was hiding without any formation. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and white smoke rose. Beasts, demons, and cult members emerged from the mountain, exuding black demonic energy. Damn it! How did they find this place? A cloud of white smoke rose. Damn it! How did they find this place? Stop them! Ha 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 ha! Being stuck in this mountain all day was driving me crazy. The timing is perfect. I, Malferio, demon of the 7th layer of hell, shall fight you. The battle between demons and players began. Enter hell. 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 The sounds of shouting, explosions, heat waves, and frost spread in all directions. It has begun. Gaia said from the rear, waiting for the battle to start. Zhang Yu nodded. Yes. He answered solemnly. The Guardians fought desperately. They gave it their all. Seeing them bleed, his heart ached. I cannot stand idly by. Zhang Yu had no intention of standing by. Others fought desperately. Blood spilled on the battlefield. Black smoke rose from his hands, shrouding the corpses of slain demons. Rain. Activate special effect. The Death God's veil slightly expanded the pathway to the abyss. Everyone is fighting. Hearing the system prompt, Zhang Yu spoke with a sorrowful voice. Their blood will not be shed in vain. Rain. Activate special effect. The Death God's veil slightly expanded the pathway to the abyss. With this blood, the Guardians will become stronger. Rain. Activate special effect. The Death God's veil slightly expanded the pathway to the abyss. Zhang Yu's lips curled up. Humanity will take a step further toward creating a better future to protect world peace. One more step forward. Oh, damn. Rain. Activate special effect. The Death God's veil slightly expanded the pathway to the abyss. The system prompts kept ringing. I shouldn't be laughing. Watching the Guardians fighting the demons so desperately. His heart also ached. Rain. Activate special effect. The Death God's veil slightly expanded the pathway to the abyss. Rocket. I really shouldn't be laughing. Bleeding is necessary. But while watching this scene, he nervously clenched his fists. Warrior of Light. Tears seemed ready to fall from Zhang Yu's eyes. Sun. Activate special move. The Death God's curtain slightly expanded the path to the abyss. How strange. I feel particularly sad right now. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. Silent laughter leaked from his lips. After all, nothing tastes better than free food. Ah, I'm so sad. I can't stop crying. Zhang Yu lowered his head, tears streaming down. As if he couldn't bear to look at the battlefield. But the real reason was to hide his dazzling smile. He. Chapter 186, Fire Spirit, Part 1. Fire Spirit, Part 1. Chapter 186. Form of Fire. Click. Bang. Ah! What? The players widened their eyes. A massive figure, over 5 meters tall, a giant demon, rushed towards the panicked players. Bang! Heavy blow. Before the player at the front could finish speaking, the giant demon kicked his chest, sending him flying. The upper half of the warrior class player was blown away in a single hit. What are you doing on this sacred battlefield? The demon asked with a displeased frown. He could tell. These humans had underestimated the demons. The giant demon laughed in disbelief. Mere humans dared to let their guard down against demons. They were like deer yawning in front of tigers. The demon felt insulted. These weak humans were like sheep without a shepherd. Even if they all charged at once, they couldn't defeat him. You've offended me. That alone is enough to doom you. The demons have made their move. Explosions and screams erupted across the battlefield. What the hell is going on? Demons. Demons. Are demons really this strong? At that moment, fear finally appeared in the players' eyes. These demons were completely different from what they had heard in the news about Korea, China, and South America's demon cults. The weak demons that were easily slaughtered had completely disappeared. Boom. A young man radiating blue energy stepped onto the ground. and charged across the battlefield, appearing before the demon in the blink of an eye. The man lowered his stance, sliding his left leg backward, while his right leg swung up into the air. Slash. Gulp. The demon that had been slaughtering players was split in two. Sword. Sword dragon. Sword dragon. Sword dragon is here. We are saved. The surviving players cheered. All of you. Jin Shixin turned around to face them. One player smiled and said, "Ha ha. Rocket. You monks aren't just about strength." Gulp. Gulp. Shixin reached out and grabbed the player's collar. He questioned the player. "What are you doing?" "Ah. Boom. You. What are you trying to do?" "Courage. Please, let me go." Shixin radiated intense killing intent, staring at the players with a burning gaze. "Get out of my way." "What? We don't need idiots who don't understand formations." "Get out of here." Hearing Sihun's aggressive words, the players fell silent. They swallowed nervously, looking at each other tensely. Unlike the rumors, the demons were incredibly powerful. These players were now trapped on the battlefield, unable to retreat unharmed. "Please, give us a chance. We didn't expect the demons to be this strong." They begged desperately, as if pleading for their lives. Sihun frowned in displeasure. "Ha!" He sighed. If it were up to him, he would have left them in the middle of the battlefield. But he couldn't do that. Now was not the time. He anxiously bit his lip. Sihun looked around the battlefield. The situation was bad. Most players were arrogant, because they hadn't expected the demons and cultists to be this strong. Damn it. He remembered what Zhang Yu had said. Yang Ning was right. Everything had gone too smoothly. Because Zhang Yu was overwhelmingly strong. These humans, protected like plants in a greenhouse, looked so pitiful. It reminded Sihun of himself. He remained silent. He could see a reflection of himself in these players, lost to fear. Me too. Sihun looked down at the sword in his hand. His hands were trembling. The fear he felt was so immense that it threatened to swallow him whole. He remembered the suffocating feeling he had earlier when looking at the demon wearing the red mask. The sight of that mask floating in the darkness, as if the demon itself was the darkness. Struggling desperately, thinking of himself as he fought back. Just the calm voice of the demon threw Shishun's mind into chaos. At this rate, Shixin would be no different from these players. He laughed in disbelief, finding himself so pitiful. He clenched his fists, thick veins bulging. He asked himself, "How long are you going to stay on the sidelines like a baby?" Rumble. Shixin stomped fiercely on the ground. Blue energy burst wildly from his dantian. He shouted, "Let's fight together." He amplified his voice with his energy. That roar, that thunderous shout that echoed across the battlefield, drew the attention of all the players. Demons and cultists. All eyes turned to Shixin. He charged forward, slashing at a towering demon. A demon that humans supposedly couldn't resist. Slash. Black blood spurted out like a fountain. With one sword strike, Shixin cut down the demon. The players, who had been thrown into chaos by the demon's strength, stared at Shixin without blinking. Shixin raised his sword high. Zhang Yu, facing the dazzling blue light, let out a rousing shout from deep within his soul. For the Guardians. Yeah! The players' screams echoed across the battlefield. The battle grew even fiercer. The fight between demons and players raged on. Zhang Yu watched the scene from the rear, then turned away with tears streaming down his face. "I was prepared for this. But standing by really hurts." Gaia called out worriedly to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu shook his head and turned around. "I'm going out for some air," he said. "All right." Zhang Yu walked out of the command tent at the rear of the battlefield. Damn it. Zhang Yu shook his head and slapped himself. He almost burst out laughing. He knew he had to stay serious. But seeing the constant pop-up windows, he couldn't help but laugh. seeing all the new Guardian members who didn't take this seriously getting beaten up. Even Zhang Yu felt a surge of spirit. He hoped they would be weeded out through this event. He wasn't sure if the metaphor was accurate. But in some sense, war served as a way to temper an army. It helped select those players who, despite fearing the powerful demons, could still overcome their fear and fight to the end. Tap tap. Zhang Yu lightly jumped into the air. He flew to the mountaintop, where he could see the battlefield more clearly. 4 individuals, who could be called his direct subordinates, were waiting for him there. Only in front of them did he not have to play the warrior of light. Because they knew the true intelligence of the demon Zhang Yu. He walked towards them. Echidna, Val, Zahak, Balrog, and Lilith. The first to run up to him was Echidna. He grabbed his sleeve and asked, "Where's Shueya?" "He's in the rear healing team." Zhang Yu replied, Brother. My Death Knight is secretly protecting him. So you don't have to worry about him." Val. Zahak tapped the ground with his staff and said, smiling sinisterly, "This is my greatest Death Knight. Crafted from Renard's corpse. Ordinary demons are no match for him. Even demons from the 9th layer of hell." "Good." Zhang Yu nodded and replied. Then he sat down on a rock overlooking the battlefield. Echidna's eyes lit up. He tried to sit on his lap. Kid. Wait a moment. However, Echidna was blocked by some tentacles. He struggled to break free. But his opponent was Lilith, a great demon capable of standing against a prince of hell. "Let me go," Echidna demanded. He glared at Lilith. But Lilith just shrugged and ignored him. Lilith walked up to Zhang Yu and asked in a seductive voice, "Lord Zhang Yu, may I make you a cup of coffee?" "Yes, please." Afterward, he held the coffee Lilith had given him, looking down at the battlefield. "Their combat prowess is better than I expected. First of all, the players are not weak. As a group, they possess considerable raw strength." Zhang Yu had been worried, seeing their initial panic. However, thanks to Shishun's outstanding performance, the panic quickly dissipated. "Well done, my child." Zhang Yu almost wanted to applaud. Feeling proud of Shixin, he had mentally prepared himself to witness bloodshed. But he did not want to see humanity massacred by demons. It was precisely because of Shishun's swift response that they were able to avoid the worst-case scenario. So then, yes, his plan to keep the players vigilant had succeeded. He even noticed that during the battle, some players awakened due to a surge of mana. It was time for Zhang Yu to act. "Get ready," he said calmly. Yan Mo, Lilith, and Val. Zahak knelt before the king. Echidna glanced at them. They quickly followed as well. While they were busy fighting, ambush the interior of the cult branch. Zhang Yu commanded, "What about the humans in the base?" Yan Mo asked. "Do you even need to ask?" Zhang Yu laughed. It wasn't even worth asking. During the 10,000 years he spent in hell, he had always lived by a simple rule. Repay evil with evil, he said calmly. Yan Mo grinned and completed his thought. Respond to slaughter with even more brutal slaughter. Zhang Yu stood up, overlooking the large cult branch hidden in the mountain. Wipe them all out. Bang! Bang! Ah! Screams filled the tunnels. The overwhelming smell of blood and terrifying explosions overwhelmed everyone's senses. A woman was running through a tunnel. The tunnel shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Huff, huff, huff. She was Yulia Vilkova, an important cadre of the cult, holding the title of Evil Apostle. Yulia barely managed to escape the collapsing tunnel. Damn it! Damn it! Her beautiful face twisted in frustration. The Dizang Temple was one of the 5 major cult branches. Now, it was on the verge of collapse. Since things had come to this, she bit her lip anxiously. Preparations for the next phase of the cult's plan were not yet complete. If she rushed into it now and messed it up, the consequences would be irreversible. But I have no choice. At this rate, the Chizang branch will be destroyed. She had no other choice. Slide. When Julia opened the door to the center of the giant mountain, she was swallowed by a wave of intense heat. I must wake her up. The fire spirit. The king of hell. Julia had to awaken the king of greed, man. Alert alert. Chapter 187. The fire spirit. 2. Chapter 187. The fire guardian. 2. Earlier. Intruders. Julia. Vilkova asked in surprise. Yes, yes. The priest answered urgently. Julia frowned and raised her hand. Casting a spell. The inside of the division immediately appeared before her eyes. Like a live CCTV feed. Oh my God. Julia's mouth fell open. She could hardly believe what she was seeing. Why is the flame demon here? She couldn't understand what was happening. Humans might ambush them. But why would the flame demon be here? Wasn't she killed by some guardians? Julia had originally thought the flame demon had been killed by the guardians. But now she saw her rampaging inside the division. Moreover, she wasn't the only one attacking the division. Although she didn't know who the boy and the skeleton were. However, the power of the other intruders was far beyond that of ordinary demons. But they didn't seem to belong to the guardians attacking the division entrance. They were using demonic energy. Demons are mortal enemies of the guardians. There was no way the guardians would recruit users of demonic energy. More importantly, there were also the flame demon and the undead among the intruders. So the intruders could not be guardians. Which means the three who infiltrated the division, the guardians attacking the branch entrance now, were a completely different matter. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Julia was furious at the unexpected development. She slammed her fist onto the large table, splitting it in half. Call back the deployed troops, she ordered. But if we do that, the guardians will. The problem isn't the humans right now. The branch itself is under attack. Yes. At once. The priest responded, and quickly bowed his head. Part of the cult troops fighting the guardians turned back inward. There were issues with the black-haired child and the skeletons. But the biggest problem was the flame demon. This was nowhere near enough. Julia thought. They didn't have enough demons to stop it. That monster, the flame demon, was a nightmare even in hell itself. Even if the entire branch went all out, they could barely contain the flame demon. And they also had to fend off the guardians? It was absurd. I have to request reinforcements. Julia grabbed the crystal ball and contacted the largest nearby branch, closest to Chizang. Boom! Bang! Ah! Stop him quickly. What the hell? Julia heard explosions and screams coming from the crystal ball. I am the evil apostle Julia. Vilkova. The Chizang base is under attack. Requesting immediate reinforcements. Reinforcements. Nonsense. We're under attack too. A voice screamed in despair. Though the archbishop held a lower rank, he was being rude to Julia, showing just how bad the situation was. Hearing the explosions, Julia had already guessed. Something serious must be happening there. Who are the attackers? The guardians. Lucifer. Lucifer's vassals are attacking us. What? The guardians? Yan Mo and Lucifer? Julia looked completely confused. What the hell is going on? Satan said that Lucifer would send a representative first to negotiate. But now they suddenly attacked the cult. Did you attack Lucifer's representative? Damn it. No. We didn't do anything. They attacked us out of nowhere. The archbishop's voice sounded too desperate to be a lie. Julia clutched her head, as if in pain. Has he gone insane? He had heard that Lucifer was attacked by the heavens, and knew he couldn't act recklessly now. If he came all this way to attack them, it almost meant he wanted to drag them down with him, and perish together. Don't tell me. Julia thought of the third party, Balrog, and Lucifer's vassals. They were currently attacking another branch. With just these two facts, he couldn't jump to conclusions yet. But Yan Mo must have sided with Lucifer. That thought struck his mind like a bolt of lightning. He couldn't think of any other explanation for the situation. As for why Lucifer would attack the cult, Lucifer probably believed that with Yan Mo's cooperation, they could easily wipe out the cult, and thus formed an alliance. Ha ha ha. Julia laughed, frowning as she stomped the ground. Boom. The entire room shook. A dense wave of demonic energy surged upward. How dare they? Even while Lucifer was under attack from heaven, he would still attack the cult. There was only one possibility. That was, he was after the cult's source of demonic energy. He dared to attack us? Julia was furious. At this point, they could no longer hope to compromise with Lucifer. Now, war had come. It was time to make everyone who opposed the cult tremble in fear. Huff. Julia stood up. Boom. The deafening sound shaking the branch grew closer and closer. The mountain shook as if it were about to collapse. Gulp. Julia spoke as if all their enemies would soon regret attacking them. But the Chizang branch's situation was far from optimistic. If this had happened at headquarters, maybe the cult would stand a chance. But the Chizang branch couldn't withstand these enemies. No. There was a way. But he hesitated. The next phase of the cult's plan was still incomplete. If they acted rashly and messed it up, the consequences would be catastrophic. There's no choice. Julia quickly made up his mind. He hurried toward a certain place. Death. You. With every step he took, smoke rose from his skin, as if he were burning. He wrapped his skin tightly in all the magic power he had. His magic was being consumed rapidly. But thanks to the layer of magic covering his body, he could resist the extreme heat. Oh! Guardian of Fire. Julia passed through a tunnel filled with molten red lava. At the end of the tunnel, there was a glowing yellow sphere. The King of Greed, Man, was sleeping inside the sphere. Huff. Julia trembled as she took a deep breath. She pressed her hands to the ground. Demonic energy flowed from her hands, spreading across the ground, lighting up a magic circle, made of intricate geometric patterns with a black glow. She chanted, chatter, chatter. The sweat dripping from her forehead evaporated before it even touched the ground. The terrifying heat grew even more intense. Rumble. Goo. A red crack appeared in the air. However, perhaps due to insufficient preparation, the demonic energy gushed out wildly. Mountain winds. The entire Tibetan range was trembling. Please. For Julia. Whether the ground split apart, or a massive volcanic eruption devoured all of China along the Yangtze River didn't matter. She only cared whether man would open his eyes. As long as he woke up, this gamble would be a success. Crack. The yellow sphere cracked open, revealing a 3-meter-tall figure. It was a demon so fat it struggled to breathe. Ah! Rather than a demon, it was more like a giant fat ball. Staggering out of the sphere, the demon looked grotesque and hideous. But Julia knew very well who he was. Oh! Fire Spirit. Julia greeted him. Peeved, ha ha. What the hell? You forced me awake? The fat ball laughed. But the intense killing intent didn't match the smile. All right. Sorry. Even though the preparations were incomplete, we were attacked. But that doesn't change the fact that you forcibly woke me up. Right? My God. Kurg. A yellow glowing arm suddenly stretched out from the fat sphere and grabbed Julia's neck. Die. Crack. Splurt, splurt. You damn bitch. Because of you, I couldn't absorb enough power from the source. What do you intend to do about it? All the time I spent was wasted because of you. Flames engulfed Julia's entire body. His skin was disfigured. His once beautiful face became too grotesque to look at. A wave of intense pain washed over him. He was about to faint from the agony. Bang! Huff! 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 Splurt! I won't kill you. After all, Satan seems to like you. Mammon twisted his mouth and threw Julia aside. Julia, badly burned, rolled across the ground. Now then. Tell me, who ambushed us? Looks like you can't speak anymore. Mammon chuckled coldly and swayed forward. Fine. I'll find out myself. Damn it. Wasting my precious time. After I finish this, I'll need 100 years of sleep just to recover. Because I woke up too early. All the root energy I absorbed over the years was wasted. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Should I just kill him? Mammon glanced at Julia, then clicked his tongue and turned away. He didn't want to cause Satan trouble by killing such a useless person. What was 100 years anyway? For immortals like them, 100 years meant nothing. It's been a long time. Might as well let loose a little. Peeved, ha. Mammon staggered up the stairs, heading toward the sounds of explosions. Crack. Crack. Ah! Damn it! Why is Yanmo here? A demon stomped his feet and shouted. A whip covered in dark red flames sliced through the air with a swoosh. Boom! An explosion. The whip struck the demon, causing his body to explode. Another demon, terrified, tried to run away. You can't escape, Yanmo said coldly. He rapped the fleeing demon with his whip, then yanked him back. Let me go. Damn it. I've never heard of Yanmo. You're too noisy. Yanmo frowned. Die. Crack. The demon's head exploded. Yanmo looked around and asked, Did anyone get away? My men are chasing them down. Val Zahak answered. I didn't let a single one escape. Echidona said. Yanmo walked toward the panting Ikardna. You don't need to push yourself. Young dragon. I'm not pushing myself. No. I can sense your impatience. If you're doing this to help the king, there's no need. Yanmo said calmly. The king doesn't need help. He is a perfect existence. But Zhang Yu has been weakened because his power was sealed by the system. He's not the same as he was in hell. Yanmo tilted his head slightly. Yes. I remember, he said. His powers were sealed by something called the Gaia system. Aren't you worried at all? Yanmo? I don't know what Zhang Yu used to be like. But he's much better than Piro. Don't worry. Young dragon. Yanmo smiled. You still don't know who he really is. Or what he can do. Step by step. They continued down the tunnel. With time, you'll soon understand. Young dragon. Speaking of which, I remember you mentioning. You are the daughter of a demon dragon named Kagas. Right? Echidna nodded. Then maybe you are also a red dragon. So, just as Balrog was about to say something, a huge explosion of flames erupted. Balrog's expression grew serious. This was a familiar energy. Balrog clenched his massive fists. P. I was wondering who it would be. But Balrog. A bizarre ball of fat came up from the tunnel below. Mammon. Balrog's face twisted in anger. King of Hell. Demon of Greed. He had countless titles. But one title stood above all the rest. Prince of Hell. P. This is going to be much more interesting than I thought. I can't believe I would encounter a masterless dog in this world. Mammon was one of the 7 demons in hell who had achieved the rank of prince. Though weaker than Satan and Lucifer, he was still a prince. Skeleton. Young dragon. Run. The flame demon raised his whip and shouted. Val, Zahak, and Ikardna, though newly joined in the Demon King's army, had decent strength. But they were no match for a prince of hell. Go bring the king. The flame demon added. No need. A calm voice came from behind. The flame demon turned to look, only to see Zhang Yu strolling leisurely along the uneven tunnel. Mammon, huh? Zhang Yu smiled. Not bad. Alert alert. Chapter 188. The Fire Spirit. 3. Chapter 188. The Fire Form. 3. Shit. Zhang Yu looked at Mammon, cursing inwardly. Outwardly he smiled faintly, but inside he was seething. Why the hell is Mammon here? There are thousands of cultists at the Tibet base. Zhang Yu thought they might have some trump card. But he didn't expect it would be a damned prince of hell. After learning of Lucifer's resurrection, Zhang Yu had originally thought the other princes might revive too, since their souls had been perfectly preserved within the hell weapons. However, he never expected they would be resurrected on Earth. How was this possible? Zhang Yu couldn't understand. How could Mammon be here? There was no demonic energy on Earth. In other words, there shouldn't be enough magic to revive a prince of hell's soul. It was like a towering tree growing in a barren desert. You. And Zhang Yu wasn't the only one shocked. Unlike Zhang Yu's calm exterior, there was a pale-faced, trembling demon as well. Hey, why are you? How? It was Mammon. He was trembling in terror. You were supposed to be destroyed. What? Zhang Yu frowned. Why would you say I died? Zhang Yu? Destroyed? What nonsense was Mammon spouting? Mammon screamed like a madman. You were destroyed after clashing with the system. I saw it with my own eyes. Hey! Why are you still alive? You monster! He shouted desperately, spitting saliva everywhere. Zhang Yu stayed silent, thinking about Mammon's words. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh, I see now." Zhang Yu smiled incredulously. He realized it was actually very simple. These bastards thought he was dead. Not impossible after all. When Zhang Yu returned to Earth, he clashed with the Gaia system. The Gaia system that protected Earth used all its power to seal Zhang Yu's 10,000 demons and powers within the wall of seals. Zhang Yu had not been able to fully undo it to this day. The souls of the Hell Lords were trapped inside the Hell weapons, and their sensing abilities were severely weakened. So, when they sensed Zhang Yu's power suddenly weaken, it was natural for them to assume he had been destroyed. Wait, Lucifer thought I was still alive? Lucifer must have gone to Earth to search for the demon sea. Zhang Yu pondered, and soon found the answer. There was a difference between the two princes. Lucifer was on the Arno continent. Mammon was on Earth. Which meant that before Zhang Yu's clash with the system, Lucifer had already been blasted into another dimension. With that, everything made sense. Zhang Yu's lips curled up. I can use this. He slowly approached Mammon. You thought I was dead? Really? Stay back. Don't come any closer. Answer me, Mammon. Zhang Yu said coldly. Look closely. Declaring one's spirit is the foundation of deception. You must not show fear or hesitation. Zhang Yu straightened his back and said as firmly as possible, Mammon, I'll be straightforward. Serve me. In this situation, fighting a prince of hell was too risky. However, it would be even better if I could make use of Mammon. However, I absolutely have no intention of making him my subordinate. Mammon is different from Yan Mo and Lilith. He is a prince. Princes serve no one. If Mammon realizes that Zhang Yu's power is sealed, his attitude will completely change. It would be like holding a bomb that could explode at any time. Still, I can buy time. If Mammon agrees to serve him, he could stall for time. Let Mammon serve him while secretly chewing him up. As long as Zhang Yu skillfully uses Mammon, he might even ambush him later and heavily injure him. Serve? You? 9 layers of hell. Aren't you tired of it? The red sky. The barren land. The wretched air. It's like a giant trash heap. By comparison, this star is beautiful. Don't you want it? Don't you want to grasp it? Bend it to your will. And defile it? Zhang Yu persuaded. He saw the intense greed flickering in Mammon's small eyes, peeking out from his fat folds. Mammon. Zhang Yu stretched out his hand. Do you want to rule this world with me? I. Mammon's voice gradually faded, his eyes trembling. He had taken the bait. Zhang Yu was certain of it. A smile spread across his face. It seems have handled the most urgent matter. Rumble. At that moment, the tunnel began to shake and crack. Lava gushed out from the fissures. Rumble. The ceiling of the tunnel collapsed. Goo! Zhang Yu raised his hand. With a single pulse fist, he could turn rubble into dust. It vanished with a boom. Damn it! Zhang Yu quickly turned his head. He saw Mammon staring at him with eyes buried under fat. Oh! Mammon smirked. When the collapsing ceiling turned to dust, he sensed Zhang Yu's power. Peeved. You've gotten weaker. Damn it. Zhang Yu clenched his fists. Cracks formed in the rock. And more magma was pouring into the tunnel. Shit. Zhang Yu frowned. He used the authority of the observer and sensed demonic energy raging through the mountain. If I don't stop it, the volcano will erupt. Guardians and the demon cult are fighting outside. In this situation, if the volcano erupts, it's easy to imagine what will happen. Everyone will die. They may be superhumans, but in the face of a natural disaster, they're just mortals. Although he had orchestrated bloodshed among the Guardians in this war, causing such massive casualties would be total annihilation. That would be a completely different matter. It would be blowing their heads off, rather than just making them bleed. Zhang Yu turned to Balrog. Balrog. Take Lilith, Echidona, and Val. Zahak. And suppress the raging demonic energy below. But I'll handle things here. Understood. Balrog hesitated for a moment when he heard Zhang Yu would face the Prince of Hell alone, but eventually nodded. May your will be done. He bowed his head respectfully. My king. Balrog, along with Echidna and Val, and Zahak, descended the stairs. Zhang Yu wasn't sure where Lilith was, but he trusted that Balrog would find her and bring her down. Damn it. Zhang Yu cursed furiously. He turned to face Mammon. Mammon burst out laughing. Peeved. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the Demon King to become so weak. Yes. What I saw that day was real. His body was trembling, as if he couldn't suppress his excitement. He grinned widely, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. Then, this is the perfect chance to claim the Demon Sea. Mammon wouldn't need to wait 100 years. As long as he absorbed the source, he could gain power even Satan couldn't match. Peeved. Ha ha ha. Mammon clutched his belly, laughing hysterically, spitting saliva everywhere. Zhang Yu watched Mammon laugh, in silence. Hey! He let out a fake laugh, his sunken eyes glaring coldly at Mammon. Stop laughing, you fat pig. Zhang Yu lowered his hands. The medicine of the Demon Sea formed into a dark red spear. Haven't you had enough? Zhang Yu had already beaten this fat pig once. That trash had knelt before him, pathetically begging for mercy. Seeing Mammon laughing so confidently was just ridiculous. Boom! Zhang Yu stomped on the ground and charged forward. He gripped his spear tightly and thrust it toward that blob of fat. Whoosh! Splurt, splurt. Red flames erupted. Sizzle. Zhang Yu's skin was burned by the flames. He ignored it. He thrust a spear toward Mammon, unleashing the power of explosion. Mammon's flesh peeled away. Boom! A burning red hand shot out from Mammon's injured flesh, hurtling toward Zhang Yu with incredible speed and force. However, Zhang Yu dodged it with a sidestep. The burning hand struck the tunnel wall, vaporizing 30 meters of wall into steam. Zhang Yu clenched his right fist. He fused the authority of Titan with the power of waves. Crack! He punched Mammon. Mammon's flesh exploded again. Thick liquid splattered onto Zhang Yu's face. Sizzle. The liquid burned his skin like acid, melting his cheek and exposing his teeth. The fist he drove into Mammon's flesh had melted to the bone. But Zhang Yu ignored it all. He gripped Guy Bulg tightly. Massive demonic energy swirled around him. He created Gingner. Still not enough. Zhang Yu needed to add more powers. He added the powers of collapse and freeze. 6 different types of powers were fused together. His brain's processing power reached its limit. His head throbbed with pain. He gave up on calculations. His ultimate demon physique instinctively handled the computations for him. Longinus. A spear, pure white like snow. Less than a meter long, took shape. He pulled back his arm, twisted his body, and hurled Longinus with all his might. Rumble. The earth shattered. Tens of thousands of tons of earth flowed down. In an instant, a tremendous chill spread, freezing the earth solid. The climate shifted. The clear sky suddenly began to snow heavily. Plop. Hey! Mammon began to tremble. Half of his body was frozen. After throwing the Longinus, Zhang Yu collapsed onto the ground. He turned his head away. Damn it! Splurt, splurt. Mammon's frozen skin peeled off. The horrifying fat mass kept expanding. He grinned wickedly, while pouring his burning flesh onto Zhang Yu. Splurt, splurt. Ha ha ha! Mammon's laughter was filled with greed. Zhang Yu was engulfed by a yellow ball of flames called greed. It was Mammon's hell artifact that devoured and burned everything. Ah! The demon sea! The demon sea is mine! Mammon raised his arms high. Boom! At that moment, a loud crash sounded from above. Someone stood up from the ground. His body radiated an intense blue energy. The young man was breathtakingly handsome, as if sculpted by a god. Brother Nim, the young man who ran over from the collapsed mountain, was trembling all over, his face full of disbelief. Peeved, ha ha ha! Human? Zhang Yu's hand reached toward the yellow sphere trapping him. He had no time to deal with some lowly human. The demon sea was right before his eyes. Slash! Suddenly, his hand was severed by a blade of condensed sword energy. It fell to the ground. How dare you? Kim Sihun stood between the sphere and Mammon. Coward! How dare you touch my brother with your filthy hands? Blue energy erupted from his body. Jing Hao, Chapter 189. Why are you here now? Chapter 189. Why are you doing this? Brother. Mammon frowned. He had never heard of the Demon King having a brother. No. I'm sure Zhang Yu doesn't even have the concept of family. Peeved, haha. Living so long, one would eventually experience anything. Never thought someone would actually claim to be the Demon King's brother. And not just that. This so-called brother was merely a human. He. A human. I'm really not in the mood to fight. Why don't you step aside? Mammon chuckled. He laughed as if he were happy. But in truth he was furious. A mortal. Mammon still felt the intense pain from fighting the Demon King. Even though the Demon King's power was sealed, he was still the Demon King. This much was evident from that final strike. Had he been any slower, he would have been completely frozen by that attack. He would have died. Mammon had tried his best to dodge. But half of his body was frozen and torn apart. There was no way he could just let this go. Damn it. Damn it. He bit his lip anxiously. Mammon had not fully recovered. On the contrary, his injuries could not heal naturally. Even if he did recover, his strength would be permanently diminished. Such was the severity of the Demon King's final blow. No. Damn it. Truly damn it. Mammon squinted his eyes. He had to steal the Demon Sea from the Demon King as soon as possible to heal himself. Yet a lowly human was blocking his way. TCH. Get out of the way. Human. So. On the ground frozen by the Demon King's attack. Viscous lava like flames gushed out. aiming at Sihun. Who? Sihun raised his sword. The scorching air burned his skin. But he had no time to wrap his body with aura for protection. Damn it. The demon before him was completely different from those he had faced before. So, go. The flames struck Sihun. He was blown backward, rolling across the ground. Go. Cough. Cough. He coughed, black smoke pouring from his mouth. Terrible burns appeared on his skin. The demon's power was overwhelming. He was so strong that Sihun doubted whether a single being could possess such power. With just one attack. Air. Kare lobe. Half of it had melted. This. What is this? This demon was different. None of the demons Sihun had fought until now were like this. No matter how strong they were nowhere near Mammon's level. Their powers were simply incomparable. Shixin trembled all over. A wave of fear surged through him. His face turned pale. He struggled to breathe. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. I'm sorry. That voice was engraved into Shishun's mind. As if saying, this was his limit. The very limit of what he could do. That voice became the chains binding Shixin. Shut up. He shouted at the voice echoing in his head. Gritting his teeth, Shixin stood up. Now was not the time to be swayed by voices. He grabbed the half-melted sword. Mammon frowned. It had been a long time since he had seen a human still standing after suffering such severe burns. He. Mammon's laughter carried a note of fury. Then, with a snap of his fingers, yellow flames spread out from his body, enveloping Shixin like a net. Goo. Shixin grunted heavily. He gripped his sword with both hands and raised it to his forehead. Shixin recalled when he fought Halphus. Using the Dragonflash step, he saw a faint blue glow that shouldn't have been there. He swung his sword toward it. Slash. Using the same move that had once split Halphus' attack in two, he cut through the net. This created a gap. Shixin leapt through it. Mammon watched him with keen interest. Wow. He was surprised a human could fight back against his attack. Ha! Shixin shouted as he charged at Mammon. Massive flames surged toward him from both sides. But Shixin moved swiftly to dodge them. Hiss! Even so, his body was still burned. Smoke rose from his searing skin. Damn it! He cursed. The speed of the flames was a problem. But the biggest issue was their power. It was insane. Sihun couldn't find any other word to describe it. He felt like the whole world had plunged into a blazing hell. He moved frantically, dodging the flowing flames. Peefed ha-ha. Ma Meng laughed and raised both hands. Crack. The ground split open. Scorching yellow magma surged from the cracks, rushing toward Sihun like a tsunami. Panting, Sihun drew upon his inner energy, forming a wall of chi as hard as steel. However, it was useless. Before Ma Meng's flames, steel meant nothing. Gurgle. Hiss. Sihun's hand holding the El Cuero blade was burned. The flame scorched his flesh, reaching all the way to his mouth. Ah! Crack. The sword fell to the ground. Sihun curled into a fetal position, clutching his burned hand. An excruciating pain unlike anything he'd ever felt spread through his body. Hey. That's why I told you to get lost. Ma Meng laughed as he walked toward the captive Zhang Yu. He slowly reached out to grab his tasty prey. Big. Huh. Something tugged at his leg. Ma Meng looked down. I told you not to touch him. Sihun grabbed the half-melted El Cuero blade with his other hand. This hand had not yet been burned to the bone. He condensed a blue sword aura. Then he swung the blade at Ma Meng's leg. He stabbed without hesitation. Stab. Hey. Mammon burst into wild laughter. Although Shishun's strike didn't cause much damage, it was enough to enrage Mammon. Mammon lifted his injured foot. Smack. Grrk. You're even more annoying than I imagined. Mammon kicked Shixin away. He walked toward Shixin, who had fallen to the ground. Mammon's despair drove him to take even further action. Tap. Mammon stepped on Shishun's still-moving hand. Slowly, he pressed down with his full weight. Crack. Ah! Shixin let out a desperate scream. Mammon's massive weight crushed Shishun's arm. Mammon's burning heat seared Shishun's skin. A strong stench seeped from his flesh. The muscles in Shishun's arm turned to ash. His blood evaporated under the intense heat. An unbearable wave of pain swept through him. He. Now you can't wield a sword anymore. The nerves in both of Shishun's hands were completely destroyed. Mammon's body lacked regenerative abilities. He couldn't heal. There was no way to recover from the wound. No. Even if he had regeneration. It would take a long time before he could hold a sword again. While I'm giving you the chance. You'd better get lost. Peeved. Mammon turned away. Mocking Shixin. At last, everything was finally over. Mammon could now enjoy the demon sea without interruption. Just then. Despite his injuries, Shixin crawled over and bit Mammon. Mammon looked down at Shixin in disbelief. Shixin had his jaws clamped onto Mammon's foot. Glaring up at him. Shixin wasn't afraid, though his eyes were filled with fear. And his whole body trembled. He refused to let Mammon pass. He didn't run. He didn't give up. When his right hand was burned, he supported his body with his left arm. When both arms couldn't move, he used his teeth to hold on. Even if he looked pitiful, shishi, ugly, pathetic, and foolish, it didn't matter. You bastard. Don't you dare touch my brother? Shishi. Ma Meng's smile widened. His eyes began to gleam with madness. He looked down at Sihun. Yellow flames burst out from Ma Meng's body. He raised his hand with a slight, twisted motion. If you wanted to die, why didn't you just say so? Ma Meng had never seen such a stubborn human. He could no longer ignore Sihun. Ma Meng's arm caught fire. And he swung it down at Sihun. Crack. Bang. Just then, he heard the sound of something breaking. The surface of the yellow sphere was shattered. An arm stretched out from within and grabbed Ma Meng's head. Ma Meng muttered in confusion. The arm twisted Ma Meng backward. What the? Shock filled Ma Meng's eyes. His massive body was being turned backward. Ma Meng hurriedly turned his head. He looked at the arm stretching out from Gred. His mouth fell open in astonishment. A hell weapon? The hell weapon was destroyed? Impossible. The hell weapon was forged from the demonic energy of the 9 hells. Condensed over millions of years. It symbolized the power of the Hell Lords. An extraordinary weapon capable of tearing through space and time. And yet, Ma Meng's supposedly indestructible hell weapon had been shattered. It cracked. The greedy fissure widened. Zhang Yu's upper body emerged from the crack. First his arm. Then his shoulder. Finally, the head. Mammon. Zhang Yu said softly. He pulled Mammon's head closer. Why are you doing this? Zhang Yu pulled Mammon toward him. The two stared at each other face to face. I'm asking you why. You damned monster. I understand the others. Baek Kanghyun. Jin Zixuan. Julia. They knew nothing. So I didn't care. Let go of me. Flames erupted from Mammon's body. Zhang Yu's arms took the full impact. But his hand gripping Mammon's head didn't loosen. But not you. Zhang Yu couldn't understand why Mammon would make such a foolish decision. You know who I am. The whites of his eyes turned black. You know what I can do. His red irises turned yellow. And his black pupils stretched horizontally across the yellow irises. Why are you doing this? While grabbing Mammon's head, Zhang Yu placed his other hand on his chest. The location of the 10,000 demons' core. Boom, boom, boom. The entire mountain trembled. The ground twisted. A thunderous roar echoed through the space. Why are you doing this? Mammon didn't answer. He just stared at Zhang Yu with a pale face. His whole body trembled. Like a mischievous child caught red-handed by his parents. Or like prey frozen under a predator's gaze. Speak. Zhang Yu smiled affectionately. He twisted the hand placed on the 10,000 demons core slightly. 10,000 demons core. The second gate. Opened. Why are you fighting me? Jinghao Chapter 190, That Moment. The demon remembered. Chapter 190. That instant. The demon race remembered. Ma Meng let out a miserable scream. He mustered all the magic he could. Launching an attack at Zhang Yu. Ma Meng transformed into a massive tsunami of fire. The ground split open. Red magma spurted from the cracks. A vortex of extreme heat engulfed the surroundings. However, gurgle. Zhang Yu's burning body melted into black slime. Countless mouths appeared within it. Ma Meng trembled in fear. The deeply imprinted trauma resurfaced. A fear that had lingered for 1,000 years swept over him. Countless mouths fiercely gnashed their teeth. Zhang Yu no longer looked human. No. He didn't even resemble a living creature. Stay. Stay away. Ma Meng took a step back. He knew exactly what the appearance of those mouths meant. Wait. Wait a minute. I was wrong. He shook his head. Ma Meng knew better than anyone. It was already too late. The nightmare had returned. His flesh was being devoured. The flames and magic barriers surrounding him were meaningless. Ma Meng looked at the slime-covered wall. The tiny mouths within the slime were consuming his flesh. They were nightmare mouths. Devouring everything without a trace. Considering how much time and effort he had spent restoring his body on Earth. It was natural for Ma Meng to feel fear. There was only one way to separate the mouths already attached to him. He furrowed his brow. He burned his own arm. So. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Mammon cursed angrily. His signature laughter could no longer be heard. The black slime spreading across the ground surged toward him again. Mammon fell backward. He rolled away. His body, now resembling a bloated ball, rolled around like a rubber ball. The scene was absurdly comical. He didn't roll very fast. While he had the strongest firepower among the princes of hell. Due to his obesity, his agility was worse than that of an average demon. The black slime quickly caught up with him. Quick! Move, move! Still rolling backward. Mammon grabbed a fallen object from the ground. It was a yellow sphere about 1.5 meters in diameter. Mammon's infernal weapon. Greed. Although Zhang Yu had damaged one side of the weapon during the breakthrough. Its overwhelming power remained intact. Mammon grabbed greed. And created a wall of fire. Die! Blocking the advancing black slime. Mammon chuckled nervously. It worked. His infernal weapon, hailed as the essence of the 9 hells, still held its might. Laughter erupted from his mouth. He must have gotten weaker. Mammon thought. After the battle with the slime demon. Mammon had once fought the Demon King in his black slime form. Back then, the black slime was massive. Enough to block out the entire sky. But at its current size, Mammon was confident he could hold his own. A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Die. Die. It's useless. He laughed like a villain protected behind bulletproof glass. Then, the black slime stopped advancing toward the wall. Did it work? Mammon peeked at Zhang Yu through a corner of the wall. Gulp. Gulp. The black slime gathered into one mass. 1 meter. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. The black slime was shrinking. A spine-chilling fear surged up from Ma Meng's back. He couldn't help but sense something was wrong. Hey! What's happening? Even when fighting demon kings in hell. He had never seen anything like this. The black slime compressed into a point. Compared to its size, its magical power became abnormally strong. The massive magic power raged like a flood bursting from a crack. It rampaged madly. 1. Ma Meng swung his crippled arm. Flames spread out like a fan. The flames engulfed the black slime. The black slime vanished without a trace. Ah! He looked around in confusion. Hey! What? Did he disappear? Ma Meng cautiously stepped forward. He couldn't see the black slime. It was as if it had been completely burned away by the flames of greed. Ha ha ha. Ma Meng looked around in confusion. Well then. Lord Ma Meng. Oh, Prince Ma Meng. You finally awakened. A group of about 30 demons approached him. He. Who are you? Ma Meng asked, frowning. We are demons of the 8th hell. Summoned here. Waiting for your resurrection. That's right. Currently, we are losing the battle against humans. So, we have come to seek your aid. Peeved. Ma Meng turned his head, waving his hand dismissively, showing no interest. Enough talking. That's not important right now. He bent down and carefully searched the ground. Is he really dead? It's not impossible. Zhang Yu had been directly hit by the flames of an infernal weapon. Infernal weapons were crafted from the essence of the 9 hells. A direct hit from such a weapon, without any defense to lessen the impact, could annihilate even the soul of a prince of hell. So, it was entirely possible for a weakened demon king to be killed. Ha ha ha. Mammon's lips curled into a grin. Ha ha ha. Mad laughter spilled from his mouth. Mammon crouched down, clutching his massive belly, shoulders shaking with excitement. Ha ha ha. That's what happens to pretenders. Ha ha. Why even fight you? Because you got so damn weak. Mammon staggered as he laughed, as if trying to wash away his fear of the Demon King. The joy of surviving death was unmatched by anything else. Maybe I should kill a few humans to celebrate. He had previously ignored them because they were a hassle, but now he was willing to indulge. Lord Mammon. The demons looked at him with mouths agape. Mammon tilted his head and said, peeved. What? Your face. Huh? Mammon touched his face in confusion. Black blood was pouring from his fat nose, his ears, his eyes. Even his mouth was bleeding. What the hell? Mammon frantically patted himself all over. Crack. Crunch. Ah! An intense pain swept through him. Black blood gushed from his bloated body. Shoulder. Chest. Arm. Waist. Pelvis. Thigh. Calf. Foot. Black blood poured from all over his body like a waterfall. Ha! Ma Meng looked down at the black blood flowing from him. He trembled from the pain. No. He muttered in panic. The liquid on the floor wasn't his blood. No. It wasn't blood at all. It was. The pain drove him insane. The black slime gushing from Ma Meng spread across the floor. The area wasn't just a dozen or 20 meters. It was 500 meters. Hey! What the hell is this? Ah! My leg! Quick! Run! Chaos erupted. It was as if the night sky had covered the ground. Mouths appeared within the darkness, beginning to devour all nearby demons, with flesh being chewed. The sounds of bones breaking and horrific screams echoed. Ah! Ma Meng screamed miserably. Hey! Why won't you die? Why? He recalled the face of the monster that mocked him. Ma Meng desperately raised greed. A wall of yellow flames shielded him. It was a hell weapon. You bastard! The only thing left to rely on now was the extraordinary weapon known as the infernal weapon. Gurgle. The darkness covering the ground moved like tentacles, stretching up from the earth. Darkness fused with the omnipotence of distance, whipped at the flames. Darkness fused with the omnipotence of impact, crashed into the flames. Then, darkness fused with the omnipotence of slash, pierced through the flames. Blade. Acceleration. Sky. Blindness. Fear. Gaze. Rage. Vibration. Invincibility. Dark spear. Trap. Iron axe. Slash. collapse, clone, freeze, hell, seal, insight, guard, watcher, language, obedience, shadow, temptation, regeneration, explosion, puppet, shock, inspiration, rot, decomposition, powers unattainable by any one entity, swept chaotically through the surroundings. Rumble, rumble. The earth shook. The entire mountain began to sink. It was a catastrophe. A cataclysm. It transcended the limits of living beings. Within the 500-meter radius of spreading darkness, hundreds of omnipotent powers activated simultaneously. The ground cracked apart. Lightning struck down. Invisible shockwaves blew off the demon's arms. Black blades severed their legs. The 9 hells turned into a nightmare rather than a peaceful paradise. Ah! Ah! Ma Meng opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. The rock wall he created with greed had been torn apart. He simply stood there, unable to do anything. The other demons were in the same state. Ah! Ah! In that moment, the demons remembered the fear they felt under the Demon King's rule, and the humiliation of being forced to hide at the edge of hell. Ah! Ah! Ma Meng burst into mad laughter. Ah! 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 Why are you doing this? He remembered the question the Demon King once asked him. Why do you fight against me? Ma Meng couldn't truly answer that question. He could never answer it. Satan. The great demon trembled pitifully. He thought of the far north. Of Satan beneath the frozen tundra. We were wrong. The thousands of years spent on Earth. The long years without a Demon King. They had forgotten something. No. They had always known. But they tried to ignore it. That monster. What is that? A demon among demons. A hell within hell. A predator among predators. We can't defeat it. Crush. The 500-meter-wide darkness compressed instantly, swallowing Mammon's massive body. It was Mammon's second defeat. As for the next round, there was none. Warning, warning, Chapter 191. Within the Abyss. Part 1. Chapter 191. Within the Abyss. Part 1. Zhang Yu sank into endless darkness. He was being pulled into a swamp, as vast as an ocean, sinking deeper and deeper. This is... Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes, but he could see nothing. The viscous substance was dragging him down. He couldn't think clearly. An irresistible force kept pulling him deeper. Fatigue, drowsiness, sleepiness, overwhelming exhaustion rushed at him. I'm going to sink. The feeling of sinking was the only thing he could sense. I have to get out of here. In the faintness of his mind, instinct screamed at him. You must not sink any further. He kicked his legs, waved his arms. Creak. Zhang Yu heard the sound of flesh being gnawed, and bones being crushed. Mouths appeared in the darkness, biting into his legs. It only felt its body being pulled upward, then yanked back down. I'm in danger. Zhang Yu's instincts warned him something was wrong. The presence of pain usually gave a sense that danger was manageable. However, as his flesh was being devoured, he felt nothing at all. This meant it was an extremely dangerous situation. His senses were fading away. First his sight, then his hearing, then his sense of smell. His 5 senses were slowly, but surely disappearing. Creak, creak. His flesh was still being devoured. He was being dragged down rapidly. Zhang Yu couldn't feel pain, only a terrifying exhaustion. He even thought, maybe sinking wasn't such a bad idea. No. He shook his head, denying the thought flashing through his mind. I am. Zhang Yu needed to remember. He needed to recall who he was. His past. His experiences. A person's self is the culmination of countless memories and experiences. If he lost all his memories, His consciousness would merge into the endless sea of darkness and disappear completely. Creak, creak. Countless mouths continued devouring his body. He kicked his legs, trying to swim upward. But it wasn't nearly enough. He was still being dragged downward into the endless sea of darkness. Zhang Yu reached out his hand, but touched nothing. He kicked his legs, but made no progress. He was simply dragged deeper and deeper into the endless darkness. Damn it! Zhang Yu cried out. He could feel it. I've fallen into the abyss. Zhang Yu had already sunk beyond the submerged zone of the 10,000 Demons River. He couldn't fully unleash the demonic energy here yet. It was the first time, after opening the gate of the demonic river, that he had been dragged this deep. His instincts kept warning him. Danger. His body had already been devoured by countless mouths, leaving only human consciousness behind. Zhang Yu. It's too late. You can't go back. You've sunk too deep. You can never return. Given time, he would vanish into the boundless sea of demons. Maybe I should have used another way. A surge of late regret overwhelmed him. Even after spending 10,000 years in hell, the only time he had opened the second gate of the 10,000 Demons River was during the battle with Baal. Even then, it was difficult to return to the outside world. But not as difficult as now. There was no way he could ascend on his own, no matter how he struggled. In his current state, it was impossible to reach the surface of the demonic sea. Zhang Yu turned around. He could see nothing. Only darkness. At this rate, for him, everything would end. He thought back to his miserable life. Suddenly dragged into hell, where he spent 10,000 years, enduring countless hardships. He finally grasped a sliver of happiness. Only to die meaninglessly now? Screw that. Zhang Yu scowled. He had endured 10,000 years, fought tens of thousands of battles. And now he was supposed to die here? No way. Not like this. Zhang Yu turned around. It was gradually tightening. Its body had already been absorbed by the abyssal demonic energy. I don't need it. Zhang Yu had obtained it as well. For him, the existence of humanity, even if the body vanished, he would still live on, because their souls and consciousness remained intact. This meant what mattered wasn't the pandemonium box, nor Zhang Yu's 666 staff, nor his endless demonic energy. They were all just fragments of his entire being. If he couldn't ascend, Zhang Yu gazed toward the deepest part of the pandemonium box. The unknown region even his past self couldn't reach. The abyss. Then I'll descend. He gave up on the idea of swimming upward. His consciousness was suddenly pulled downward by an immense force. Like an arrow pulled to its utmost limit. Groan. Ignoring the force pushing him upward, he continued swimming deeper. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Gulp. He passed through an invisible wall. A tremendous force shook his body. The area was still as pitch black as before. But he instinctively felt it was different. So this was the abyss. This was the bottom he had never reached before. The root of the Pandemonium River. The fissure. A massive crack appeared. Over a kilometer long. It was larger than any crack he had ever seen. The giant fissure widened. A yellow light gushed out from it. The giant fissure widened again. A yellow light gushed out from it. Zhang Yu's eyes widened. This wasn't a crack. He trembled when he realized what that enormous crack-like thing actually was. His entire body froze. Zhang Yu laughed in disbelief. It was an eye. An eye so huge that describing its size was utterly meaningless. It had yellow sclerae with horizontally stretched pupils. That eye was as large as a World Cup stadium. Staring at Zhang Yu. Why? You've already come here. A question surfaced in Zhang Yu's mind. What? Zhang Yu frowned. What exactly is this? At the bottom of the 10,000 Demons River, there was a being he had never seen or sensed before. They were staring at him. Goosebumps rose all over Zhang Yu's body. He felt as though he had encountered an unbeatable existence. If he had to describe it, A god. This existence was incomparable to Tyrio. Its overwhelming presence made even breathing difficult. Shit. Zhang Yu bit his lip. Even before being sealed by the Gaia system. Even at his peak. He wouldn't have been a match for this being. Why do I have something like this inside me? Zhang Yu couldn't understand. His mind was in chaos. Aside from Zhang Yu, why would there be another conscious entity in this abyss? It shouldn't be time for the prophecy yet. What does this mean? Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Why are you inside me? That being couldn't possibly be something like a second personality. I can't possibly have a split personality. Someone as rational and firm in belief as me could never have a split personality. Besides, this abyssal existence was far too foreign. Unlike anything born from his own mind. I am the origin of all demons. The source of all monsters. I am the father of demons. The creator of the 9 hells. Simply put, you may call me the demon god. Demon god. Zhang Yu laughed in disbelief. Clutching his forehead. As if he were in great pain. Wait. Forget about the origin and the root for now. Why are you inside me? Zhang Yu was indeed stepping onto the path of becoming a demon god. But he had only reached the second step. The conditions were only half complete. So he couldn't understand why a demon god would be inside him. You don't know? How would I know? I've devoured countless demons. But I don't recall ever eating a god. Of course you wouldn't remember. The giant eye stirred slightly. After all, I've been inside you from the very beginning. Before you even fell into hell. What nonsense are you spouting? Before I fell into hell, I was normal. There was nothing. Zhang Yu heard laughter. A normal person? How could a normal person possess the right of predation? Could someone who had nothing absorb such vast demonic energy and still maintain their sanity? Do you believe that? If you were truly human, could you conquer the 9 hells in 10,000 years? The answer is simple. There has only ever been one answer. The horizontally stretched pupil rotated. You were never normal. A heavy silence fell. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. He didn't like this answer. The one claiming to be the demon god continued speaking. Human. Do you remember your mother's face? What? Do you remember the one who gave birth to you? Zhang Yu shook his head. He had been abandoned by his parents after birth. He had never seen his mother's face. Nor had he ever tried to. The demon god laughed. Let me ask you another question. Do you truly believe there was ever a mother who gave birth to you? I believe. You now understand just how abnormal your existence is. Speaking so bluntly, there's no way Zhang Yu wouldn't get it. Zhang Yu trembled, covering his face with one hand. Then he laughed. Ha ha ha. Shit. Dude. What a load of bullshit. Huh? You bastard. How dare you insult my parents? What? What do you care if I have a mother or not? That's not what I meant. Geez. I'm joking. I pretty much get it now. Zhang Yu waved his hand nonchalantly. Isn't this that kind of thing? What are you saying? Mastermind cliches. It's too obvious. Bro. You're basically saying everything's gone according to your plan. And now you want to control my body. Right? Right? I bet I'm right. Because you're staying silent. From the moment you told me the secret of my birth. I understood. You. What? You thought I'd break down crying because I didn't have parents? Should I do a retake? And cry while saying, I was just a puppet all along. Or something like that? Zhang Yu sneered. Brother, brother, brother. He continued. You perverted freak. You know what? God damn it. Rocket. If you don't like it, why don't you do it yourself? Hiding in that tiny hole of yours. How arrogant. Zhang Yu sneers. He looks up, staring at the colossal deity too vast to fully fit in his vision. He says to the demon god, go to hell. The truth he's guarded for 10,000 years. A body untouched by anyone. You dare covet my body? I won't let you have this pristine body. Bastard. Hash, hash. Chapter 192. Within the Abyss. Part 2. Chapter 192. Within the Abyss. Part 3. You insolent fool. A distortion ripples through the abyss. A kilometer-long giant eye blinks. Whoa! Zhang Yu can't help but be shocked. He can't even imagine how massive this deity is. Considering that eye alone is a kilometer long. That eye might not even be its true form. Zhang Yu can't see the deity's true form. Because the darkness of the abyss envelops it. But the deity is likely enormous. So vast that a mountain would be a mere toy in comparison. The demon god's size reminds Zhang Yu of the mythical Titan giants. No matter. Zhang Yu smiles. To him, the size of his opponent, or their strength, doesn't matter. Because that's irrelevant. You seem unaware of your place. Human. Are you saying this while knowing your place? Demon god? What? Zhang Yu's tone is relaxed. I don't know much about your situation. Or what you're planning. Or how it's going. But. He steps closer to that eye. I know this. Without me. Your plan is meaningless. The demon god falls silent. But that eye trembles slightly. You know nothing. I just said I don't know. About your situation. But. There's one thing I do know. Immense energy presses down on Zhang Yu. But he isn't afraid. He couldn't possibly be afraid. You need me. Don't you? You said. You've been with me from the beginning. So, when I fell into hell. And gained the power of predation. It must be related to you. You wouldn't do something like that for no reason, would you? Zhang Yu laughs. Figuring out your purpose isn't hard. The reason the demon god slumbers in this bottomless abyss is obvious. No need to overthink. It's like taking an exam after being handed the answer key. You want to get out, don't you? I don't know why you're trapped here. But you probably need me to get you out. Silence falls. The demon god cannot answer Zhang Yu. The giant eye trembles fiercely, radiating intense anger and immense power. A mortal without divinity could not withstand it. The abyss distorts. Demonic spears form, infused with unholy power. As if there were millions. Countless. The demonic spears shoot toward Zhang Yu. So. His shoulders. Arms. Legs. Waist. His entire body is pierced. Though this isn't his true body. But a false form created by his spirit. Zhang Yu still feels immense pain. The kind of pain that makes him feel that if the spears pierce his vital core, he will die. However. What? That's it? Zhang Yu sneered. He stood there, gazing across the abyss. Spears pierced through his body. But he didn't care. Zhang Yu looked at the countless spears in the abyss. And clicked his tongue. What is this crap? You think so many spears can change anything? He laughed mockingly. No matter how powerful the demon god was. No matter how many hundreds. Thousands, or even millions of spears formed in the abyss. What mattered was their situation. Who was more anxious? Who was more desperate? That's right. I think it's pretty clear. Zhang Yu laughed. He looked at that being. The one he could never hope to defeat. But he wasn't afraid. On the contrary. He felt more at ease than when facing Ma Meng. You can't kill me. A voice filled with anger came from the direction of the giant eye. The demon god's black eye socket widened in fury. Why aren't you afraid? They asked. They couldn't understand. Before this, everyone who stood before them had trembled in fear. No. Not just humans. Before the demon god, no creature had ever remained unshaken. Even the gods of the divine realm had held their breath before the demon god. Do you know who I am? How many times must I tell you? You thick-headed fool? Zhang Yu frowned and said. I don't know who you are. And I don't care. So stop acting like you're important. To someone like you. Absolutely not interested. Stop beating around the bush. Choose. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. Either send me back, he said without hesitation, or we die here together. Silence. The giant eye trembled. Zhang Yu laughed. It was easy to tell what choice the demon god would make. You shouldn't have tried to use me, Zhang Yu thought. Countless demons had tried to use him before, but none had succeeded. It wasn't because he was strong. If it were just strength, he would have died before even reaching the 9th layer of hell. Everyone who tried to use me ended up dead. Zhang Yu turned his head. He could see the demon god hesitating. He licked his lips. Zhang Yu didn't like uncertainty. But this time, he was absolutely certain. You will too. He mocked the nameless god. Zhang Yu opened his eyes. I don't remember seeing this kind of ceiling. A ceiling he had never seen before was above him. He tried to stand up. Ah! Intense pain swept through Zhang Yu. He collapsed onto the floor, unable to even get out of bed. You're finally awake, my demon king. I told you not to call me that. Oh, I'm sorry, Lilith said with a bright smile. Zhang Yu looked around. Where are we? He asked. At the Chinese branch of the Guardians unit. The human Tian Wuchen prepared a private room for you. How many days has it been? The war ended a week ago. Zhang Yu frowned. 1 week. He had slept for quite a long time. What about the extent of the damage? Zhang Yu asked. 769 Guardian members have died. That's lower than I expected. Zhang Yu had thought at least 1,000 would die. Mainly because the cult had diverted their forces into the branch headquarters halfway through. And the result of the battle? Very good. Well, I believe he was called Aquarius. The player's average level has risen sharply. 2 more world-ranked players have emerged. Zhang Yu nodded in understanding. After all, the demons provided a massive amount of experience points. I need them to grow even further. He showed a satisfied smile. And you guys? Balrog was seriously injured. His bare body was suppressing the violent demonic energy. Ah. Well. It's Balrog. So he should be fine. Balrog's innate regenerative ability was almost as impressive as the authority of regeneration. As long as he wasn't dead, there was no need to worry. Zhang Shixin, the human, hasn't regained consciousness yet. Among your acquaintances, his injuries were the most severe. Zhang Yu frowned. He tried to force himself up, but was pushed back down by intense pain. This is why I didn't want to open that gate. Pushing the pandemonium and frenzy to their limits greatly boosted his power. But the recoil was simply too massive. This time, I even saw a strange bitch. If negotiations with the nameless god in the abyss hadn't gone smoothly, Zhang Yu might never have woken up. Yeah. Anyway. He lay there on the bed. Then he slowly raised his hand. The fact that he had somehow managed to return was finally beginning to feel real. There were many things to think about. And many things to do. But the important thing was that he had made it back. Moreover, I devoured Ma Meng. Zhang Yu was suffering from the recoil of opening the gate. So he couldn't yet assess how much power he had gained after devouring Ma Meng. I should at least check my status window. He had devoured a prince of hell. So it was impossible that his demonic attribute hadn't increased. Naturally, he had high hopes for a massive boost. Because his stats had been stuck at 130 for a very long time. Zhang Yu was also very interested in Mammon's authority. He hadn't been able to use it yet. I have something to report. Young Master Zhang Yu. Lilith said. Zhang Yu's hand stopped before opening the status window. He considered making her wait, but didn't think for long. In the end, he didn't open his status window. He turned to face Lilith. Even if I checked it now, it wouldn't matter. Zhang Yu couldn't even lift a single finger, due to the backlash from opening a gate. Trying to check how much stronger he had gotten in this state would just be a joke. Go ahead. Lucifer's forces have attacked the demon cult. Oh. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. So he finally took the bait. He had been waiting to hear this news. How did you know? When Barag attacked the Tibet branch. That bitch Julia contacted another branch of the demon cult. I traced that communication. Then Lucifer's forces attacked another branch. At the same time we hit the Tibet branch. That's right. Ha! Zhang Yu barely suppressed his laughter. Should I say we got lucky? It wasn't intentional. But the timing was unbelievable. You traced the communication. Right? Yes. But you don't know the content of the call? Oh. Nope. Lilith smiled brightly. She walked over to Zhang Yu's bed and sat down on it. I investigated the command center. We found the locations of 5 branch offices. One of them seems to be a massive branch with thousands of members. Just like the Tibet branch. Lilith said. I see. Zhang Yu smiled. He definitely has the ability. Lilith concluded. Assisting Balrog in attacking the cult's internal branch was inefficient. Then he immediately set out to find clues to other cult branches. He completed his task perfectly. Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel proud of him. Well done. He praised as he reached out and stroked Lilith's cheek. Lilith let out a soft sigh. And hugged him tightly. What should we do now? Should we use the Guardian forces to attack the other branches? No. Zhang Yu shook his head in response. Lucifer's forces have already intervened. So there's no need for the Guardians to take action. On the contrary. It's quite the opposite. Establish contact with Lucifer's forces. Zhang Yu ordered. Tell them the location of the demon cult's branch that you discovered. Oh. Got it. Lilith answered with a bright smile. Then she pressed her cheek against Zhang Yu's chest. I was so worried. Because you didn't wake up. My king. You really didn't look well. I was so very worried. I knocked out the soldiers guarding you. Just so I could sneak into your room. And protect you by your side. Why the hell would you do that? My king. Lilith placed her hand over her chest. Green tentacles began to sprout from her body. No caption. One of the tentacles entered Zhang Yu's mouth. At that moment, she couldn't even lift a finger. So she had no way to resist Lilith's advances. This loneliness. This sadness. This heartbreak. No caption. 18 eyes appeared on Lilith's face. I hope they can be healed. Because I share the bed with you. Scratch, scratch. The tentacles wrapped around Zhang Yu. She struggled desperately. Night fell. A flower petal drifted to the ground. No caption. These tentacles. Chapter 193. Breaking through the cliché of getting stronger through pain. Chapter 193. The worn-out cliché of growing stronger after loss. The next morning. After escaping from the nightmare of tentacles, Zhang Yu slowly got up. She hadn't fully recovered yet. But at least she could move her body a little. Status window. Ryan. You have unread message windows. Would you like to read them? A blue message window appeared in front of her. She nodded without hesitation. You have devoured the greedy prince. Ma Meng. Trait activated. Soul Reaper. Trait activated. Prince Slayer. Trait. You can now use Ma Meng's blazing fist. Zhang Yu looked at the message window. With a bright smile on her face. The prince's authority. The blazing fist was the most destructive authority. Even Zhang Yu could not wield while ruling the 9 hells. The absurd firepower Ma Meng displayed in battle clearly showed that the blazing fist was worth Zhang Yu's efforts to obtain. Zhang Yu turned her head. There was one more thing. The system notification was not over yet. She checked the remaining message windows. The second condition for the demon soul has been partially fulfilled. All conditions for the demon soul will be met by absorbing the soul of another prince. Since the conditions for the demon soul have been partially met, the maximum limit for the demon energy attribute has increased. Demon energy increased by 5. Demon energy reached 135. The connection to the depths of the Pandora's box has reached 82.3%. At that moment, Zhang Yu widened her eyes. Her demon energy attribute had reached 135. The path to the depths of Pandora's box was about to be completed. The corners of her mouth lifted. I think I've almost fully restored her. The power sealed by the Gaia galaxy. She felt that she would soon regain her full strength. Back when Zhang Yu was in hell, she could already wield 100% of the abyssal demon energy. It was with that power that she successfully became a demon king. But now, I am no longer the same as before. Before awakening as a player, she had no ultimate demon body. Nor could she wield the authority of a hell prince. Zhang Yu did not know what effects the demon soul had. But it was a power she had never possessed even in hell. If she could harness abyssal demon energy, she might reach a height even greater than before. Excellent. Zhang Yu felt that she alone could now face an ordinary hell prince. I'm not sure about Baal's situation, but I'm sure I can face Lucifer or Satan. That's assuming they are still only as strong as they used to be. Anyway, she thought she wouldn't need to open a gate to defeat them. My body feels itchy. She couldn't help but feel that if Mammon appeared in front of her again, she could test just how strong she had become. That would be great. But Mammon was already dead. As for Lucifer, it would be difficult to reach him for now. Balrog was still an option. But she had been injured during the moment at Novel Beam. So, things were too bad. But Zhang Yu could do nothing. She lay back down on the bed. Because she still couldn't move properly. Oh, right. She remembered something. Zhang Yu got up and grabbed her smartphone. She called Black Flag Yoli. More precisely, Lilith was inside her body. Master Zhang Yu. Did you sleep well? No. Thinking of last night. Zhang Yu felt a chill run down her spine. She shook them off. Lilith. Where did you hide Greed? Greed was Mammon's hell weapon. Just like her Sea of Magic key, it was a transcendent weapon. Yes. Greed. You mean Mammon's hell weapon? Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't find the hell weapon where you fought Mammon. What? Zhang Yu frowned. Greed had disappeared. She tried to recall what had happened. Did I eat it along with Mammon? The first thing she thought of was that by opening a gate, she had forced the legion of demons and the Mad Hand into the vast darkness that had swallowed Mammon and the other demons. That can't be. Zhang Yu shook her head. Even though her predation abilities were powerful, she couldn't possibly consume a hell weapon. Even if she could, she should have gained power corresponding to it. No matter how she searched through the status window or system messages, she couldn't find any trace of having consumed the hell weapon. Was it destroyed? She rejected that idea. And shook her head again. That was even more impossible. She had broken the hell weapon to escape it. But that was entirely different from completely destroying it. Only gods could destroy a hell weapon. No. Even gods at the level of Tyrion would be devoured by hell weapons instead. Where did it go? Zhang Yu frowned. She had devoured the soul of a hell prince. So the hell weapon should now be an important resource she could use. She definitely wanted to use it. After all, that extraordinary weapon contained such immense power that even Zhang Yu could not comprehend it. Whoa. At that moment, the ring on her right middle finger began to tremble. Her transcendent grade weapon, Glory of the Demon Sea, trembled as if alive. Wait. She checked the information window for the Glory of the Demon Sea with bright eyes. Equipment info. Name. Glory of the Demon Sea. Grade, Transcendent. Inscription. Type. Growth. When specific conditions are met, the equipment will become stronger. Basic effects. +3 to unique attributes. Indomitable. Transformation. Not yet unlocked. Special effects. Not yet unlocked. Effect description, Indomitability. This equipment cannot be destroyed by any physical, magical, or spiritual attack. Transformation. This equipment can transform into any weapon registered as a skill. It will exhibit 34% of the weapon capacity created by authority. Equipment status. Digestion standby. Currently preparing to digest the hell weapon. Greed. Insufficient demon energy. The holder's magic quality is insufficient. Once it reaches the demon soul level, digestion will begin. What is this? Zhang Yu laughed in disbelief. Come to think of it, this is a growth-type weapon. The Sea of Magic Key's basic ability was already so powerful. Yet she had forgotten that it could even devour a hell weapon. It was as if the weapon was trying to catch up to its wielder. She had never imagined it could have such a capability. I'm glad. I don't have to worry about where it went. She was a bit disappointed that she couldn't immediately use the hell weapon's power. Even so, it hadn't disappeared. So she felt relieved. As Zhang Yu looked down at the writhing Sea of Magic Key, she realized it had absorbed a transcendent-level hell weapon. Right. If Zhang Yu said she wasn't holding high expectations now, she would be lying. Her heart raced, anticipating the birth of an unprecedented weapon. If it could devour greed, it meant it could devour other hell weapons too. I can't wait. Her heart pounded with excitement, just like a child receiving Christmas presents. Master Zhang Yu. What's wrong? Should I check again if the hell weapon is still there? No. It's fine. No need. Zhang Yu stood up. Besides that, where are Shixin and Balrog? She had already checked the rewards obtained from devouring Mammon. It was time to check on her subordinates. Zhang Yu received information from Leilifu about the locations of Jin, Shixin, and Balrog. Then she stood up. First, Zhang Yu hesitated between Balrog and Shixin, but ultimately chose Shixin. Balrog was too tough. This isn't a matter of who is more important. As for Balrog, with him, his regeneration ability is so high that as long as he's alive, he'll completely regenerate. Even if half of his body turned to ash, he would recover almost instantly. However, Sihun is not like that. He doesn't have the abnormal regeneration ability Balrog has. I believe he'll be fine. After all, Sihun is the hero chosen by the gods. He's the person closest to a protagonist that Zhang Yu has ever seen. Sihun has overcome every crisis so far. So Zhang Yu wasn't worried at all. Zhang Yu opened the door with a light step. Zhang Yu. Han Shuya hurried toward him anxiously. You're finally awake. Are you hurt? No. More importantly, you shouldn't be moving around right after waking up. While Zhang Yu was unconscious, he seemed extremely worried. He was about to cry. Judging by the dark circles under his eyes, he must not have slept for days. It seemed Lilith hadn't told Shuya that Zhang Yu woke up last night. Zhang Yu sniffled a little. He felt touched, especially after recalling the nightmare he had last night. I would give my life for you, my dear. Zhang Yu's heart raced. Shuya carefully hugged him, worried that he might pass out again. Zhang Yu. Are you really okay? Junyan, who had come with Shuya, anxiously grabbed Zhang Yu's arm. Zhang Yu smiled and nodded. How's Sihun? He still hasn't woken up. Zhang Yu nodded. The damage Ma Meng dealt to Sihun seemed to be quite serious. I need to go see Sihun, Zhang Yu said. He left Shuya and Junyan outside. She walked into the room where Shixin was. Zhang Yu found Shixin lying on the bed. He bit his own thumb. Black blood flowed from his thumb. Then he opened Shishun's mouth and dripped the blood inside. Regeneration Fist. Zhang Yu used the Regeneration Fist, and her magic stat was currently 135 points. It was enough to regenerate Shishun's burned arm. His pale face also regained some color. Shishun's body was being repaired, as if time was rewinding or a miracle was happening. Ah! Shixin opened his eyes and muttered. He looked around, and when he saw Zhang Yu, he showed a confused expression. Are you all right? Shixin asked. That's my line. Are you okay? Zhang Yu replied. Ah. Seeing that Zhang Yu looked fine, Shixin breathed a sigh of relief. I'm fine. I don't feel any pain, Shixin said with a faint smile. Then he suddenly raised his voice in panic. But more importantly, what about Mammon? His memories of the battle seemed fragmented. Mammon is dead. Ah. Thanks to you. Shiksen. Zhang Yu patted him on the shoulder. Those were not empty words. If Shiksen hadn't bought Zhang Yu enough time, she wouldn't have been able to avoid the worst outcome. I'm proud of you. She was satisfied with the results of investing in Shiksen. Zhang Yu looked at Shiksen with a proud and pleased smile. Now. If only he could become even stronger. Shi Shun's potential was too great to be used only for buying time. He had the potential to become strong enough to face a Hell Prince. No. Maybe even beyond that. But it wasn't easy. Si-hun had faced death multiple times during this war. But he had not experienced a power boost. I guess. Even for Si-hun, it wouldn't be that simple. Zhang Yu's thoughts were interrupted by Si-hun's trembling voice. Yang Ning. Si-hun urgently turned his head, desperately lowering his gaze to his hands. I can't feel my hands. What? Zhang Yu looked at Si-hun in disbelief. Was this a flag for a power boost? A hero losing his strength, only to become stronger after overcoming trials. It was a cliché that Zhang Yu had seen many times before. Zhang Yu held his forehead, wearing a confused expression, unsure whether to be happy or sad. I'd bet all my gold assets and my left hand that Si-hun was about to power up. You wouldn't do that. Without a reason. Chapter 194. The God from Another World. Chapter 194. The God from Another World. Sob. Kim Si-hun lowered his trembling hands, dropping the sword. His body was drenched in cold sweat. His breathing was ragged. Damn it. Si-hun reached for the training sword he had dropped. Just that simple action left him soaked in cold sweat like a downpour. It felt like he was trying to force himself through a clogged passage. Si-hun bit his lip tightly and lifted the sword. Clatter. The sword slipped from his hand again. The sharp sound of steel striking the floor echoed through the room. Damn it. Damn it. He collapsed onto the floor, feeling like he was about to cry. Shiksen looked at his trembling hands. They were his hands, but they didn't feel like his at all. I'm sorry I gave you. A voice echoed in his mind. It was something his mother had once said. But now it didn't sound like her voice anymore. Become stronger. Then. Shiksen recalled that red face. And that mocking voice full of contempt and ridicule. The voice echoing in his mind sounded closer to Satan's voice than to his mother's. Getting up from the ground, Shiksen stood up with a frown. He reached for the sword again. He clenched his teeth, blood pouring from his mouth. Then he lifted the sword. Clang. The sword fell to the ground again. Guardian Jin Shiksen. Gaia anxiously watched Shiksen in the training room of the Guardian Hall, watching him struggle to wield the sword. He couldn't see him clearly, but he could feel how desperate he was. Are we really just going to do nothing? Gaia asked Zhang Yu in a trembling voice. We have to wait. Zhang Yu replied. But if we don't trust Shiksen, who will? At least we could comfort him. No. Zhang Yu shook his head. Meaningless sympathy would only cause Shiksen more pain. We must trust Shiksen and wait. All right. Gaia said weakly. Shiksen had lost both arms after being wounded by the Hell Prince Mammon. Guardian Jin Shiksen. Gaia bit his lip and muttered. Losing both arms wasn't the problem. With the birth of players, injuries that couldn't be treated by modern medical technology became curable. Thanks to Zhang Yu, Shiksen had regained both his arms. But the problem was, his brain still thought he had lost his arms. His brain still remembered the pain when Mammon's flames burned his arms away. His hands had lost so much sensation that he couldn't even hold a spoon. Sniff. Gaia was in tears, overwhelmed by the grief he felt for Si-hun's situation. Si-hun had locked himself in the training room for days without sleep. even with a superhuman body. It was easy to imagine how exhausting it must be to train without rest. It's okay. Zhang Yu hugged Gaia's shoulders. He cried as well. Sihun will definitely pull through. Zhang Yu turned to look at the training room. Sihun was drenched in sweat, desperately trying to pick up his sword. A smile appeared on Zhang Yu's face. Of course. He'll make it through. Who do you think Sihun is? It wasn't just because Sihun looked like a protagonist or a hero. Or because he was chosen by the gods. That guy simply didn't know when to give up. Zhang Yu recalled Sihun's battles against Harbaz and Mammon. Enemies Sihun had no chance of defeating. His life had always been in danger. But he never ran away. It wasn't that he didn't know fear. It was because his willpower far exceeded his fear. Zhang Yu instinctively knew Sihun would overcome this adversity. Moreover, he would become even stronger because of it. Zhang Yu looked at Sihun with eyes full of expectation. Their relationship hadn't started well. At first, he had grumbled about Sihun looking like a protagonist who gained strength effortlessly. However, after spending time with Sihun, Zhang Yu's view of him had changed. He thought of him as a little brother. Zhang Yu eventually became attached to someone he had once seen merely as a tool. Just like in those spy movies from the 80s. He chuckled bitterly. Ah! Gaia said just then. Zhang Yu turned around and asked. What's wrong? Ah, revelation. I'm not sure if I should call it a revelation. But I heard the voice of a god that wasn't Lady Gaia. Another god. I'm not sure who it was either. But they seemed to be very close to Lady Gaia. What did they say? Gaia asked cautiously. A god from another world is coming here. There was a slender woman, with long brown hair, lying on the grand altar of a temple. The altar floated above the clouds, bathed in intense light. A man with rough, messy hair approached the faintly breathing woman. How is Lady Gaia? Oh, Uranus. Standing near the altar was a woman in white priestly robes. She bowed in greeting, while wearing a gloomy expression. The woman in white robes gave a bitter smile, gently caressing the cheek of the unconscious woman. The unconscious woman on the altar was Gaia. She still hadn't regained consciousness. Her eyes occasionally opened, but quickly closed again. Uranus muttered. She spoke in a bittersweet tone. It seems she still hasn't regained consciousness. Even though a hell prince rooted in earth has been slain, the hero chosen by Gaia successfully killed a prince of the earthly hell. But Gaia's condition remains the same. Her complexion has improved a little. But, unless the root cause is removed, this situation may not be resolved. Gaia had exhausted all her power to seal the prophecy demon. Because of her excessive intervention in the system, her divinity was now at risk of being annihilated. Ha! Uranus let out a helpless sigh. The world Gaia was protecting was a beautiful blue planet. The woman tending to Gaia grasped her hand. Lady Uranus. If only you could intervene directly. That's impossible. Uranus shook his head and said. That woman doesn't understand. Why is it like this? I don't understand. Why the system, even in this situation, still blocks intervention from the divine realm? The woman shouted angrily. Uranus shook his head again. I don't know. We have no choice but to obey the will of the universe. However, but we still have some cards to play. Uranus said softly. This time, I have asked a god from another world for help. But if they are gods, shouldn't they also be unable to intervene? Not exactly. Gods from other worlds can somewhat bypass these restrictions. The hero god Tyrion was a low-ranking god. But the fact that he was able to lend his power to a human proved what Uranus said was true. However, the system's restrictions were so strict that a god could be annihilated just for trying to communicate with mortals, let alone lend them power. Only higher gods like Gaia could intervene with the system. Tyrion had already been annihilated. Even so, he had successfully granted great power to a human who was neither an incarnation nor a successor. This proved that gods from other worlds were not subjected to the same harsh restrictions. Upon hearing Uranus's explanation, the woman's eyes sparkled. Then, which god from the continent of Arno did you ask? No. I have asked a god from an even deeper dimension. Before Lady Gaia ended up like this. She already knew Lady Gaia. Who is it? You'll see soon enough. Uranus turned around. A white rift opened up. A woman walked out. Dazzling light radiated from the golden-haired goddess. So, this is the event Gaia was responsible for, she said, looking around the area. Uranus turned toward her. Thank you for coming, she said. You must be Uranus. I've heard about you from Gaia a long time ago. The blonde goddess looked at Gaia and sighed deeply. How did she end up like this? She sacrificed herself to seal the power of the prophecy demon. The prophecy demon. The goddess tilted her head. We don't know their exact identity, because the information we can access is extremely limited. However, Uranus explained in a heavy tone. She clenched her fists tightly. A demon named Satan is most likely the prophecy demon. Satan? There's a Satan in this world too? It might not be the same as the Satan from your world. The goddess fell into deep thought. Gaia might die at this rate. Then this world would. I won't let that happen. Even if I have to be annihilated in exchange. Uranus declared with a fierce gaze. The goddess nodded heavily. She asked. Then. What do you ask of me? Right. I can't interfere too much either. I know. This is my request to you. Uranus snapped her fingers. An image of a sharp-looking human appeared. Her name is Zhang Yu. She is the one Lady Gaia's avatar trusts the most. I hope you can grant her as much of your power as possible. What kind of person is she? Honestly, I don't know either. You don't? Uranus nodded. After Lady Gaia collapsed, it became much harder for the gods of this world to intervene in the system. We only learned about the human Zhang Yu through Lady Gaia's avatar, but I can guarantee she is a truly outstanding person. A human killed a Hell Prince. Uranus didn't know how the battle unfolded, but she had heard from Gaia's incarnation that the one who killed the Hell Prince was a human named Zhang Yu. I want to nurture this person as the hope of our world, Uranus said firmly. The golden-haired goddess narrowed her eyes. She said. I want to see that person for myself first, to judge if she is truly worthy of being the hope of this world. You're quite cautious. The goddess shook her head, making a face that suggested she recalled an unpleasant memory. Because of some human trash. I had a terrible experience. She explained. What kind of person? A piece of absolute trash named Li Ji-in. You don't need to worry about her. She has nothing to do with this world. The woman shook her head again, as if trying to wipe a nightmare from her mind. She continued. Anyway, I want to meet this human, Zhang Yu, and see if she is trustworthy. I owe Gaia a debt, so I want to help however I can. I will entrust this matter to you. Goddess Benegoa. Uranus bowed deeply to Benegoa, a goddess from a distant world. Returner's manual reference. Please check, she has already understood the background story. Chapter 195. I think I can trust you. Chapter 195. I think I can trust you. The god from another world. Zhang Yu frowned. Through Gaia, she had experienced the will that descended from the heavens, and had received assistance in the form of missions. However, this was the first time she couldn't understand their true intentions. Why is it a god from another world? She narrowed her eyes, while trying to listen to the words echoing in her mind. Gaia continued speaking. I'm not sure either. But they said this was the best they could do. Zhang Yu took a deep breath. Why? Questions flooded her mind. Based on the information she had, she couldn't think of any reason why they would summon a god from another world. Wow! Before her questions could be answered, a large white door appeared inside the hall. A blonde woman stepped through the door, radiating a blinding light. You must be Gaia's avatar. And you must be Zhang Yu, she said. The woman simply stood there speaking. Yet her overwhelming power made their skin crawl. She was in a completely different league from Tyrion. Zhang Yu's expression turned stiff. Boom. H-human? What's that light? What's happening? Zhang Yu? Is something wrong? Zhang Yu? Oh. What's that? What's going on? H-human? What's happening? Jin Shixin, who had been training in the training room, quickly rushed over. Han Shuya, who had also been training in another room. Junyan, Che Yenju and Kong Taishu also rushed out. All their attention was focused on the woman radiating blinding light. I am Benigo. I came at Lady Uranus's request to help you. A heavy silence fell. A god from another world had suddenly appeared. No one knew how to react. Zhang Yu took a step forward, watching her cautiously. If you are a god from another world, do you come from the Arno continent? The most likely answer is inner, because she had encountered many beings from that world. Benigoa shook her head and replied, No. No? Oh, Zhang Yu narrowed her eyes. She grew even more confused. Why did you come? What do you really mean? You said, you're here to help us? You don't have to be so wary of me. I'm not here to harm any of you. Benigoa sighed softly, and began explaining. The more she explained, the stiffer Zhang Yu's expression became. Gods from other worlds faced fewer restrictions. And that was not good news. No. It was the worst news. Uranus had sought help from a god of another world. To protect the world Gaia was responsible for. It wasn't something easily done. It was like a country declaring bankruptcy and begging for help from the IMF. It meant Gaia and her aides were already cornered so badly that they could no longer provide proper assistance to Zhang Yu and the Guardians. Oh, fuck. If gods from other worlds like Benigoa came purely to help Earth, that would be great news. But that's absolutely impossible. However, not every god from another dimension came to Earth purely out of goodwill. This wasn't some children's book, where everyone holds hands and gets along. Oh, fuck. Then it meant, if gods from another world decided to invade Earth right now, all we could do was watch helplessly. Of course, they wouldn't invade immediately. Gaia was still alive, and the Gaia system protecting Earth hadn't completely disappeared. Unless they received Gaia's permission like Benigoa did. Foreign gods couldn't invade Earth so easily. But if the Gaia system collapsed completely, then there would be no telling who might invade Earth. Fucking useless shit. Zhang Yu had a headache. She couldn't help but feel anger toward Gaia and the other gods protecting Earth. If she had to make a comparison, it was like the complete collapse of a country's economy, where they could only watch as foreign companies took over. No matter what the foreign powers did, the country was completely powerless to stop them. And in the end, it was the people who would suffer the consequences. Damn it. What the hell were they doing? How did things get this bad? Just thinking about the foolish Gaia and her close aides made her curse inwardly. Of course, Zhang Yu herself was partly to blame. But now was not the time to argue over trivial details. The Gaia system needed to be restored as soon as possible. Zhang Yu bit her lip impatiently, as countless thoughts swirled in her mind. She sighed, and turned toward Benigoa. She had come here to offer her power to the Warrior of Light. That could be considered the ace up the Guardian's sleeve. She was offering it, so I might as well accept it. Even though Zhang Yu still felt anger toward the worthless gods who had nearly doomed the world. This wasn't a reason to refuse their gifts. It was almost a last resort. But she needed to accept everything she could get. So you are the Warrior of Light, aren't you? Benigoa said. She looked sharply at Zhang Yu, scrutinizing her. She seemed to be pondering whether she should trust her. Your face reminds me of Li Gian, Benigoa said. Looking at Zhang Yu, she felt an inexplicable resentment. She looked too much like the man who had once traumatized her. She had come this far, yet might not give her power to her. Zhang Yu frowned. She didn't know who Li Gian was, but she could tell that Benegoa didn't trust her. Zhang Yu felt extremely disappointed now, especially after having looked forward to what kind of power she might receive. The goddess Benegoa. Si-hun took a step forward. Please help Henning protect this world. He knelt on one knee without hesitation. Si-hun spoke passionately about how Zhang Yu had saved him from his tragic past and the swamp he thought he could never escape. Henning is the person I respect and trust the most, Si-hun declared. Well done, my child. You know I love you, right? Zhang Yu thought. Benegoa muttered, her eyes shining at Si-hun's sincere words. She glanced back and forth between Si-hun and Zhang Yu. I feel the same way. Shueya also stepped forward. If Zhang Yu hadn't been by my side, I would never have found this happiness. He blushed and gently hugged Zhang Yu's sleeve. Zhang Yu is very precious to me. Dear. Zhang Yu clenched her fists, wearing an expression as if about to cry. Si-hun and Shueya are right. Kong Taishu. I know Henning Zhang Yu better than anyone. Taishu. Honestly, after your importance in the story dropped, I kind of forgot about you. But at a time like this, you really came through. Zhang Yu realized that even Taishu, whom she thought had disappeared, still supported her. Benegoa laughed after hearing Taishu's strong voice. Is it you? Did you? What do you mean? Oh, sorry. In the world I'm in charge of, there's someone very similar to you. Benegoa turned away. After Si-hun, Shueya, and Taishu, Ijidana stepped forward this time. Zhang Yu is a very good person, she said. Junyan grabbed Benegoa's sleeve, looking up at her with innocent eyes. Panting slightly, Benegoa took a deep breath. She was a goddess, but her sense of beauty was similar to humans. The way Junyan looked up at her so carefully was so adorable that Benegoa almost wanted to hug her in that instant. Junyan, where did you learn such a cunning trick? It was obvious. Ijidana was deliberately trying to look cute. Seeing how much she had grown, Zhang Yu trembled slightly. As Ijidana stood up, everyone's attention shifted to Yenju. What? Do I have to say something too? Feeling everyone's eyes on her, Yenju crossed her arms and stood there, judging by the flow of things. She seemed to have to say something too. She looked at Zhang Yu with an annoyed gaze. Honestly, she's not that great. I don't know why you all like such a self-centered person. She always acts on her own, seemingly without caring about others' feelings, Yenju harshly criticized. But, well, she snorted. She's still trustworthy. Yenju turned her head away. Zhang Yu could see her cheeks turning red. Which anime are you from? She couldn't help but laugh at Yenju's lines. It was like a scene ripped straight out of an anime. Benegoa clutched her stomach, laughing heartily. Her laughter was so bright that no one would expect it to come from a goddess. She nodded and said, if the people around you trust you this much, then I suppose I can trust you too. Benegoa walked toward Zhang Yu. Announce it. I will give you my power. Holy crap. Zhang Yu clenched both her fists tightly. It wasn't intentional, but thanks to those around her, she was easily persuaded. All thanks to my good karma. Yes. Yeah. Of course. Zhang Yu felt like dancing with joy, but she did her best to suppress the smile on her face. I should be putting on the face of a hero trying desperately to protect the world. She shouldn't look happy just because she received a gift from a god. She had to control her emotions and show the goddess her resolve to protect the world with the power she was about to be given. Oh, but I'm still not completely free from the system's restrictions. I say it's divine power, but it might not be as grand as you imagine. Benegoa rushed to explain. I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. No matter how small the power is. Oh, Zhang Yu would gratefully accept it. It was like Santa Claus himself appearing on Christmas to give her a present. There was no reason to refuse. It didn't matter what power you gave me. Oh, Zhang Yu said, stepping forward and grabbing Benegoa's hand, gently pulling her closer. Ah. What matters is that you've been looking after us. Lady Benegoa. She spoke with a serious gaze and an honest voice. As you know, our world is in terrible shape. Honestly, it's strange that it hasn't been destroyed yet. A goddess overseeing this world almost died, trying to stop the prophecy demon Satan's invasion. And worse, Gaia's close aides couldn't even help the human realm. Oh, Zhang Yu continued. I believe you must also be in charge of a world. Lady Benegoa, you must have things you wish to protect too. You mentioned casually that you had suffered because you were once deceived by humans. So, I understand how difficult it must be for you to lend your power to another world. I will never forget it. Zhang Yu tightly gripped Benegoa's hand. Their warm hands met. She bit her lip, holding back tears. Her voice trembled slightly, but she gazed at her with unwavering eyes. We will never forget your kindness, she said. A strong sense of justice radiated from the warrior of light. Oh, Zhang Yu. Benegoa trembled slightly. Just as I thought, she said with a smile. You're different. She gently placed her hand on Zhang Yu's shoulder. Ryan, you have received Benegoa's blessing. All attributes except demonic energy have been enhanced. Due to the high quality of her magic energy, the absolute increase of magic energy was reduced. Magic energy increased by 3 points. Oh! The energy filled her body with vitality. Thank you so much, Zhang Yu said excitedly while bowing. Benegoa looked down at her, smiling. Those honest eyes, that hoarse voice, and the tears falling from her eyes proved that her soul was purer and more beautiful than anyone else's. I think I can trust you, Benegoa concluded. The dazzling light spread far and wide. Of course. There's no one more trustworthy than me. Hui Weiwei. Chapter 196. The Hero Born in Despair. 1. Chapter 196. A Hero Born from Despair. Then, I'm leaving. I feel I can't stay in this world much longer. Benegoa smiled faintly. Her body began to turn transparent. It meant her time was almost up. Just before she disappeared, she looked at Oh Zhang Yu and said, Be careful. Before Oh Zhang Yu could ask what she should be careful about, Benegoa said, If Gaia's condition continues to worsen, outer gods will descend upon this world. I'm helping you because I owe Gaia a debt. But don't expect the others to do the same. Oh Zhang Yu had already suspected that. She nodded. I'll remember that. Honestly. Even knowing that outer gods would descend. If Gaia's condition worsened, there was nothing she could do. After all, the core of the problem was unsolvable. No. There was a way to solve everything. But she couldn't do it. Because she was the prophecy demon. The root of the problem. I can't sacrifice my life to save the world. There are all kinds of people in this world. Some heroes might risk their lives to save everyone. But, at least, she was not one of them. Even if she fell into hell, she would struggle desperately to survive. A tragic fight. After all she had been through. Should she now sacrifice herself to save the world? Impossible. No matter what, she would fight to live. It was a simple decision. If the threat came from beings of another world, she crossed dimensions because of her. She just needed to kill them all. Since that's the case, I will leave this world to you. I'm not sure if we will meet again. But I will pray for you. Benegoa became completely transparent and disappeared. Zhang Yu smiled. A god's prayer. How ironic. She thought. The true gods must be different from the gods we imagine. The will of the universe wasn't determined by an omnipotent supreme god. Rather, the universe was filled with countless gods of different dark hierarchies. There were conflicts among them as well. Each god had its own personality. They were not perfect. Then, they could be fought and killed. No. They could be devoured. Zhang Yu smiled as she looked down at her own hands. She closed her eyes, feeling the power granted to her by a goddess from another world. Not bad. To be honest, it didn't meet her expectations for a divine spear. Her mana didn't increase much either, because it was already so high. But a gift is still a gift. It didn't require her to put in any effort, so there was nothing to complain about. Actually, it was quite impressive. After slaughtering an entire clan, her mana only increased by 5 points. The higher it is, the harder it gets to improve. She wondered if devouring another Hell Prince would raise her mana by another 5 points. The other attributes weren't useless either. An absolute increase of 10 points. It was no different from equipping a bunch of legendary gear. Zhang Yu turned around with a smile. She could feel herself bathed in light. Everyone's eyes were on her. Thank you, everyone. She had received Benagoya's gift from Jin Shixin and the others. Walking the righteous path really matters. No one lied to Benagoya. It seemed not every god could detect lies. But if someone told her a clumsy lie, Benagoya would surely notice. She had no doubts, because she could feel that everyone present deeply trusted Zhang. To be honest, she was a little moved, though not enough to bring her to tears. Her heart felt warm. It had only been a little over a year since she returned to Earth. But in that short time, the relationships she built were incomparable to those she had in Hell. In Hell, she had many subordinates who trusted her unconditionally. But the emotions between them were limited. What did her companions say? No. Even if we did nothing, I'm sure she would still recognize your true nature. Brother. She shouldn't need to. The goddess surely knows how warm-hearted you are. Zhang Yun. I don't think she knows. It would be great if she could help us defeat the prophesied demon. Dear. If she does that, I'm done for. All because of your kindness. Brother. Of course. I've been working so hard. This scene is so touching. It's just like a scene from a movie. But Zhang Yun couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Shouldn't the end credits be rolling now? If only it were that simple. Things would be easier. She sighed and turned around. I'll be right back. Zhang Yun. Where are you going? Echidona asked. I want to test the power I just obtained. I want to go too. Echidona grabbed her sleeve and said. Zhang Yun nodded and held her hand. She could feel Sihun staring at her back. Sihun looked down at his own hand. His expression was gloomy. Oh my God. Sihun. It was easy to guess why he had that expression. He must be fighting an intense inner struggle. A swordsman who couldn't lift his sword. It was hard to imagine Sihun's helplessness at that moment. And while she was struggling, her revered older brother had obtained the power of the gods. She might have thought that I was drifting further and further away from her. It was an undeniable fact. Zhang Yun's power was growing faster than she had expected. Soon she would surpass her former self. No matter how talented Sihun was. It was all relative. The sense of inadequacy must have reached its peak. Something had to be done. Though she didn't think Sihun would collapse because of this. She still wanted to give her a gentle push. Let's go. She turned around with Echidona. We can't push Shixin immediately. Wait a little longer. Wait until Shixin becomes increasingly desperate. Until he's completely in despair. Then we strike. Huff, huff, huff. Yanmo clutched her chest, gasping heavily. The ground around her and Zhang Yun had already melted. Intense heat waves and smoke engulfed everything around them. Yanmo collapsed to the ground, trembling with excitement. Ha ha ha. Yellow flames surrounded Yanyu, as expected of a demon king. Although Yanmo praised her, Yanyu was still somewhat dissatisfied. She looked at the yellow flames burning in her palm with slight disappointment. She wasn't disappointed in Yanmo's fist core, but rather disappointed in herself. It was so hard to control. She had never used a Princess Fist Core before. And she wasn't a genius. Unlike Shixin, who could memorize it with just one look. Yanyu could theoretically use 666 types of fist cores. But there was a reason she only used the ones she was familiar with. Are you dissatisfied with something? I don't like it. I didn't expect Mammon's fist core to be so hard to control. But judging from the battle earlier, you weren't going all out, were you? A sharp point. Yanmo sighed. And nodded. To be honest. How did it feel? It felt a bit weaker than usual. Of course. The demonic energy was just as thick as it was in hell. But it felt clumsy. Yes. Yanmo continued. My injuries haven't fully healed yet. So I can't give a definitive answer. But I can say it's weaker than Mammon. I see. Yanyu nodded. There's no reason to be disappointed. Mammon has been using flame energy for tens of thousands of years. Yanyu couldn't possibly be better at using flame energy than him. I had you practice with me for a while. But up until now, Yanyu's training was meaningless. Because he had already far surpassed the stage where practice could improve him. However, the situation has changed. Although he will never reach Mammon's level, he must be able to skillfully control flame energy in order to use it in battle. Understood. My king. Yanmo smiled. But never mind that. How is your injury? Much better. I'll recover in a few days. Yanyu bit his thumb. The flesh split open. Black blood dripped out. Drink it. You don't need to boost your flame energy anymore. You'll heal naturally in time. Nonsense. You were clearly in pain when you moved vigorously. Yanmo fell silent. He gasped. Then, as if about to cry, he tightly hugged Yanyu. Oh my God. Kurg. Let go of me. A 5-meter-tall giant tightly hugged him. Although Yanyu was strong, Yanmo's strength was comparable to his. Still, he couldn't block the stench from reaching his nose. A terrible smell oozed from Yanmo's muscles, engulfing him. To serve His Majesty is truly the honor of my life. It's not fair. Yanmo. Me too. Echidona, who had been silently watching, also hugged Yanyu. So this is heaven and hell, huh? Yanyu closed his eyes, feeling the difference between the two. Time flowed by. Splash. Pant. Pant. Shishun's sword slipped from his hand. He collapsed. Tears dripped from his eyes. I'm sorry. Voices. He could hear those disgusting voices. He covered his mouth. Nausea surged up inside him. The red demon mask mocked him with a sneer. Ah! He groaned. It had been 3 months since he resumed sword training. He had hardly slept. Nothing had changed. He had made no progress at all. He still couldn't hold his sword properly. Ah! He screamed in despair. He smashed his head and fists against the ground. He could barely see Yanyu's figure growing distant. He could no longer see her back. All he saw was darkness. Ah! Bang! Bang! He clutched his head and screamed. He grabbed the sword, biting his lips until they bled. With a clatter, the sword fell to the ground again. It's time. Yanyu watched Shixin crying through the training room wall. Her eyes gleaming. It's time to grow stronger. If heroes are born from despair, then I just need to create that despair. Yanyu smiled. Alert alert chapter 197. A Hero Born from Despair, Part 2. Part 2. Chapter 197. A Hero Born from Despair. What should I do? Yanyu leisurely sat in a chair, watching Jin Shixin cry through the training room wall. Nearly 100 days had passed in these 3 months. She watched silently, thinking. It hasn't been long. Not exactly short either. But not that long. Lucifer's forces and the cult have been fighting for 3 months. But there has been little progress. Although they're fighting, it feels more like they're probing each other. But for Sihan, These past 100 days must have felt like an eternity. Yan Yu, with sunken eyes, looked at Si-hun. Si-hun cried, while desperately gripping his sword. He was no longer just sad. Now he simply looked miserable. I believe. He has never faced such a serious setback before. Since becoming a player. This was Si-hun's first real downfall. His talent and knowledge allowed him to grow faster than anyone. He even possessed the heavenly body. Yan Yu didn't know martial arts. But according to Tian Wuchen, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Si-hun's talent a gift from the heavens. Si-hun's growth speed, by human standards, was almost unbelievable. Moreover, unlike other players, he didn't need to push himself to the limit. He thought he wasn't any different from Yan Yu. But in fact, his growth had never been hindered. No. The problem wasn't just a slowdown. He had fallen to rock bottom. A swordsman who couldn't even hold a sword. Si-hun's very foundation was collapsing. Compared to that, he wasn't even as good as trash now. Si-hun cursed out loud. Yan Yu's expression turned serious. Although he had expected something like this to happen. Si-hun's emotions. I told you to take off that damn apron. Yan Yu stared at War. At the pink apron under Zahak's robe. And sighed. I called you here. It was because Zhang Yu was explaining his plan to his 3 subordinates. The more he spoke, the more the yellow pupils in War Zahak's eyes shone brightly. Lilith smiled excitedly, while Yanmo frowned, looking displeased. That human. Was he really worth all this trouble? He couldn't understand. Zhang Yu nodded without hesitation. He's worth it. Shixin could grow stronger than Yanmo. This wasn't baseless talk. You could tell just by looking at Shishun's status window. An SSS grade special awakening, the first awakening level Shixin achieved. Even after 8 awakenings, Zhang Yu had never obtained such a grade. Even the world rulers only had sulfur monosulfide grade specials. Even those who could use the power of a Hell Prince only reached sulfur monosulfide grade. If Shixin could unleash the full power of an SSS grade special, he might surpass Yanmo, becoming as powerful as a Hell Prince. No. Even stronger. Shixin was blessed by almost every force capable of protecting him in this world. Zhang Yu had a hunch that Shixin could reach even greater heights. Since the king says so, I'll do as you say. Yanmo lowered his head with an unhappy expression. Zhang Yu smiled and patted his shoulder. If you spend more time with Shixin, you'll see for yourself. I still don't like acting for the benefit of anyone but you, my king. It's for me, he said firmly. It wasn't out of sympathy for Shixin, nor because of the bond they had built over time. I need him. Zhang Yu couldn't do everything alone. He wasn't a god. He wasn't omnipotent. No. Even gods are not omnipotent. He learned that from Gaia. If it hadn't been for Yan Mo, Lilith, and Echidona during the Tibet War, he wouldn't have been able to stop the volcanic eruption. It's not hard to imagine. What would have happened after the eruption? The Guardians would have been slaughtered. And the world that was finally united would have been torn apart again. Even if I didn't see Si-hun as a brother, I would have done the same. The best move is always playing your strongest card. And Si-hun is one of the strongest cards. You can do it, can't you? He asked them. Yan Mo, Lilith, and Wa-er. Zahak knelt before him and lowered his head. May your will be done, my king. Yan Yu nodded and turned around. Getting these 3 involved in the plan wasn't difficult. Since Lilith would coordinate everything, there was no need to worry about quality. The issue was something else entirely. Just these 3 weren't enough. He had the hero and the villain, but no heroine. He lacked the decisive spice that would make Si-hun's heart ache and push him into the depths of despair. Yan Yu couldn't do it himself because he was too strong. He didn't need help, so he couldn't stimulate Si-hun by himself. That left only one person. Yan Yu tossed out a transparent crystal ball. The gate to the Guardian Sanctuary opened. I'm sorry. Light brown hair, pale skin. A body so fragile that it evoked everyone's protective instincts. A woman who looked like she might break with a gentle touch trembled. What do you mean? She's for Sihun. But. Gaia jumped up from her wheelchair. She lost her balance. And fell. Yan Yu caught her before she hit the ground, carefully helping him back into his wheelchair. How could I treat Guardian Jin Shixin like that? Gaia lowered his head. I believe you know Shishun's current condition, he said in a low voice. Are you planning to just watch Shixin collapse under the weight of his own despair? No. I could never do that, he shouted urgently. He continued, as if he couldn't understand. But even so, doing nothing is Shishun's real problem now. It's not physical. The nerves in his hands have already healed. You know that, don't you? The reason he can't hold his sword is purely psychological. Gaia knew it too. He nodded stiffly. Zhang Yu possessed a near-miraculous healing ability. Yet Shixin still couldn't hold a sword. Shixin had to overcome it himself. We're just creating a situation that can help him overcome it. But what if Guardian Jin Shixin breaks completely? He won't, he said firmly. If this were a novel, Shixin would be the protagonist. He never gives up. He never backs down. He overcomes his fear of death with sheer willpower. Easier said than done. Few people can do that. He won't collapse over something like this. Gaia fell silent. Can I really do it? He asked with a trembling voice. You'll be fine. You just need to scream a few times. To be honest, Zhang Yu didn't have high hopes for his acting skills. The reason he brought Gaia into the plan was because he was the woman Jin Shixin had fallen for at first sight and swore to protect. Gaia was clearly a fraud, so he didn't expect him to truly believe it. I understand. Gaia nodded heavily. I'll do my best. Zhang Yu smiled. Now then. The actors are chosen. Next is the setting. This is fun. It felt like he was looking at everything from the perspective of a full-time professional. A strange excitement welled up in his heart. He should do this more often in the future. Zhang Yu laughed. Why did you suddenly suggest going for a walk? Is something wrong? A man and a woman were strolling along a small creek in a peaceful forest filled with birdsong. It was Sihun and Gaia. And no. It's just Kim Sihun. You don't seem to be doing very well lately. Sihun remained silent. He looked down at his hands pushing Gaia's wheelchair. His fingertips trembled. He wasn't gripping the handles. He was just resting his hands on them and pushing. More accurately, it was the only thing he could do with those hands. A dull pain filled his chest. I'm fine, he said weakly. But anyone could tell he was not fine. Gaia reached out and held Sihun's hand. I also once broke down after losing my sight and legs. I felt like I had become a worthless piece of trash. That's why. I understand the despair you're feeling now. However, Gaia smiled softly and gently stroked his hand. Please, don't hate yourself. Gaia. Hey. It's ridiculous for someone like me, who always relies on others, to say that. But still, I hope you won't suffer anymore. A heavy silence fell. A dreamlike atmosphere blossomed between Sihun and Gaia. Gaia. You. Sihun was about to speak. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed. What? Black demonic energy swept around. Boom. A massive being emerged from the bushes. He. Brother, I finally found you. The being was 5 meters tall. Its entire body covered in terrifying green tentacles. The overwhelming demonic energy it emitted was suffocating. Pooh. Gurgle. Undead monsters emerged from behind the tentacled creature. You are. Shixin looked at the monster, his voice trembling. The massive demon covered in tentacles roared loudly. I am Lord Satan's loyal servant. Yog Saren. Boom. The demon stomped on the ground, its tentacles scattering everywhere. Kneel before the Reaper. Humans. Oh no. Zhang Yu stood atop a tree about 100 meters from Shixin and Gaia. Using the observer's omnipotence, he smiled. What a masterpiece. Lilith's impersonation of Yanmo was so ugly it almost made him cry. And together with War Zahak's undead creatures, it was the perfect touch. Shit. It's brilliant. Like a movie director. Zhang Yu watched them with sparkling eyes. Cut. Yanmo reached out and grabbed Gaia. All right. The weak heroine was kidnapped by the demon. Just as he had imagined. Now they just needed to shut Gaia's mouth. To prevent Shixin from noticing the flaws in their clumsy acting. But just then, Shixin! Save me! Save me! Ah! Let go of me! You filthy demon! What the hell? He screamed in despair with all his strength. His scream was so desperate it could break anyone's heart. What's wrong with him? Gaia kept screaming in despair. You! What are you planning to do to me? You! You horrible demon! What's happening? Those eyes filled with filthy desire. You're not planning to. Why is her acting so good? You depraved servant of evil. You're planning to violate me with those tentacles, aren't you? Just like in those hentai comics. I'm sorry. Ma'am. Just like in those hentai comics. Please stop talking. He covered his face with his hand. As if he couldn't bear to watch anymore. After witnessing this unexpected side of Gaia, he felt as if he'd been struck on the back of the head by Thor's hammer. Sister-in-law. Why are you doing this to me? This novel was supposed to be suitable for all ages. Warning, warning. Chapter 198. A Hero Born from Despair, 3. Chapter 198. A Hero Born from Despair, 3. Gaia! Gaia! Sihun shouted in panic. A demon suddenly attacked them. Its terrifying tentacles grabbed hold of Gaia. He let out a cry of despair. Sihun quickly reached for the sword at his waist. This was a non-grade weapon he received from the Guardians. After the Elkaro blade had melted, the sword slipped from his hand. Clatter. Ah! He gasped with a frown. Even now, at such a critical moment, his hand couldn't hold the sword either. Ah! The demon Yog Saren, covered in grotesque green tentacles, started coughing. He looked at Gaia in confusion. As if he hadn't expected Shixin to throw away his weapon. Sit down. Ah! Shixin. Gaia. Hold on a second. Shixin heard Gaia's screams. The fear-filled screams were highly effective. Shixin tightly gripped his sword. Blood streaming from his hands. Even if just a little. He still raised his sword. He. Such meaningless resistance. Yog Saren unleashed a fierce killing intent. An astonishing demonic pressure crushed down on Shixin. Kill that foolish human. Pooh. Hey. The demon stretched out his hand. At his command, a horde of undead charged at Shixin. Shixin swung his sword. Big brother. As soon as the sword touched the undead, it fell to the ground. He could barely hold the sword, so he couldn't swing it properly. Shixin used his footwork, sliding across the ground like a blur, leaving afterimages. Pooh. Shixin threw a kick. His body lifted slightly, and his spinning kick struck an undead in the head. A heavy blow. The undead's head exploded from the kick. Even though Shixin couldn't wield a sword properly, he could still use his legs. After all, he had outstanding footwork. That could be combined with the martial god's sword techniques to easily take down the undead. But, why couldn't he use the sword? Is it just for show? Brother. Sihun is still a swordsman after all. If he used a weapon other than a sword, maybe things would be different. But if he can't use his hands, he can't even bring out a quarter of his strength. Damn it. He rolled quickly, reaching for the sword on the ground. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't grip the sword during the fight. Even when focusing all his strength, he couldn't hold it. An undead nearby kicked him back. Brother. He rolled on the ground. trying to extend his hands to balance himself. But his hands were powerless, only swinging helplessly. "You're different from what I imagined." A demon's voice rang in his ears. "Human, have you been hiding your power?" Sihun remained silent. His body trembled. His head burned. Hide his power? Impossible. When he turned his head, he saw Gaia. She looked exhausted from all the screaming. Her body was so frail that it seemed like a light squeeze could snap her. She was right in front of him, but he was powerless to help her. "You're not like what Lord Satan said," he said. "You would one day stand alongside the princes of hell." "Satan sent you?" "That's right. Why now?" Sihun looked down at his trembling hands and asked, "Why are you showing up now? He said you hadn't fallen into despair yet. Lord Satan has high hopes for you." "Hey, why me? Why does he expect anything from me? That's what I want to know too." Yog Saren said mockingly, as if he found Shixin pitiful. "Why is Lord Satan so interested in you? Human? Swing your sword. Prove yourself to me." "Shut up. He. The green tentacles twisted. "If you can't prove yourself, then die. My lord has no reason to expect anything from a cripple who can't even hold a sword." So, the tentacle shot forward at supersonic speed. Shixin stamped on the ground, dodging the tentacle in panic. The tentacle grazed his body, blood splattering everywhere. The tentacle curled, aiming for his shoulder. Instinctively, he raised his sword. Smash! Goo! His shoulder was pierced. Agonizing pain spread through his whole body. He rolled on the ground in agony. He rolled to dodge the attacks, and the sword happened to fall right beside him. The sword he couldn't hold. "Pick up your sword, human," the demon said. Shixin wanted to cry. More than anyone, he wanted to pick up a weapon. He reached out for it. Clatter. The sword slipped from his hand. Mouth. "You really are useless." "Yeah." Shixin tried to cry out in sorrow, but he was powerless. Sizzle. "Oh. Can you still lift your sword? After watching a woman die before your eyes?" A tentacle wrapped around Gaia's neck. Gaia struggled desperately, as if he could suffocate at any moment. "You bastard." He stomped hard on the ground, desperately leaping forward. He didn't even have time to use proper footwork. As if squeezing out his very soul, he drew out all his energy and charged at Yog Saren. Yog Saren swung his hand in anger. Smack! Kurg! Sihun's body bent, and he was sent flying. The rough ground scraped his skin and tore his clothes apart. The demon was right. A swordsman who can't hold a sword is just trash. Oh. Yes. Sihun. Gaia, being strangled, screamed desperately. Hurry! Run! Sihun. Although Gaia's neck was being strangled by the demon, she still spoke clearly. But Sihun had no time to think about that. His trembling eyes stared at Yog Saren. A surge of intense anger blanked out his mind. He once again reached for the sword on the ground. Please. Just this once. Just this moment. That's all he wished for. He wouldn't mind if he could never use a sword again after this. So please. Right now, he needed the power to protect. Ah! He grabbed the sword, focusing all his attention on every trembling finger. Sweat poured from him, as if it were raining outside. His body felt as if it were burning in hell. He no longer had the strength to grip a sword. His hands refused to obey him. He ignored the hellish pain. Please. Blood flowed from his nose. It dripped over his lips, gathering at his chin. He struggled to do what his mind desperately refused to allow. He raised his sword and gripped it tightly. Then, clatter. The sword fell to the ground. Ah! Ah! Shixin. He heard Gaia's voice and looked up. Gaia was looking at him with a faint smile. I'm fine. Shixin. Don't worry about me. Ah! This kid talks too much. Yog Saren frowned, and the tentacle tightened around Gaia's neck, causing him to faint. Wah! Yog Saren exclaimed, not expecting him to actually pass out. But he quickly regained his composure. He slowly lifted his head, looking at Shixin with contempt. I see now. You couldn't lift your sword. Human. No need to despair. He spoke nonchalantly. It just proves that as a human, this is as far as you can go. You've reached your limit. You can do nothing. You can do nothing at all. This is truly the limit of your humanity. Shut up. Shixin trembled. He heard a voice. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I gave birth to you. A nightmare-like voice. A voice that devoured his life. A humiliation carved into his mind as a trauma. A voice that told him this was all he was. He had always denied those words. But, shut up. You bastard. He screamed. He roared. He raised his sword, clamping it between his wrists. He stomped on the ground and charged at the demon. However, a sword swung only with the wrists could never have any real power. The sword was deflected. Sihun fell. He saw Gaia. The woman he had sworn to protect, the one who made him smile. Being taken by the demon. Move. He commanded himself, but it had no effect. Please. Move. The feeling in his hands was faint. No matter how much strength he tried to muster. His hands could only tremble. He couldn't grip the sword. A swordsman who couldn't hold a sword could do nothing. Ah! A scream of despair escaped his lips. Tears streamed from his eyes. He felt thirst. Desire spread throughout his body. I don't need anything. He no longer cared about anyone or anything. He was even willing to sell his soul to a demon. He needed power. The power to protect. Ah! A fire ignited in his mind. His vision flickered. Something inside him, a giant ball of energy, spread to every corner of his body. Oh! Yan Yu frowned, listening to Sihun's cries of despair. Sihun had truly hit rock bottom. It wasn't pretty. Yan Yu had originally intended to push Sihun and put his plan into action. But even so, it was painful to see Sihun struggle at the bottom. Maybe I should wait. The thought suddenly crossed his mind. He shook his head. I can't wait. Shixin needed a push. He needed a desperate situation to overcome and grow stronger. Humans are cunning creatures. No matter how hard they try. No matter how desperate they are. If they don't face the situation directly, they won't truly be moved. Just like a new recruit. Who doesn't feel the reality of enlistment until stepping into the training camp? Despair. It's hard to understand unless you face it. Even if that despair is fabricated. Someone needed to point a gun at Shishun's head. It was absolutely necessary. He heard Shishun scream. It was the scream of someone who had fallen to the very bottom. Zhang Yu smiled. It's done. He heard the sound of despair. It erupted like a volcano. If it was the Shixin he knew. In a situation like this, there's no way he wouldn't power up. Get up. Shixin. He looked at him with expectant eyes. Rumble. As if responding to Zhang Yu's expectation. An enormous power burst from Shishun's body. Good. Now accept the power of the 5 gods. I don't need anything else. Shixin shouted. An immense surge of magic erupted from him. Zhang Yu was shocked. Whatever it was. He didn't care if this was the end. Hey, wait. What the hell? Why are you releasing magical energy? I need power. Oh, damn it. Hey, Shixin. What are you doing? The souls of the 5 gods resided within Shishun's body. But at the same time, his soul was connected to Zhang Yu. If I can save him, I'm willing to do anything. A horn sprouted from Shishun's forehead. No. Yan Yu shouted. Bat wings sprouted from Sihun's back. Damn it, wait. Sihun's eyes turned black. His irises turned yellow. His pupils stretched horizontally. Sihun. Yan Yu clutched his head. The more Sihun's body changed, the more demonic energy seeped from him. You idiot. Why did you collapse? Warning, warning, Chapter 199. A Hero Born from Despair, 4. Chapter 199. A Hero Born from Despair, 4. Ah! Kim Si-hun grabbed his head and twisted his body, slowly turning into a demon. He was filled with overwhelming desire. A powerful thirst for strength consumed his thoughts. The thirst for power. The burning desire devoured his body. What's happening to me? Si-hun couldn't understand. A power he had never felt before surrounded him. A violent, destructive force. Instinctively, he knew. This wasn't chi. Ha! He took a deep breath. His mind cleared. The intense energy filled his body with vitality. Like he had taken a stimulant. He looked down at his hands and saw they were no longer trembling. He didn't understand why he had transformed like this, nor what had triggered it. But, crack. He grabbed the sword. A thrilling sensation ran through his hands. He knew his current state was abnormal. That he had deviated from the right path. It didn't matter. What mattered was that he could pick up the sword to rescue the woman he loved from the demon's hands. He even felt, after saving her, it didn't matter if he could never hold a sword again. He could even laugh it off and become a demon. He picked up his sword, ready to fight. Ah! Yog-Saren let out a panicked noise, staring blankly at Shiksen, who was slowly transforming into a demon. Boom! Shiksen stomped on the ground and dashed forward. Thick demonic energy radiated from his body, and his sword was covered in black sword energy. He twisted his body and slashed down. Clang! Goo! Yog-Saren was knocked back. He was shocked. He hesitated for a moment and carefully set Gaia down, though he didn't know exactly what was happening. At this rate, it would be dangerous. The power emanating from the human before him made Yog-Saren feel genuine danger. He clenched his fists, braced his legs, and extended both hands. Green tentacles spread out. Slash! With one slash, 5 tentacles were severed. Shiksen twisted his body, dodging the remaining tentacles. The tentacles slammed heavily into the ground. He leapt onto a tentacle, running along it. A slash of black light shot toward Yog-Saren. Goo! Yog-Saren quickly retreated. His collarbone was sliced open, and black blood gushed out. Yog-Saren frowned deeply, a fierce fighting spirit igniting inside him, like swatting away something annoying. He tore off the tentacles clinging to him. A martial artist's sharp gleam shone in his eyes. Bang! 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 The sword and fist collided. The impact was like an exploding bomb, shaking the surroundings. Trees snapped. The ground burst apart. Dust scattered everywhere. Yog-Saren's mouth curled up. He was burning with rage. Good. To him, battle was everything. It was the meaning of his existence. The swinging sword only fueled his fury. Like putting on gloves. He wrapped his fists with demonic energy. He stomped back, lowered his body, and swung his fist. Shi Shuin blocked the attack with his sword, but the overwhelming difference in strength sent him flying back. Shi Shuin twisted his body and spread his wings. His legs stretched out midair, darting toward Yog-Saren. Shi Shuin moved nimbly, channeling all his body weight into his sword. He swung the sword downward, trying to split the demon's head in half. Smack! The demon raised his arm and blocked the attack. The sword shattered the demonic gloves covering his hand. Black blood flowed from his cracked wrist. Yog-Saren jumped backward. His wrist regenerated almost instantly. Ha! He laughed. He could feel an electrifying thrill running down his spine. His whole being tingled, because he had encountered a strong opponent. A fierce fighting spirit engulfed his body. A wave of demonic energy spread around them. He reached out both hands, trying to tear off the tentacles. Stop! He heard a voice next to his ear. His hands froze. The boiling fighting spirit also calmed down. Don't act on your own. Flame demon. He heard the king's voice through the earpiece. Damn it. Ah. Zhang Yu anxiously bit his nails. Shixin had turned into a demon. The unexpected development gave him a headache. Why did this happen? Actually, it wasn't hard to understand. But he just wanted to deny reality. Was he pushing too hard? Based on Shishun's strengthening patterns. He thought Shixin would strengthen again under extreme pressure. But maybe he had gone too far. Instead of accepting the martial god's power, Shixin accepted his demonic energy. This was the worst outcome. The situation had spiraled out of control. He knew. Because their souls were connected through the fist of subjugation. Shixin could be influenced by his demonic energy. But Shixin was different from Echidona and Warzahak. Shishun's power wasn't based on magic, but on something called chi. A completely different power from Zhang Yu's magic. He thought it should have been impossible to pull him in. Damn it. But now, Shixin didn't know he had been given the fist of subjugation. And it shouldn't be exposed. But at this rate, he would realize he had demonic energy inside him. That must be prevented. He had to crush the seed of suspicion immediately. If it was revealed that Zhang Yu had used the fist of subjugation on Shixin, everything would be over. The bond he had painstakingly built with Shixin would be completely destroyed. Zhang Yu grabbed his communicator. Yanmo. Repeat after me. Don't sound stiff. Make it sound as naturally evil as possible. Yanmo gently nodded after receiving the order through the communicator. The best way to erase suspicion was something he thought of on the spot. And it seemed effective enough. He. Following the plan. As planned. Yan Yu recited a line for Yan Mo to say. After Shi Shuan took Gaia to a safe place, the battle temporarily calmed down. Yan Mo laughed heartily and spoke the line. Good. Yan Yu saw Shi Shuan looking at Yan Mo. He already knew what he was supposed to say next. Here comes another cheat code. Yan Yu swallowed nervously. And continued. It seems the seed planted by Lord Satan has begun to sprout. Grow well. Lord Satan. Please fix this awful situation. It seems the seed planted by Lord Satan has begun to sprout. Yog Saren said with a malicious grin. What? His words were enough to shock the furious Shi Shuan. You said, a seed? Snapping back to his senses, Shi Shuan looked down at his own body. His skin had turned black. Wings had sprouted from his back. A reptilian tail extended behind him. Goat horns protruded from his forehead. He had clearly taken on a demonic form. Could it be? No. Was all of this planned? Yog Saren grinned broadly. Why do you think Lord Satan would be interested in a mere mortal? Because he knew that within you lurked the souls of the 5 gods. My master planted the seed of corruption inside you, allowing you to break free of your human body and become a demon. But why? Shi Shuan couldn't understand. The demon of prophecy, Satan. Why would he want to corrupt him into a demon? Ah! A short gasp escaped his lips. It was as if a puzzle had finally clicked into place. Shi Shuan trembled all over. He remembered what had happened months ago in South America. Yan Mo, Yan Yu's subordinate, had been controlled by an unknown magic circle from the cult. The cult had a method to control demons. Then, there was only one reason they would want to turn him into a demon. They want to control me. Ha ha ha. Good thing you're not too dumb to realize it. Yog Saren clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. Green tentacles wriggled wildly. That's right. All of this was to turn you into a puppet. To force you to serve Lord Satan. A human with the souls of the 5 gods. He. You're now weaker than ever before. But still interesting. Yog Saren's eyes gleamed. I wonder how much despair Gaia would feel. Seeing you fall into darkness. Huh? Shixin took a step back. Holding his head. Seemingly unable to accept what was happening. No. That's not what he wanted. He never intended to become a demon. Nor did he intend to become Satan's puppet. He looked down at Gaia with trembling eyes. All he wanted was to protect this fragile woman who could shatter with a touch. Ha ha ha. Good. Once you become my lord's puppet, I'll have you kill that woman with your own hands. Ha ha. Just imagining it. The very thought made Shiksen feel terror. Terror spread through his entire body. Just imagining himself killing Gaia made him want to vomit. I must return to normal. It's not too late yet. He could still expel the demonic energy from his body. He didn't hesitate. He concentrated, trying to drive out the corrupting darkness. Wait. Just then, he looked at his hands still tightly gripping the sword. If I give up this power now, I might become Shiksen again. Because desire intertwined in his mind. No. He didn't think for long. He couldn't become Satan's puppet. Even for those important to him. He had to give up this power. Cool guy. Cool. The terrifying desire shook his body. His demonic form amplified his desires. His craving for power dominated his mind. No. He felt his consciousness begin to fade. It felt like he would be consumed by his own desires. Losing Kanchi. Tears fell from his eyes. Unable to resist the desires of his demonic form. Tears fell from his eyes. Unable to resist the desires of his demonic form. His vision blurred. Thoughts surfaced that maybe becoming a demon wasn't so bad. Shiksen. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice. It was like being struck by lightning. Shiksen trembled and turned around. Behind Zhang Yu was the person he trusted most in this world. Chapter 200. A hero born from the bottom. 5. Chapter 200. A hero born from despair. 5. Shiksen. You. Are you really Shiksen? Zhang Yu's eyes flickered. As if waking up from a nightmare. No. At that moment, Shishun's eyes flickered. As if shaking his head in the clouds. Desperately denying reality. The demon before him couldn't possibly be Jin Shiksen. Jin. Mr. Jin. Shut up. How dare you impersonate Shiksen in front of me? He shouted furiously. He drew the golden sword Durlane with his right hand. A powerful sand aura rose from him. He glared angrily at Sihun and Yog Saren. Where is he? HMPH. He stomped hard on the ground. Golden light shot out. Where is Sihun? You bastards! He screamed desperately. Refusing to accept the reality before him. Ha 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 ha! Yog Saren held his stomach and laughed loudly. He smirked. As if he found the situation hilarious. He looked at Zhang Yu, mouth wide open. Your brother is right in front of you. Yet you can't recognize him. What did you say? Your brother is right there. Human. Yog Saren pointed at Sihun. That demon is Sihun. Nonsense. Zhang Yu shouted. But deep down, he instinctively knew it was Sihun. He sensed the demonic aura in the air. And the way the demon looked at him. Brother. You. No. Ah. What's happening? Ah. 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 Oh. Ah. 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 Wah. Ah. 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 A burning thirst spread throughout his body. He felt like his throat was being slashed by sharp metal. His body trembled. As if it were about to dry up. I have to give up. He had to give up. He had to dispel the darkness engulfing him. It wasn't difficult. All he had to do was let go, like releasing a rope. It was simple. It was easy. But Shiksen struggled painfully. The intense desire and the overwhelming craving brought by the demonic body controlled him. Trying to resist the magic was like a drug addict trying to spit out drugs stuck on his tongue. That kind of agony was like watching yourself die of dehydration under the scorching sun, while seeing a glass of water poured out. No. It was even more painful than that. Most people who accepted magic lost their sanity and became beasts. There was a reason for it. And the magic Shixin received was from a demon king. The desires brought by the demonic body were corroding him like a curse. Shixin. Zhang Yu anxiously reached out to him. Shixin began to convulse. He clawed at his cheeks, tearing at his flesh. Black blood streamed down his face. His body writhed. He grabbed his hair. Crack. His fingers pierced into his head, tearing apart his scalp. He screamed. Crack. He raised his sword and smashed it onto his arm, desperately swinging his sword, trying to rid himself of his desires. Blood splattered everywhere. His bones were clearly visible. But it lasted only a moment. As if time had reversed. The wound regenerated almost instantly. Only the pain remained. Get away from me. He didn't stop. Tears fell from his eyes. If this continued, he would become a puppet of Satan. He would eventually kill the woman he loved. And break the bracelet of the brother he admired. No. Zhang Yu was much stronger than him. So it would be the other way around. Either way, it didn't matter. Whether Zhang Yu killed him, or he killed Zhang Yu, the outcome would be disastrous. Only despair would remain. Nothing else. I must free myself. He had to escape Satan's plot. And his own terrifying desires. He swung his sword harder, hoping the pain would wash away this shocking craving. It was futile. Zhang Yu walked up to him. He grabbed the sword and shouted. Stop it. You lunatic. Brother. You can explain to me later what happened. First, you must calm down. I can't. Sihun shook his head. He could feel the demonic energy further changing his body. If he gave up, unable to expel the power, it would mean his fall. He would completely become a demon. A puppet of Satan. I must do it now. Do what now? I can still go back. Now. It's not too late yet. He said desperately. It's still not too late. Not yet. He grabbed his sword and unconsciously swung it at his arm again. The sharp blade sliced through his muscles. A surge of intense pain spread through his body, driving away the thirst. He began to release his magic power. Crack. Crack. The goat horns on his forehead were retracted into his body. The bat wings shrank smaller. Goo! Ah! The more he released the magic, the stronger the thirst became. His consciousness was fading. It felt as if the magic devouring his body was speaking to him. Are you really going to abandon me? The demon whispered sweetly. He saw a red demon mask staring at him, smiling. Shut up. He knew it was an illusion. The Satan he saw and heard was fake. It was just a nightmare created by his intense craving. But even knowing it was fake, it was still hard to resist the temptation. Crack. The goat horns slowly grew back on his forehead. His vision distorted, engulfed by darkness. Zhang Yu looked down at Shixin. It wasn't hard to guess what Shixin was going through. Not good. He knew how strong the demon's desires were. When he fell into the ninth hell, he had fought hard to resist those impulses. It seems my appearance wasn't enough. He had hoped that seeing Zhang Yu would be enough to shake off Shishun's temptations. But apparently the stimulation wasn't strong enough. If Shixin continued living as a demon, he had already used Satan's secret art, thus clearing the suspicion regarding the authority of obedience. Shixin would live on as a demon. Maybe it would help with the power too. Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. No. Sihun's power source was not magic. It would be like putting gasoline into a diesel engine. He didn't know what side effects it could cause. In the worst case, Sihun could die. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. He couldn't let that happen. Then, it was time to use his trump card. He smiled. This would work. He was sure of it. He looked at the desperately trembling Sihun. Ahem. He cleared his throat. He closed his eyes, briefly getting into the mood. A brother turned into a demon. A companion corrupted by a demon's deception. Friendship and love blooming in despair. The setting was important. Zhang Yu slowly spoke. He extended both hands and grabbed Si-hun's shoulders. Si-hun, get a grip. Si-hun. He spoke with a voice so desperate even he was surprised. The atmosphere was set. All right. Activate almighty subordination. As he spoke, he heard the notification message. Black energy flowed from Zhang Yu's hands into Si-hun's body. Brother. You. Get a grip. Damn it. I'm sorry. Brother. Si-hun's body was trembling. Ah. At that moment, Si-hun opened his eyes wide. A mysterious surge of impulse rose in his heart. He quickly turned his head. He. Can you feel it? That is the power Lord Satan planted within you. Yog Saren crossed his arms, watching everything, and spoke. Shi Shun's face turned desperate. No. Desire for destruction. Hatred. Madness. Shi Shun's hands moved uncontrollably. No. He used all his strength to hold back his arms. But it wasn't enough. The seed planted by Satan had taken root and sprouted inside him. A terrifying killing impulse targeted Zhang Yu. What's wrong? Bro. Be careful. Stab. Ah. The sword in his hand pierced Zhang Yu's abdomen. Shi Shun's eyes widened. His mouth opened wide. He could feel his hands drenched in blood. The cold feeling of killing. But blood gushed from Zhang Yu's mouth. Zhang Yu looked down in disbelief at the sword stabbed into his abdomen. Bro. I'm sorry. Tears flowed from Shi Shun's eyes. He wished everything in front of him was just a nightmare. But the warmth of the blood on his hands told him it was real. What have I? He felt like he was going insane. No. Maybe he was already insane. Just as he was about to lose his mind, Zhang Yu suddenly hugged him tightly. Bro. But. Get a hold of yourself. You idiot. His voice was so weak it seemed like he could die at any moment. I don't know what's wrong with you. Brother. Don't say anything. Blood. Si-hun cried out. But Zhang Yu ignored him. He didn't let go. You can do it. You can overcome it. Zhang Yu smiled at him. Si-hun covered his face with both hands. Thank you for staying as my brother. Ah. Si-hun's body trembled. Trauma. The trauma carved into his soul. I'm sorry. For being born. Those words had weighed on him all his life. He wanted to deny them. Those words were a nightmare and a curse. He lived just to deny them. Tears flowed from his eyes. All this time, he had desperately wanted to hear words of recognition and gratitude from someone close. Ah. He could do it. The seeds Satan planted in him. The demonic power filling his body. He could throw them all away. The craving devoured him. But he ignored it. The desire for power invaded his mind. But he ignored it. I am. His vision turned pitch black. He tore through the unseen darkness. The darkness disappeared, replaced by blue light. Si-hun's body was surrounded by intense blue light. Here we go. Fairy Tale with the 5 Divine Celestial Emperor has reached 51.2%. All transformation conditions have been fulfilled. Starting body restructuring. You have learned a unique skill. Sword control. Rumble. The ground trembled. As the blue light enveloped Shixin, Zhang Yu collapsed to the ground. Zhang Yu slightly opened his eyes and saw Shixin smiling faintly at the corner of his lips. Shit. Yeah. Just like that. He remembered the last thing he said. Thank you for staying to be my brother. Damn. Zhang Yu trembled all over from the emotion upon hearing those words. Just thinking about it made him shiver all over. I'm so damn cool. That's why everyone likes him. Chapter 200. A hero born from despair. 5. Shixin. You. Are you really Shixin? Zhang Yu's eyes flickered. Like he had woken up from a nightmare. No. That couldn't be Shixin. Zhang Yu trembled all over. Grabbing his hair, shaking his head. Desperately denying reality. The demon in front of him couldn't possibly be Jin Shixin. Jin. Mr. Jin. Shut up. How dare you impersonate Shixin in front of me? He shouted furiously. He extended his right hand. And drew the shining golden sword Derlane. A powerful sand-like aura rose from him. He glared angrily at Shixin and Yog Saren. Where is he? Boom. He stomped on the ground. Golden light scattered everywhere. Where is Shixin? You bastards. He shouted frantically. As if trying to erase the worst outcome before him. And deny the reality in front of him. Yog Saren held his stomach and burst out laughing. The corners of his mouth lifted into a grin. As if he found the situation hilarious. He looked at Zhang Yu, mouth agape. Your brother is right in front of you. And yet you can't recognize him. You. What are you saying? Your brother is right there. Human. Yog Saren pointed at Sihun. That demon is Sihun. Nonsense. Zhang Yu shouted. But deep down, he knew instinctively it was Sihun. He could sense the demon's aura in the air. And the way the demon looked at him. Brother. You. No. Zhang Yu denied it. Shaking his head with a pale face. He didn't want to believe this nightmare. Hey. Why? How? I'm sorry. Sihun lowered his head. He had already fallen into demonhood. He had succumbed to Satan's plot. He had hit rock bottom. He felt his heart burning. Showing this form to Zhang Yu. Sihun looked down at his own body. Now. It's not too late yet. He could still return. He could still make things right. Even Zhang Yu once had a demon's body before becoming Tyrion's apostle. Just like Zhang Yu. Sihun had to give up. The demonic energy that was corrupting him. Ah. The burning thirst spread throughout his body. He felt as if sharp metal was slicing his throat. His body trembled. As if it was about to dry out. I must. Give it up. He must give it up. He had to dispel the darkness surrounding him. It wasn't difficult. All he had to do was let go, like releasing a rope. It was simple. It was easy. But Shixin struggled painfully. The intense desire and overwhelming craving brought by the demonic body controlled him. Trying to rid himself of the magic was like a drug addict trying to spit out drugs stuck on his tongue. That kind of pain was like, under the scorching sun, watching helplessly as you die of dehydration, while seeing a glass of water being poured out. No. It was even more painful than that. Most people who accepted magic lost their sanity. And became beasts. There was a reason for it. And the magic Shixin accepted was the magic of the Demon King. The desires brought by the demonic body were corroding him like a curse. Shixin. Zhang Yu anxiously reached out to him. Shixin began to convulse. He clawed at his cheeks, tearing at the flesh. Black blood streamed down his face. His body writhed. He grabbed his hair. Crack. His fingers pierced into his head. Tearing open his scalp. He screamed. Crack. He raised his sword and smashed it onto his arm. Desperately swinging the sword to rid himself of his desires. Blood splattered everywhere. His bones were clearly visible. But it only lasted a moment. As if time had reversed. The wounds regenerated almost instantly. Only the pain remained. Get away from me. He didn't stop. Tears fell from his eyes. If this continued, he would become Satan's puppet. He would eventually kill the woman he loved. And break the bracelet of the brother he admired. No. Zhang Yu was far stronger than him. So it would be the opposite. Either way, it didn't matter. Whether Zhang Yu killed him. Or he killed Zhang Yu. The result would be catastrophic. Only despair would remain. Nothing else. I must free myself. He had to escape Satan's plot. And his own terrifying desires. He swung his sword harder. Hoping the pain would wash away. This shocking craving. Sihun. Zhang Yu walked up to him. He grabbed the sword and shouted. Stop! You lunatic! Brother! You can tell me. What happened later? First. You must calm down. I can't. Sihun shook his head. He could feel the demonic energy further changing his body. If he gave up, unable to expel the power, it would mean his fall. He would completely become a demon. A puppet of Satan. I must do it now. Do what now? I can still go back. Now. It's not too late, he said in despair. It's still not too late. Not yet. He grabbed his sword and unconsciously swung it at his arm again. The sharp blade cut through his muscle and bone. An intense pain spread throughout his body. The thirst was driven away. He began to release his magic power. Crack. Crack. The goat horns on his forehead were retracted into his body. The bat wings shrank smaller. Goo! Ah! The more he released his magic power, the stronger the thirst became. His consciousness was fading. It felt like the magic devouring his body was speaking to him. Are you really going to abandon me? The demon whispered sweetly. He saw a red demon mask staring and smiling at him. Shut up. He knew it was an illusion. The Satan he saw and heard was fake. It was just a nightmare created by his intense craving. But even knowing it was fake, it was hard to resist the temptation. Crack. The goat horns slowly grew back on his forehead. His vision twisted. Engulfed by darkness. Zhang Yu looked down at Shixin. It wasn't hard to guess what Shixin was going through. When he had fallen into the ninth hell back then, he had fought hard to resist those impulses. It seems my appearance wasn't enough. He had hoped that seeing Zhang Yu would shake off Shixun's temptations. But apparently the stimulation wasn't strong enough. If Shixin continued living as a demon, he had already used Satan's secret art, thus clearing suspicions regarding the authority of obedience. Living as a demon might even help Shixin become stronger. Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. No. Shixun's true source of strength wasn't magic. It would be like putting gasoline into a diesel engine. Who knew what side effects it would cause? In the worst case, Shixin would die. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. He couldn't let that happen. Then, it was time to use his trump card. The corners of his mouth lifted. This move would work. He was sure of it. He looked at the despairing, trembling Sihun. Ahem. He cleared his throat. He closed his eyes and briefly got into the mood. A brother turning into a demon. A companion falling after being deceived by a demon. Friendship and love blooming amidst despair, the setting was important. Zhang Yu slowly spoke. He reached out both hands and grabbed Sihun's shoulders. Sihun. Stay strong. Sihun. He spoke with a voice so desperate it even surprised himself. The atmosphere was set. All right. Activate almighty subordination. As he spoke, he heard the notification sound. Black energy flowed from Zhang Yu's hands into Sihun's body. Brother. Nim. Stay strong. Damn it. I'm sorry. Brother. Sihun's body was trembling. Ah. At that moment, Sihun opened his eyes wide. A sudden surge of unknown impulse rose in his heart. He quickly turned his head away. He. Did you feel it? That's the power of the seed Lord Satan planted inside you. Yog Saren crossed his arms, watching everything, and spoke. Sihun's expression turned hopeless. No. The desire for destruction. Resentment. Madness. Sihun's hands moved on their own. No. He tried his best to hold his arms down. But it wasn't enough. The seed Satan planted had taken root and sprouted inside him. A terrifying urge to kill was directed at Zhang Yu. What's wrong? Bro. Be careful. Stab. The sword in his hand pierced Zhang Yu's abdomen. Shixun's eyes widened. His mouth gaped open. He could feel his hands drenched in blood. The cold feeling of bloodthirsty killing. Cough. Blood spurted from Zhang Yu's mouth. Zhang Yu looked down in disbelief at the sword stabbed into his abdomen. Bro. I'm sorry. Tears flowed from Shishun's eyes. He had hoped everything happening before him was just a nightmare. But the warmth of the blood on his hands told him it was real. What have I done? He felt like he was going insane. No. Maybe he was already insane. Just as he was about to lose his mind, Zhang Yu suddenly hugged him tightly. Bro. Ha. Cough. Pull yourself together. You idiot. His voice was weak. As if he could die at any moment. I don't know what happened to you. To become like this. Yan Ning. Don't say anything more. Thank you. Shixin cried as he shouted. But Zhang Yu didn't listen to him. He didn't let go. You can do it. You can overcome it. Zhang Yu smiled at him. Shixin, he placed his hand on his cheek. Thank you for staying and becoming my brother. Ah. Shishun's body trembled. On the window. The trauma carved into his soul. I'm sorry. For being born. Those words had weighed on him all his life. He wanted to deny them. Those words were a nightmare and a curse. He lived just to deny them. Tears streamed from his eyes. All this time, he had desperately wanted to hear words of acknowledgement and gratitude. From someone close. He could do it. The seed Satan planted in him. And the demonic energy filling him. He could throw them all away. The craving devoured him. But he ignored it. The desire for power invaded his mind. But he ignored it. I see. His vision turned pitch black. He tore through the invisible darkness. The darkness disappeared, filled with blue light. Sihun's body was surrounded by intense blue light. Rain. Assimilation with the martial god Celestial Emperor has reached 51.2%. All metamorphosis conditions fulfilled. Body restructuring initiated. You have learned a unique skill. Swordsmanship. Rumble. The ground shook. As Sihun was engulfed in blue light. Zhang Yu fell to the ground. Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Sihun and saw him smiling faintly. Shit. Yeah. Just like that. He recalled the last thing he said. Thank you for staying as my brother. God. Hearing those words, Zhang Yu trembled with excitement. Just thinking about it made him shiver. I'm so damn cool. That's why everyone loves me. Chapter 201. Researcher of the Mathematics Tower 1. Chapter 201. Magic Tower Survivor 1. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed. Shishun's muscles convulsed as if dancing. A black liquid filled with filth oozed from his pores. Ah! Shixin breathed a sigh of relief. He felt a strange sensation. As if he had been reborn. Shixin didn't feel the intense pain often heard of during transformations. Instead, he felt refreshed. As if someone was scratching away an itch on his body. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. And took a deep breath. His lungs filled with forest air. His mind suddenly became clear. His body felt as light as a feather. Shixin reached for the sword stabbed into Zhang Yu's abdomen. A blue light shone upon the sword. The sword seemed to come alive. And smoothly pulled itself out. Zhang Yu collapsed. Brother. Shixin said. He gently extended both hands. Zhang Yu was enveloped by blue energy. As if a psychic was using telekinesis on him. Then Shixin slowly laid Zhang Yu on the ground. The blue energy covered Zhang Yu's wound. Surprisingly, not a drop of blood spilled from where the sword had been pulled out. I have to end this quickly. Shixin thought. He used the principles of sword control to stitch the wound together. But it was only a temporary measure. For Zhang Yu's wound to fully heal, Shixin needed to take him to the Guardian Sanctuary. Shixin wanted to return to Korea. And call Han Shuya. What's wrong? Seeing Yog Saren's shocked expression, Shixin turned and gripped his sword tightly. His hands no longer trembled. Yog Saren. He called the name with hatred. The demon before him was a subordinate of Satan. One Shixin despised the most. And the one he least wanted to coexist with. Yog Saren was the one who endangered Gaia. And made him stab Zhang Yu. I will kill him. Sihun made up his mind. There was no reason to let Yog Saren live. A strong killing intent rose within Sihun's heart. Yog Saren looked confused. Humans shouldn't be able to resist a demon's desire. Stop talking nonsense. You demon. Without hesitation, Sihun charged forward with his sword. Indeed. Just as Yog Saren said. The demon's desires were strong. Probably no drug could compare to them. But it was possible to overcome them. Sihun was the proof. He had fallen to the bottom. And barely climbed back up. But it was not impossible. I won't let you have your way. Sihun took a step forward. He thrust his sword. The sword left his hand. And moved freely through the air. Piercing forward again and again. As if it was his own body. Heavenly dragon flash. A burst of light exploded. Blue energy tore through space, rushing toward Yog Saren. How dare a mere human? The fierce battle continued. Completely different from when Sihun was pitifully subdued before. Sihun moved at extreme speeds. Leaving afterimages behind. Boom! Boom! He felt free. He could now do things he had never been able to do before. He could use swordsmanship without even holding the sword. This allowed him to perform incredible maneuvers. Oh! Damn it! As the battle continued, Yog Saren's power was gradually being overwhelmed by Sihun. His skin was torn. His green tentacles were severed. Yog Saren looked around anxiously. He pulled a black orb out of his pocket. Bastard. This won't be the last time you see me. He glared viciously at Shixin. Crack. Yog Saren crushed the black orb in his hand. A black rift appeared and swallowed him. You're not going anywhere. Shixin charged forward. Yog Saren waved his hand. And a massive army of undead rushed at Shixin. Boom. There were hundreds of undead. Even though he had just enhanced his power. He couldn't wipe out such a vast number of monsters in the blink of an eye. I don't care about them. Just as he was about to chase after Yog Saren disappearing into the rift. The undead rushed toward the unconscious Gaia and Zhang Yu. Damn it. Shixin couldn't sacrifice them just to chase the demon. He bit his lip, glaring fiercely at Yog Saren. Don't forget, human. Yog Saren and Shixin locked eyes. The ultimate victors will be us. Yog Saren spread his arms and shouted maniacally. Glory to Lord Satan. With that, he vanished into the rift. Shixin silently stared sharply at the rift. But soon turned away. He had no time to think about the escaped demon. Goo! Bro! Brother Zhang Yu. Shixin. As Zhang Yu regained consciousness. Shixin cried out while running over. He ran quickly. Zhang Yu gave a faint smile. And said while looking at Shixin. I knew you could do it. Brother. Don't get up yet. Your wound. Are you worrying about me? Even after I hurt your arm with my blood? Bro. As long as I don't die immediately, it's fine. Zhang Yu gave a bitter smile. And healed the wound. The wound disappeared. But it seemed the physical trauma still lingered. He staggered as he tried to stand up. Brother. I'm fine. But more importantly, what happened? Why did you turn into a demon? Well. Sihun hesitated. Thinking for a moment. Then told Zhang Yu what Yog Saren had said. The seed. Zhang Yu muttered. I'm sorry. Because of me. It's okay. Zhang Yu shook his head. But. I think we should keep this a secret. Okay. Don't worry so much. Zhang Yu gently patted his shoulder. And grabbed Sihun's hand that was holding the sword. No matter what. You overcame it with your own will. If you did it once. I believe. You can do it a second time. It's not that easy. I believe in you. Sihun. Brother. Sihun's eyes filled with tears. He was afraid he might one day kill someone important to him. In the midst of that fear, Zhang Yu's words were like rain after a long drought. Brother, don't hug me. Zhang Yu pushed away the tearfully emotional Sihun. Sihun looked like an abandoned puppy. Don't look so sad, brother. Sihun, why do you always aim for the heroine? I feel like the one you should be hugging now isn't me. Ah. Yeah. Sihun. The faintly conscious Gaia called out and carefully sat up. He looked around in confusion, not seeming to act. Gaia. Guardian Kim Shiksen. I mean, what about that demon? Good job, sis-in-law. Fortunately, he seemed to remember his role. And spoke with a trembling voice. Shiksen helped Gaia stand up. Zhang Yu smiled as he watched them. Thus, heroes bloom in despair. The demon escaped. And the weak heroine was saved. This is what a novel should be. Good, good, good. A week had passed since that incident. Zhang Yu and Flame Demon trained together, practicing the use of flame omnipotence. After a day of training, the Flame Demon said, I have to say, that human is really impressive. Zhang Yu nodded. It wasn't hard to guess who the Flame Demon meant. If he wasn't impressive, I wouldn't have gone through so much. King, your insight is truly remarkable. To be honest, I didn't expect that human to become so strong halfway through the plan. The Flame Demon recalled the fierce battle he had with Shiksen and shuddered. Zhang Yu sneered. Do you think he can catch up to you? Hey! Even if he has a god's soul inside him, I, the Flame Demon, am not so weak as to lose to a mere human boy. The Flame Demon answered without hesitation. Zhang Yu nodded. Back then the Flame Demon wasn't in top form. He had no main weapon, the whip, and was entangled by troublesome creatures. Still. Now, Shiksen was truly strong enough to easily subdue most demon lords. Kings even. Zhang Yu smiled. Shiksen now could probably easily handle Halphas, Malphas, and Phoenix, those little guys. I'm proud of you, kid. Zhang Yu's smile turned into a proud one. Sihun had become strong enough to avoid Zhang Yu's attacks and rank among the top 5 commanders under the Demon King. A loyal servant will not betray you, Zhang Yu thought. His heartfelt effort was worth it. But there was still a long way to go. As for Sihun's growth speed, he had no complaints. However, he did have opinions about the average level of Earth players. I don't expect them to be as strong as Sihun. But it would be nice if there were more strong players. The power gap between demons and humans is too big. It's not even funny. Frankly. If not for Zhang Yu and the other elite guardians being here, a single Hell Prince could easily destroy Earth. However, he did have to admit something. Players had only existed for 6 years. For humanity to grow strong enough in 6 years to defeat monsters was already a miracle. I can only bet on the future now. He could only hope players would grow even stronger in future battles. Flame Demon. Break time is over. Now, Zhang Yu needed to get used to using Mammon's omnipotence. Moreover, he had to try merging it with other omnipotences. Zhang Yu had never attempted to merge the prince-level omnipotence with anything else before. There were no precedents, and it hadn't happened to anyone else. Only someone as abnormal as Zhang Yu could even attempt it. But for now, it was impossible. He still couldn't properly control the flame omnipotence. Thus, merging it with other omnipotences was out of the question. Merging one omnipotence with another would exponentially increase the difficulty. It was something no one had ever achieved before. So he had to be very careful. But one day, Zhang Yu raised his hand. A small flame danced in his palm. He still hadn't reached Mammon's level of flame control. Even so, he was confident that with time, he would be able to do it. Just like he had always done before. That's how it was in hell too. But you never rest, my king. No one can go without resting. Some people just can't afford to rest. Zhang Yu was one of them. He actually really wanted to go on a date with Shueya. Watch TV with Echidona. And hang out with Che Yenju. Ah. I want to take a break. Just thinking about it made him crave it even more. After learning the authority of Mammon, he had to spend 20 hours a day to control it. No. Even more. Zhang Yu used the authority of focus, reducing his perception of time passing. So, by his feeling, he had spent far more time on the authority of Mammon than it seemed. His lifelong goal was to become a rich drifter. So it was hard to resist the temptation to rest. Damn it. Let me fucking rest. Before returning to Earth, he had thought he would live a leisurely life once he got back. However, he ended up having to fight for the world. Zhang Yu began to grow irritated. I really should take a day to reset. Oh my god. Do you need a break? My king? He heard a voice from behind. Zhang Yu turned around and found Lilith smiling sweetly at him. No. He answered without hesitation and said softly, we don't have time to rest. Oh dear. Oh dear. Here you go again. Zhang Yu's attempt to dodge wasn't very effective. Lilith slowly hugged him. Speaking of which, since I came to this world, we haven't spent much time together. He said. I'm fine. He. I understand your exhaustion. You must miss the nights we spent together. I'm sorry. I'll never want to rest again. I'll work like a dog. Without a single day off. Zhang Yu looked at Lilith in despair. Maybe the despair in his eyes moved her. Lilith sighed and said, what I want most is to spend a passionate night with my king. But today seems... Oh. What? Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled at the unexpected answer. Did something happen? There's something. I have to report to you. Lilith said calmly. A survivor from the battlefield between Lucifer and the cultists is seeking refuge with the Guardians. A cultist? No. He said he was enslaved by the cultists. Then what is he? Zhang Yu asked curiously. He said he's a mage from the magic tower. A survivor from the battlefield between Lucifer and the cultists, seeking refuge with the Guardians. A cultist? No. He said he was enslaved by the cultists. Then what is he? Zhang Yu asked curiously. He said he's a mage from the magic tower. A survivor from the battlefield between Lucifer and the cultists, seeking refuge with the Guardians. A cultist? No. He said he was enslaved by the cultists. Then what is he? Zhang Yu asked curiously. He said he's a mage from the magic tower. Zhang Yu had never heard of such an organization. But for some reason, it felt familiar. As if the author thought it was a waste for a fantasy novel to not have a magic tower. So they forcibly inserted this organization into the story. More accurately, it should be called the Tower of Truth. Lilith said. Tower of Truth. He scratched his chin, thinking the name didn't matter. Where is this guild from? It's a fairly large guild based in Europe. And apparently, it has quite a bit of history. But this Tower of Truth was founded by a so-called influencer. That influencer talked about it as being a fairly large guild. And apparently, it has a long history. Long history? Zhang Yu asked, tilting his head. Players have only appeared on Earth for 6 years. How could it have such a long history? Wait. He narrowed his eyes, remembering Tian Wuchen and Zhuge Xian. They seemed to have been using martial arts even before players appeared. Although most of Wuchen's knowledge had been lost over time, he still knew the martial arts of the Heavenly Emperor Wuchen, which meant the Tower of Truth might have existed even before the Day of Calamity. Just like martial arts existed before the Day of Calamity. It's possible the people of the Tower of Truth also had supernatural powers beyond science. It's not impossible. After all, the demon sect has thousands of years of history. Magic, sorcery, martial arts. The powers widely spread after the appearance of players already existed before the Day of Calamity. Then, where is he now? Zhang Yu asked. We got Gaia's permission and imprisoned him inside the Guardian Hall. Vision is monitoring him. Zhang Yu nodded. No matter which organization he came from, They couldn't trust his claim of not being part of the demon sect right away. Zhang Yu nodded again. Immediately, look for an excuse. Say. The demon sect had previously analyzed. Are you leaving now? There's no better way than talking to him in person. Let me lead the way. It's fine. I've been to the Guardian Hall countless times. Zhang Yu smiled. And opened a portal leading there. Come to think of it, it's so convenient. He could go to the Guardian Hall. Anytime, anywhere. Not only that. He could also use the Guardian Hall to travel to any Guardian branch in the world. In terms of convenience, it was top-notch. Passing through the portal, he saw a familiar white corridor. Brother Jin Shixin, guarding the entrance, greeted him. Zhang Yu nodded and walked into the room. Inside, he saw an old man bound by magic. The man had messy white hair and a gray beard. He looked like an ordinary old wizard from a movie about rings. Zhang Yu moved a chair over and sat down in front of him. Nice to meet you. You are? I'm Zhang Yu. I'm a member of the Guardians. I'm here to ask you a few questions. The old man twisted his body, seeming uncomfortable with the magical restraints. Zhang Yu smiled and said, I hope you understand. Even if the restraints are a bit uncomfortable. Ah, yes. Of course. The old man shrank back in surprise and lowered his head. He spoke cautiously. My name is Khadgar. I'm a mage of the Tower of Truth. I've never heard of it. The existence of the magic tower is not known to the public, he said proudly. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes and said, I heard you were enslaved by the cult. Can you tell me more about it? That's true. Those filthy demons treated us like slaves. HMPH. As he spoke, he seemed emotionally agitated. The old man frowned, biting his lips. Zhang Yu could feel the old man's despair. His eyes were glistening with tears. He didn't seem to be lying. A voice full of sincerity. And the tears of a victim couldn't be considered evidence. But at least it didn't seem fake. Huff huff. Khadgar calmed down and said, The mages of our magic tower have been researching magic for a long time in pursuit of the truth. I heard you were already using magic before the players appeared. That's right, he said confidently. You could say it was a small reward for our pursuit of the world's truth. We were able to create miracles. To a certain extent. I see. While we were conducting research, we were ambushed by the cult. They enslaved us and stole our magic. When exactly did this happen? It was about a year ago. Khadgar's eyes became moist, as if recalling a terrible nightmare. A year ago. After hearing this, Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. Didn't the mages of your magic tower have any magic for combat? No. We do. We possess powerful magic passed down through generations. However, Khadgar lowered his eyes. We are no match for demons. That sounds reasonable to me. Demons and humans. The gap in power between the two races is obvious. Of course, there are exceptions. Like Shixin. They can kill demons before they can even resist. But fundamentally, demons are much stronger than humans. You said they extorted your magic. What exactly did they do? We were forced to create the magical items they needed. They were small black gems, about the size of a fingernail. We were also forced to create very strange wooden equipment. Oh. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. Demon crystals and rift seeds. He had figured out how they mass-produced these things. We were also forced to enchant a huge number of weapons and equipment. We were nothing but slaves in a blood and sweat factory. The old man clenched his fists in anger. Those damned demons. Magic is not meant to be used as a worthless tool. Please calm down. How did you escape? Our factory was attacked by unknown demons. There might have been some kind of infighting among them. I took the opportunity to escape. He took advantage of the chaos caused by the battle between the demon cult and Lucifer's subordinates to make his escape. Khadgar bowed deeply to Zhang Yu. Please. Many of my companions are still imprisoned by the demon cult. They are still being extorted by those wicked demons. Please. 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 Save them. Of course I will. Zhang Yu replied without hesitation. Smiling. The Magic Tower. The Magic Tower. A mage organization that has long been pursuing the truth of the world. Well, they didn't seem particularly sympathetic. Hearing about their predicament, he almost felt sorry for them. But on second thought, it seemed unnecessary. If they were attacked a year ago, that means the Magic Tower had been peaceful before that. No one even knew they existed. Which means, roughly speaking, on the day of catastrophe, when humanity was on the verge of destruction, they did nothing. They already had the power to fight monsters before players appeared. But they just stood by and watched. They didn't protect or save anyone. To them, only the pursuit of truth mattered. I mean, just because you have power doesn't mean you're obligated to save others. But at least, things were not as Khadgar imagined. Those kind-hearted people who did nothing wrong were unjustly exploited. Those who did nothing, when others needed help, were now the ones begging for it. Seeing those unwilling to help others now begging for help was truly laughable. Well, it didn't really matter to him. Zhang Yu didn't care whether they were good people or not. What mattered was their value. Whether they were useful. They could enchant equipment. Not only could they enhance various gear, but if properly utilized, they could also craft various magical weapons and scrolls. Not bad at all. Recently, he had been a bit disappointed with the average player quality. If enhancing equipment attributes could boost players' overall strength, then it would be worth it. I can make use of them. A smile appeared on his face. All right. Khadgar cheered excitedly in his heart. He felt that he had finally grasped a sliver of hope in his despair. I knew coming here was the right choice. The Guardians. An organization made up of weaklings willing to sacrifice for humanity. He had only heard of them in rumors. But he hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. He could hardly believe there were really such people on Earth. He struggled to suppress his incredulous laughter. He didn't care about the trivial matters of the human world. Monster invasions? Wars against the demon cult? Things unrelated to the pursuit of truth? He simply couldn't understand. Pathetic. Pitiful fools. They had no idea what truly mattered. They couldn't comprehend the true meaning of the day of catastrophe. The humans living on Earth now could never touch the core of truth. They hadn't even tried to reach for it. They made no effort to understand the meaning behind the appearance of gates and players. I'm sure of it. They will never understand why Earth is so special. Earth is different from other planets. This world. Do you know where your companions are being held? Ah. Of course. Khadgar answered quickly. He knew where his companions were being held. No. To be precise, he knew where the research materials of the Tower of Truth were kept. Comrades? For a mage, that word was completely foreign. Khadgar held back his laughter. He didn't care about his so-called comrades. They could either continue to be enslaved by the demon cult, or die. The Tower's research materials. That was all he needed. This must happen right when I am about to obtain the knowledge of goddess Hecate. Hecate, the goddess of magic. And one of the titans from ancient myths. Just when he was about to grasp even a fragment of her knowledge, the demon cult invaded the Tower of Truth. Huff huff. Just thinking about everything I suffered because of them. He recalled the days when he was a slave. Magic should not be used for such trivial matters. Magic is sacred knowledge. It should only be used to seek the truth. It should not be wasted on petty spells or making magical tools. But now, it's all over. Khadgar's eyes sparkled. He had heard rumors about the Guardians. This organization was strong enough to defeat a massive branch of the demon cult in Tibet. They could be considered humanity's last bastion. Finally. I've escaped the demons. He clenched his fists. Alert alert. Chapter 203. Welcome to the Joseon Palace. Stranger. 1. Chapter 203. Welcome to the Joseon Palace. Stranger. 1. Is it there? Zhang Yu asked. Yes. Khadgar replied. They were at an S-rank gate located in Western Europe. Unlike the gates in Korea, this gate was unmanaged. Thus, it was surrounded by monsters. The factory was located inside the gate. Inside the gate? Khadgar nodded. Zhang Yu gazed curiously at the S-rank gate. It was his first time seeing a demon cult branch located inside a gate. Shixin. Let's kill the nearby monsters first. Before entering the gate. Yes, brother. Brother. The Serious Legion directly commanded by Shixin also joined the operation. It had around 300 members. All strong players from the Guardians. Han Shuya. Zhang Taishu. Che Yanzhu. Bai Hua Yan. Most of the people Zhang Yu knows are in this unit. The Serious Legion is also among the Chaotic Guardians. The only special force that operates like a regular legion when it was formed. But I don't understand why it's called the Serious Legion. It's like an author was too lazy to come up with a decent name and just picked a random word. The name was chosen by Shi Shuan. It seems to have no particular meaning. Sounds cool, doesn't it? Zhang Yu recalls the proud look on Shi Shuan's face when he wore the Legion's badge on his shoulder. He has a childish side. He seems to like childish names too. Even though he's already 25 or 26. Sometimes he acts like a boy just entering puberty. Though I don't dislike it. If it were Leonard or Alec or Osborne doing this, Zhang Yu would find it disgusting. But since it's Shi Shuan, it's kind of cute. That's a double standard, isn't it? Zhang Yu is aware of his own double standards. But he doesn't care. No one is free of them. Almost no one in the world sticks to a single belief. Or has unchanging convictions. They'd be seen as soulless. Or uninspired. I think. Children are always cute in their parents' eyes. He watches Shi Shuan commanding the Serious Legion. With a slightly awkward tone. Katahia approaches Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu smiles like a proud father. Sorry. Oh, really? As I said before. Please collect the research materials stored in the branch as well. He looks at Zhang Yu with unease. Seemingly genuinely worried about those research materials. No. Zhang Yu can tell. He values those research materials more than rescuing his comrades. Zhang Yu gives a friendly smile. Of course. I'll notify the Legion to ensure their safety. Haha, thanks. Khadgar bowed respectfully. Why do you care so much about these research materials? What? Ah. Ha. It's nothing. You could say they help us in seeking the truth. Oh. We still haven't made much progress. After all, truth is more complicated than anything else. And more abstract. He laughed awkwardly, avoiding Zhang Yu's gaze. Zhang Yu looked at Khadgar incredulously and laughed. His acting was terrible. Maybe because Khadgar had spent his whole life locked away researching magic. Forget acting. Khadgar could barely even carry a normal conversation. His acting was truly awful. Zhang Yu wondered if pretending to be fooled would be even more dangerous. Materials for seeking truth? Of course he was curious. But that was it. He could never truly understand him. It was like someone bad at math. Trying to read a book full of complex formulas. Zhang Yu had little knowledge of magic. It would be impossible to understand research materials just by looking at them. Maybe Amon could? No one in the Demon King's army could match Amon's knowledge of magic. He thought about it. Then shook his head. I don't need it. Zhang Yu already knew the truth. Khadgar was wrong. Truth was never complex and abstract. The simplest explanation was often the correct one. Lord Zhang Yu. Shall we continue the plan? He heard Lilith's voice. He didn't answer. He simply nodded. That was enough. May your will be fulfilled. My king. He heard a mischievous giggle. He ignored it. And turned to look at Katahia. After we clear the monster area, we'll infiltrate the branch. Katahia, I'll leave it to you and the main force to take them to the place where the mages are held. Oh. Take them there. The path isn't that complicated. We need your cooperation to complete the operation quickly. Katahia bit his lip and nodded. Clearly, he didn't want to do this. But that didn't matter. He had no reason to refuse. In a deal, the key is who's more desperate. Zhang Yu is the one holding all the power. So there's no need to plead. Just a gentle push. And Katahia can't refuse. Let's begin. Zhang Yu gives a short signal. The operation has started. 300 Serious Legion members cleared the monsters around the gate. Then, led by Shi Shuan, they followed Katahia through the gate. Zhang Yu heard screams and the sound of clashing swords. He also sensed magical energy. He caught a faint smell of blood. Using his observer's privilege, he glanced inside. He didn't take action. Because he didn't need to. I trained an army for a reason. So I don't have to exert myself in every trivial battle. Rather, my participation would be a burden. Experience points are crucial for a player's growth. The experience points players gain would decrease. No, they'd get none at all. So be it. Zhang Yu looks around. He's not going to just stand around because he's not fighting. He has other things to do. Zhang Yu slowly walked elsewhere. The brief battle between the Serious Legion and the demon cult ended. The Serious Legion won with overwhelming force. Perhaps because this factory was a very important facility for the demon cult. The resistance was quite fierce. However, the demon cult was no match for the Serious Legion, a force composed entirely of elite guardians. The commander of the Serious Legion, Shixin, stood out especially. He effortlessly wiped out all the demons guarding the place. Although the members of the Serious Legion knew of Shishun's abilities, they still couldn't help but gape in awe. Even the demons from the 7th and 8th layers of hell were slaughtered so easily that it was almost pitiful. And it wasn't just Shixin. Yan Zhu, commanding from the center, launched astonishing assaults by relying on a solid vanguard. Meanwhile, Shueya supported the front line with powerful healing magic and buffs. With their support, Shixin was able to dominate the battlefield even more, securing victory in an instant. Khadgar. Are you safe? The mages of the magic tower had been forced to manufacture magical tools like machines. About 30 mages, upon seeing Khadgar, smiled brightly. Their bodies were emaciated from malnutrition, and their legs were shackled with heavy chains. Laughing. I knew this day would come. We've finally been freed from those damned demons. With the help of the Serious Legion, the rescued mages hugged each other and wept. But that only lasted a short time. Soon, everyone's attention turned to Khadgar. We're grateful you saved us. But you haven't forgotten that matter, right? Ha ha ha. Khadgar laughed. They were true mages at heart. It was obvious what they were referring to. He said, of course. For mages, research materials were more important than their own lives. They had spent nearly 1,000 years searching for clues to the truth. The research materials stolen by the demon cult contained this clue. Everyone, follow me. Katahia said. The Serious Legion freed the mages. And they followed Katahia. Katahia activated the tracking magic on the research materials. Huh? The tracking magic didn't activate. Katahia frantically looked around. Zhang Yu walked toward him. What's wrong? Katahia? Ah. Zhang Yu. Do you know where the research materials I mentioned are? Ah. Zhang Yu sighed. He led them to a certain place. He brought them to a room where everything had been reduced to ashes. This is. When I got here, everything had already been burned. The research materials were destroyed. That's impossible. The Hekatui book is a collection of knowledge about the truth. protected by powerful magic. Let alone fire. Even if submerged in lava, it would still survive. Unless someone possesses demonic authority, it's impossible to destroy the Hekatui book. Katahia rushed to the pile of ashes and started rummaging through it. There, he found the Hekatui book, more than half of it reduced to ashes. Ah! Oh no! He cried out in despair. He clumsily flipped through the Hekatui book. This is definitely the original. If it were a copy, he would have noticed. No. The Hekatui book isn't just a written record. It's designed with ever-changing codes and patterns, making it impossible to replicate. If it was stolen, they could use tracking magic to locate it. But now, that's meaningless. The Book of Hecate had been burned to ashes. Damn it. Damn it. What the hell are you doing? How could it end up like this? Khadgar furiously grabbed Zhang Yu by the collar, spitting as he shouted. You useless bastards! Do you even know how important the truths contained in that book were? Khadgar, calm down. Zhang Yu grabbed Khadgar's shoulders, trying to steady him. He lowered his head and said regretfully, I'm sorry we failed to protect your valuable materials. I'm sorry. I suggest that Korea support your research, so you can reconstruct the materials. How about it? Support our research? Yes. Even if the documents are gone. Isn't the knowledge inside your heads what matters most? With enough support, recreating the book should be possible. It should be. Khadgar's eyes sparkled, as if he hadn't just been cursing at Zhang Yu. He quickly composed himself and spoke seriously. But this kind of research will require a lot of money. You don't have to worry about that, Zhang Yu said with a smile. As long as you can offer some help, we'll provide you with enough support. What kind of help? Please provide us with some of the magical items you've created before. Don't worry. It's nothing like what you went through here. The working hours will be the same as Korean companies. Zhang Yu noticed the mage's hesitation. But they didn't need to think for long. The magic tower had been destroyed by the demon cult, and the Book of Hecate had been reduced to ashes. Honestly, it was thanks to the Guardians that they were saved. Khadgar couldn't even demand compensation. And given their current situation, it was hard for the mages to refuse such support. I understand. The 30 mages nodded. Zhang Yu smiled. Then let's head to Korea immediately. Oh. But the initial funding might be an issue. What do you mean? It's a bit difficult for me to personally fund your research. After confirming the value of the magical items you produce, I'll need to submit a formal proposal. Hey. We don't just know enchantments. We can also create useful magic scrolls. I know. But headquarters approval for funding takes a long time. At the earliest, 6 months. At the latest, a year. That's way too late. They had finally acquired the knowledge of Hecate and escaped the clutches of the demons. They couldn't afford to waste any more time. Zhang Yu said with difficulty. Oh. There is a way to get the initial funding. Oh. What is it? A credit loan. Zhang Yu said with a smile. At the earliest, 6 months. At the latest, a year. That's way too late. They had finally acquired the knowledge of Hecate and escaped the clutches of the demons. They couldn't afford to waste any more time. Zhang Yu said with difficulty. Oh. There is a way to get the initial funding. Oh. What is it? A credit loan. Zhang Yu said with a smile. At the earliest, 6 months. At the latest, a year. That's way too late. They had finally acquired the knowledge of Hecate and escaped the clutches of the demons. They couldn't afford to waste any more time. Zhang Yu said with some difficulty. Oh. There is one way to get the initial funding. Oh. What is it? A credit loan. Zhang Yu said with a smile. Let me stand by your side. Even if my body is wounded. Credit loans. Khadgar tilted his head and looked at the other mages. It seemed that no one knew what it meant. Most of the mages' knowledge had been passed down through generations. So most of them had been locked up in the tower since childhood, spending all their time studying and researching. Therefore, it was impossible for them to know about things like credit loans. The mages exchanged confused glances. What's that? This is the first time I've heard of it. You? Same here. 30 mages. But not a single one knew what a loan was. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. He smiled. A credit loan is when money is lent to you based on your credibility. Borrowing money based on credibility? Yes. Zhang Yu said. The details are complicated. But that's the simplest explanation. They lend you money. And in return, they charge you interest. Oh. Just like a bank. Exactly. Zhang Yu nodded with a smile. A mage asked somewhat worriedly. But can we even borrow money? When it comes to our credibility. He was at a loss for words. Clearly, they were penniless. Had no place to stay. And no jobs. People in such a situation, like vagabonds, could never get a credit loan. Damn it. Those damned cultists. The mages clenched their fists helplessly. Before the day of disaster, the mage tower used to sell magical items to high society. After the players appeared, magic became much more widespread. But it wasn't always like this. In the past, they could make a good amount of money just by selling simple items with bulletproof enchantments. They lived off that. They've made a lot of money over the years, escaping financial hardship. However, the demon cult destroyed the magic tower, and all their accumulated wealth was taken. Don't worry. Zhang Yu, as if prepared, handed them a document, translated into their language, for easy reading. At the top, it read, Third-party financing, garlish and cash. Garlish and cash? What does third-party financing mean? The mages tilted their heads in confusion. Zhang Yu kindly explained. Third-party financing is like a circle in magic. It can secure more funds than first or second parties. Oh. The third circle isn't that high. Ah. I'm not saying it's exactly like magic. In terms of financing, the third party is the highest level. Zhang Yu said. Oh. I see. The mages nodded, then looked at each other. Though the guardians freed them from enslavement, they realized they hadn't properly thanked them. They awkwardly lowered their heads. Katahia stepped forward. Thank you for introducing us to the third-party financing group. Katahia said, sounding genuinely moved. He had initially only thought of using the guardians to gain freedom and continue researching the truth of the Hekatui book. Not only that, when he discovered the Hekatui book was burned, he acted very rudely, even as a mage unaccustomed to social norms. He knew grabbing the collar of his rescuer was impolite. And after going through all this, he began to tear up. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were bankrupt. But seeing Zhang Yu do his utmost to help them, he was deeply touched. Zhang Yu helped them so they could continue their research and secure the necessary funds. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were bankrupt. But seeing Zhang Yu do his utmost to help them, he was deeply touched. Zhang Yu helped them so they could resume their research and secure the funds needed for it. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were bankrupt. But seeing Zhang Yu do his utmost to help them, he was deeply touched. Zhang Yu helped them so they could resume their research and secure the funds needed for it. Katahia felt ashamed for thinking of the guardians as weak. Thank you so much, Katahia said, extending his hand. Not at all. Zhang Yu smiled and shook Katahia's hand. It was a warm exchange between people. A smile appeared on Katahia's face. Zhang Yu sighed and said, I should be the one apologizing. If I had more authority, I could get you the money you need right away. No, it's fine. I'm just glad we can borrow the money. Do you know how interest works? We have to pay back more than we borrowed. Right? Exactly. The simplest way is to see it as a reward for borrowing money. Zhang Yu sighed. Third-party financing, garlish and cash can let you borrow more than your credit allows. But there's a catch. A catch? Yeah. The interest is high. Ah. A brief silence. Katahia glanced at the other mages. Then spoke up. Still. The Guardian's research funding will come through later. Right? Yes. We'll get it once the funding is approved. Then there's no problem. However, if we don't pay the interest quickly, our credit will take a hit. Oh, well then. Zhang Yu smiled. You just need to slightly increase the production time of the magical items. In Korea, we call that overtime. I'll find a way to help you start making money from producing and selling magical items. Even before your research funding is approved. Wow! You're willing to go that far for us? They exclaimed in surprise. The mages nodded enthusiastically. The prices of the magical items they made, of course, couldn't compare to what they earned before the appearance of players. But magical items were still quite valuable. The mages were also very confident in the quality of the magical items they crafted. Some players could craft magical items too. But compared to the mages from the Mage Tower, who had been studying magic since birth, their products simply couldn't measure up. So what's the interest rate? Monthly interest of 24%. And every month it's compound interest. Compound interest? What does that mean? They asked in confusion. Zhang Yu smiled. It's not important. Just think of it as some form of interest. There was a brief silence. Can you give us a little time to think about it? Of course. Khadgar turned around. The 30 mages gathered for a meeting. Over 20% per month. Isn't that way too high? But considering our current situation, it's still our best option. Once we start selling magical items, we should be able to pay it back easily. I think so too. They nodded. Khadgar opened his mouth. Then, how about we do this? We'll work overtime making magical items until the funding is approved. Oh, I see. But if that's the case, there won't be enough time to remake the Book of Hecate, right? Yeah. Remaking the Book of Hecate is the top priority. The mages fell into deep thought. One of them clapped. Oh. Speaking of which, that Mr. Zhang Yu, didn't he say he wanted to respect the normal working hours of Korean companies? Yes. But we don't know how long that is. I've heard about corporate working hours before. You've heard of them? They looked at the mage in surprise. The mage who brought it up crossed his arms and nodded. Although it was in Germany, not Korea, they usually work 6 hours a day. With overtime, it's about 8 hours in total. That's not enough time for our research. But we'll have weekends. Ah. You're right. I didn't think of that. The mages nodded. If we can ensure 6 to 8 working hours a day, and have weekends off, then it's worth doing. At least better than what we've endured here. Ha ha. It's definitely better than being enslaved by demons. The mages reached a consensus. Khadgar stepped forward to represent them. We accept the proposal. You made the right decision. Zhang Yu said. Please sign these documents. Once we arrive in Korea, I'll borrow 300 billion won in your name as initial research funds. Before signing, Khadgar extended his hand to Zhang Yu. Thank you. I will never forget you. Ha ha. Zhang Yu laughed. Let's do our part for world peace. Zhang Yu shook his hand again. Time passed. A factory specializing in magical item production was established in Korea. The magical items made by the mages of the Mage Tower were quickly supplied to the Guardians. The mages crafted a variety of magical items, ranging from defensive artifacts to weapons enchanted with all kinds of magic. The players even received scrolls and potions for emergencies. The high-quality magical items made by the mages greatly boosted the overall strength of the Guardians. Then, Khadgar suddenly collapsed while crafting magical items. Khadgar! Are you alright? The other mages quickly rushed over. They looked even more exhausted than when they had been enslaved by demons. Khadgar, who collapsed from overwork, trembled as he stretched out his hand. I must earn more. If I don't. The interest. Khadgar. Hang in there. Shouts rang out. Click. The door opened. Zhang Yu walked in, illuminating the dark workshop. Is everyone all right? You bastard. Everyone glared at Zhang Yu furiously. Zhang Yu gave a bright smile. What's wrong? You signed the contract yourselves. I didn't force you. This is fraud. It's not fraud. I explained everything clearly beforehand. He laughed loudly. You bastard. Stomping feet. Khadgar, who had collapsed on the ground, suddenly sprang up. He charged at Zhang Yu like a madman. Stomping feet. Gritting teeth. He rushed in without using magic. The result was obvious. His neck was grabbed in a flash. He groaned in pain. Khadgar. Calm down. After your last attempt. Haven't you had enough fun yet? Courage. Fear appeared on Khadgar's face. The restoration of the Book of Hecate. The truth. He mumbled weakly. He felt the truth slipping away. Khadgar. You don't have to try so hard to seek the truth. The truth is always simpler than you think. Zhang Yu turned to the mages in the factory. The factory looked like a junkyard, emitting a pungent smell of rotting food. Everyone needs to eat. Unless you are a demon. You need food. Zhang Yu picked up a pack of instant noodles from the ground. To buy food. You need money. He smiled slightly. To earn money. You have to work. He patted Khadgar on the shoulder. What do you think, Khadgar? The truth is always simpler than you think. Don't you think so? You bastard. If you want to eat at least once a day, then work. Zhang Yu continued indifferently. No work, no food. You liar. How dare you make us work all day? And even do overtime. Even on weekends. You said our working hours would be like those of big companies. Zhang Yu heard them cursing at him. I didn't lie. He spread his arms. I promised. Your working hours would be the same as big companies in Korea. Yeah. Definitely. That's how they operate too. Of course. Since you're in so much debt. You work a little more than they do. But there's nothing we can do. Right? After all, this is the path you chose. A moment of silence. Oh. Right. I forgot to tell you something. You've been in Korea for several months now. And I'm only saying this now? How ridiculous. But. He smiled smugly. Welcome to Korea. Strangers. Welcome to the Palace of Korea. Welcome to Joseon. The Palace of Hell. Strangers. 1. This is a reference to King Sejong from Civilization 5. His Korean voice acting was so bad. It basically became a meme in Korea. Chapter 205. Child of Lucifer. 1. Chapter 205. Son of Lucifer. 1. Oh. Zhang Yu took a deep breath. His lungs filled with air. Demonic energy spread within him. He slowly closed his eyes. And focused. Flame omnipotence. He activated omnipotence. Awakening the soul of Mammon he had devoured deep within the abyss. A surge of blazing energy began spreading through the demonic energy mixed with his blood. He felt pain. As if it wasn't blood. But molten lava flowing through his veins. A powerful flame enveloped him. Golden light swirled around him. He slowly raised his right hand. He focused his mind on the key of the demon sea. The ring on his right middle finger. The black ring burned yellow. It seared. The smell of burnt skin and a faint smoke stung the air. He ignored him. Black blood flowed from where his skin was melting. He ignored him. He focused. He closed his eyes. He focused. The fist of flames rampaged inside his body. Zhang Yu struggled to suppress it. Trampling it down. Trying to control the uncontrollable flames. Mammon's soul struggled violently. As if screaming. It seemed to feel pain. Zhang Yu ignored the vengeful soul's screams. There was no room to care. He ignored the vengeful soul's screams. Another surge of demonic energy erupted from the 10,000 demon pill. Blade fist. Death. Rumbling. The ground beneath his feet melted, turning into a swamp. He slowly sank into the earth. Sweat poured down his forehead. An indescribable pain spread throughout his body. He felt nauseous. His consciousness began to blur. He wanted to give up. He felt a chill all over. He feared his body would completely melt. But, answer. He took a step forward and extended his right hand. The yellow flames around him flowed along his arm, gathering in his palm. He stuffed the heat into the ring. Courage. He groaned in pain. He couldn't feel his arm. No. The only thing he could feel was pain. His sweat evaporated. Ha! Ha! He gasped heavily. He knelt on one knee. His heart was burning unbearably. He couldn't remember anything. His consciousness was completely blurred. He moved his extended right hand, from index finger to middle finger to ring finger. Bit by bit. Even if it was just a millimeter, it was enough. He clenched the flames gathered in his hand. Die. The floor cracked open. Lava surged upward. A valley of death, even more terrifying than hell, spread out beneath his feet. He took the prince's authority and fused it with the authority of the sword, turning fire into might. The prince's authority merged with another ordinary authority. This had never been done by any demon, hell prince, or even gods themselves. A miracle was born. In his hand was a sword burning with golden flames. There was one last thing to do. He had to give this miraculous sword a name. He opened his mouth. The name was already decided. Hell. Sun. You have learned the skill. Hell Sun. Registered as a skill move. It can now be used more efficiently and precisely. You have completed a great feat of the 5 ancient ones. You have obtained a clue for the advancement quest. The path to becoming a demon god. What's going on? A message window appeared before his eyes. He frowned as he looked at it. The path to becoming a demon god has an advancement quest? The path to demon god likely refers to a stage like ultimate demon form. Or demon soul, perhaps. I haven't even completed that yet. I haven't even reached demon soul. No. He wasn't even sure if demon soul was actually the final stage of becoming a demon god. And yet he had somehow already received the advancement quest. Is this the Grim Reaper? Why are there so many foreshadowings? Ha! He sighed. He tried clicking on the advanced quest. If it's really as I suspect. Ryan. You do not have permission to view this quest. I fucking knew it. He frowned. He recalled an oath he made long ago. I'll twist the head of the bastard who made this damn thing into a question mark. Even crossword puzzles give hints. But this had no hints at all. Maybe the idiot who made it didn't know either. Zhang Yu couldn't help but think. Regardless of what those managing him thought, this message window was just thrown at him. And so, he clicked his tongue, then turned away, walking away from the very unfriendly message window. This advanced quest full of question marks looked like a failed puzzle book. It wasn't important for now. Let's see. He raised Hellfire, though he moved it slightly. The blade of Hellfire couldn't maintain its proper shape. It was soft. Part of it was evaporating. It was far from perfect. Even though it was registered as a skill, he couldn't fully control the fused skill yet. Its degree of perfection was questionable. However, he jumped up, gripping Hellfire tightly. He swung the sword towards the sky. This is the 8 o'clock news. A sudden earthquake occurred at the Grand Canyon in Arizona, USA. Lava eruptions similar to volcanic eruptions were detected. Scientists stated that this was definitely not a natural phenomenon. They claimed it must have been caused by magic. Members of the Guardians have been dispatched to investigate the matter. An evacuation order has been issued for Chenzhou, Arizona. We now connect to reporter Lee Hanhee on the scene. Reporter Lee Hanhee? Yes. I'm currently at the scene, the Grand Canyon. Lava is flowing through the canyon. And the entire area is filled with intense heat. How large is the abnormal zone? The lava has already spread across a 300-meter radius. The heat is overwhelming. I'm going to check how hot it really is. The reporter on screen began walking toward the flowing lava inside the canyon. A heart-wrenching scream was heard. Beep. The television was turned off. Silence. Things have escalated quite a bit. Master Zhang Yu. Lilith walked toward Zhang Yu, who was lying on the bed, sprawled out. Can you move? No. She shook her head. After using Hellfire, Zhang Yu had fallen into the same exhausted state as when he opened the gate of all demons. He couldn't even get out of bed. Lilith sat down on the bed. You really shouldn't use that omnipotence recklessly. Yeah. I honestly didn't expect it to be that powerful. She hadn't realized the destruction would be so intense. And the after-effects so severe. It felt like a massive weight was crushing down on him. How are things going with the Guardians? They're fine. The supply of magical tools is plentiful. And the player's average level is increasing. She nodded. These magical tools had been created after she and the mages of the Mage Tower signed a fair contract to adapt to the power brought by the new tools. The Guardians were both leveling up and retaking South America from the monsters, thanks to the equipment provided and the practical experience gained from hunting monsters. The Guardians were growing stronger day by day. Then I don't have to worry about that. Zhang Yu lay back down with a sigh of relief. How's the battle between Lucifer's forces and the cult going? The conflict between them was more important than the growth of the Guardians. She needed them to hurt each other as much as possible. Only then could she add fuel to the fire. They hadn't gone into full-scale war yet. She nodded. I don't know which side has the advantage between the demon cult and Lucifer's forces. To be honest, she didn't know who would have the upper hand. Currently, Lucifer's forces should have an overwhelming advantage. Setting everything else aside, Lucifer, the third strongest in hell, was among her forces. Her very presence should be enough to dominate. But I can't be sure. Because I don't know much about the demon cult. She didn't believe Mammon was their true leader. There must be someone even stronger leading the demon cult. I don't know who. She had no way of finding out. After a while, Zhang Yu shook her head. Because recklessly guessing things she knew nothing about would only bring danger. She stopped her own speculation, restricting her own thoughts. Once she thought of something, other possibilities would be excluded. Guessing would become prophecy. And prophecy would become a weakness. Has Lucifer come to Earth? Zhang Yu asked briefly. This was the most important thing. She had to devour a Hell Prince to meet the final condition for the demon soul. The conflict between Lucifer's forces and the demon cult was good. But if Lucifer herself didn't appear, it would be meaningless. Now, devouring anything else was almost meaningless. She had grown into an emperor who could no longer gain experience from monsters. Anything other than a Hell Prince no longer mattered. No. Lilith replied. We haven't found any trace of her. So it's highly likely she hasn't arrived yet. She frowned. After everything that happened, Lucifer still hadn't shown herself. Zhang Yu wondered if she hadn't provoked Lucifer enough. Lucifer's forces had only been making small moves over the past few months. Clearly, they had not yet unleashed their full strength. But she was not the type to tolerate such humiliation. Lucifer, Satan, Baal. She had fought them the longest. Lucifer was definitely not someone who would sit quietly under such circumstances. So this likely meant she had no room to act on her own. What a headache. She needed to further provoke Lucifer and make her recklessly attack Satan without caring about heaven's affairs. The question was how. Zhang Yu couldn't think of any good idea. Damn it. It had already been half a year without any real provocations. Watching them circle around each other was frustrating. Right. Master Zhang Yu. Lucifer herself didn't show up. But a demon claiming to be her son did. Did you say, her son? Yes. I saw the footage of the cult collapsing. There was a demon fighting there, claiming to be Lucifer's son. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. Lucifer's son? That was something he had never imagined. A Hell Prince having a child. That was absolutely unprecedented. Even though the princes of Hell had existed in the 9 hells for hundreds of thousands of years, nothing like this had ever happened. I mean, Leviathan had parents. Leviathan was the son of Behemoth, king of beasts. But Zhang Yu had never heard of a Hell Prince bearing children. A brief silence. The corners of Zhang Yu's mouth curled upward. Master Zhang Yu. Lilith. She turned her head. Would demons care about their own children? A gleam of madness flashed through Zhang Yu's eyes. She licked her lips, as if she had thought of something amusing. A fierce killing intent radiated from her. Thick, tar-like demonic energy began to spread slowly across the ground. Madness. Killing intent. Malice intertwined. Sorry. Lilith blinked in surprise, looking at Zhang Yu as she trembled slightly and opened her mouth. You want to have a child with me? What? Ha ha. I kind of panicked. I didn't expect you to be so assertive. No. What are you even talking about? I thought about it too. But it's a bit sudden. I'm a little embarrassed. May I ask? Lilith shook her head, covering her cheeks with her palms. Her face flushed bright red. Her black hair turned into green tentacles. Slap. Slap. The tentacles shyly slapped Zhang Yu. No. She lowered her head, looking at the daydreaming Lilith, covering her face with both hands. I was trying to say something cheesy, to set the mood a little. The words she spoke carried a sinister, sickening tone. The kind of chilling words a villain would say. Why are you doing this to me? Please. Let me be the protagonist. Chapter 206. Lucifer's Child. 2. Zhang Yu sighed. That's not what I meant. Calm down. Ah. Lilith showed a disappointed expression, lowering her head gloomily. Zhang Yu groaned and gently hugged her. You know this isn't the time to think about these things. She spoke gently. It wasn't meant to comfort her. Without Lilith, things would be very troublesome. Back when she was in the Demon King's army, and now within the Guardians. She had always been an extremely important member. She had exceptional talent in intelligence gathering and forging. Zhang Yu even suspected she might be blessed by a god. Within a month of joining the cult, she could distribute the Book of Hell. That alone proved her ability. Without Lilith, she wouldn't even know how the war between the cult and Lucifer was progressing, nor that Lucifer's son had already arrived on Earth. Without Lilith, she would be as good as blind and deaf. I can't let her lose heart. No matter what happens, Lilith would act for her sake. She wasn't worried about Lilith betraying her, but it was a matter of efficiency. With rewards and without rewards. The difference in efficiency was tremendous. Just seeing how lazy reserve soldiers became almost like special forces under the threat of early discharge proved that rewards truly boosted motivation. First, think about it. My king. Lilith's body trembled. Her eyes filled with tears. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Seeing her trembling figure, Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel guilty. She hadn't expected her to cry. She was just bait. But seeing such an intense reaction made her feel guilty inside. Lilith wiped away her tears and showed a brilliant smile. She clenched her fists. Hee hee. All right. If that's your wish, then I will resist with all my might. Master Zhang Yu. Hearing her excited voice, Zhang Yu's guilt grew even deeper. She averted her gaze and asked, So, what do you think? Do demons care about their children too? Yes. Do demons also have maternal and paternal instincts? That's a difficult question. After all, demons don't need to reproduce. They can do it, but they don't need to. Cases of demons giving birth through sexual reproduction are extremely rare. Demons do not belong to ordinary lifeforms. They are born from the darkness of the 9 hells. born from a rift whose true nature remains unknown. Demons are simply born from black fluctuations in space. Born out of nowhere. As for the true nature of that darkness, it might be magic. It might be the embodiment of a god. Or it might be something created by the 9 hells themselves. Even the lords of hell do not know. Only 3 facts are known about the rift. First, demons born from the rift are born as adults. Second, among the demons born from the rift, the vast majority possess a special power, called omnipotence. But that doesn't mean demons with omnipotence are all strong. Take Sabnok for example. Though Sabnok possesses the hilt of the blade, he's still a minor figure even in the first hell. Third, the power of demons born from the rift is determined from the moment of their birth. Though there are exceptions, the strength and limits of most demons are decided at the moment they are born. In other words, almost no demon from the first hell can grow strong enough to enter the darkness of the 9th hell. It's like being born rich. Even the princes of hell were born as princes. Among the 7 princes of hell, only one was not born a prince. That was Bel. Zhang Yu had many things in common with Bel. After countless years, Bel made his way from the first hell to the 9th hell. He successfully killed Beelzebub, one of the original princes of hell, and took his place. Aside from him, the other princes of hell were all born innately. But Leviathan was a bit uncertain. Leviathan wasn't born from the thrones, considering that his father was Behemoth, the king of beasts. It wasn't wrong to say he too was born innately. Alright, enough about that. Back to the main topic. I'm not sure either. But I do know. If I had children, I would love them wholeheartedly. Lilith touched her stomach and showed a warm smile. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. I think they at least understand the concept of loving their own flesh and blood. The question is whether Lucifer feels the same. Parental instincts aren't absolute. Even among humans, there are parents willing to risk their lives for their children, and parents who kill their own children. Love for one's own blood is relative. It's worth trying. He grinned. Lilith, find out the whereabouts of the demon claiming to be Lucifer's son. My king. You said you would love our child wholeheartedly, right? Right? He burst into laughter. He was overjoyed. Like a child too excited about a trip the next day to even fall asleep. Let's see if Lucifer feels the same way. Bang! Crash! Ah! Stop him! Screams rang out. Explosions and the smell of blood filled the passage. A demon was rampaging through the corridor. How boring. He squinted and looked around. He clearly disliked the scenery. Then he covered his mouth and yawned. The demon who destroyed everything around him was named Lucis. He had 6 black wings. His skin was dark, and his silver hair flowed down to his waist. Judging by his face alone, he looked no different from a human. He wasn't as large as other demons. His skin wasn't bizarre, nor was he overly muscular. He didn't even have any tentacles. At first glance, one might have thought he was wearing extremely luxurious Costway clothing. Ah! Run! The cultists turned pale, as if they had seen a monster. They feared Lucis even more than other monstrous demons. And for good reason. HMPH. Small fry. Lucis raised his hand, gathering darkness into his palm. It was the power of his father, Lucifer, the proud prince. Lucis had inherited part of his father's power. Snap! He spread his hands apart, and a black sphere shot forward. The sphere acted like a black hole, absorbing everything around it. The darkness swallowed the cultists trying to escape. Then, he watched them die without resistance. He clenched one hand. Rakeshkard, have you found Satan's whereabouts? He turned his head and asked. The troll kneeling before him shook his head, and quickly answered. I'm sorry. I captured the human branch manager, and interrogated him. But I couldn't find Satan's location. Again. Lucis scowled in fury, stomping his foot on Rakeshkurd's head. Smack! Useless trash. How many more chances do I have to give you? Lucis continued to ruthlessly beat Rakeshkurd. Though bleeding profusely, Rakeshigod did not dodge Lucius's attack. Damn it! After landing a kick, Lucius cursed in displeasure. Rakeshigod spoke slowly. Lord Lucius. We're taking too long. If Lord Lucifer finds out you're here. Shut up. Lucius glared angrily. I won't return. Until I have Satan's head. Lucius clenched his fist, thinking of his father, Lucifer. If I take Satan's head, he'll earn his father's approval. What's the situation with Arno? Raphael's army continues to pressure Lord Lucifer. A moment of silence. Lucius turned around and headed to the next location. Lord Lucius. Rakeshigod. Lucius turned his head. Kiao's silver hair shimmered with a mysterious glow. Don't make me repeat myself. Yes. My lord. Rakeshigod stood up. As he rose, his 5-meter-tall frame shattered the ceiling. Satan. A fierce killing intent flashed in Lucius's eyes. Arrogant bastard. From what he'd heard, Satan was once a prince of the demon realm, higher in status than Lucifer. Satan's reckless actions were likely due to past schemes. He dared to declare war on us. Faced with such provocation, Lucius couldn't stay calm. When Lucifer heard the news, he was furious as well. Even so, he didn't take action. The only reason was Raphael's situation. If his father couldn't act, Lucius would defend his father's honor in his place. He had heard that Satan possessed the power known as the Sea of Magic. But he wasn't worried. I am the son of the evil god Lucifer. I am no longer in the demon realm as before. Lucius walked forward with firm determination. Crack. Snap. Please spare me. Walking through the corridor, Lucius watched as his subordinates wiped out the cultists. HMPH. He snorted coldly. From the miserable state of the cultists, he could tell. He didn't need to worry about Satan. If his followers were this weak, there was no need to fear their leader's power either. He didn't know what had happened in the demon realm. He was born after Lucifer went to the continent of Erno. He was born when one of the princes of the 9 hells, Lucifer, mated with a human woman. Thus, he didn't know who Satan was. Nor did he know how powerful he was. He felt he didn't need to know. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't defeat his father. Lucius looked at his own hands. Hands that were closer to a human's than a demon's. I must prove it. He had to prove his strength and worth. Otherwise, he would not be recognized as a demon. Lucius moved forward again. Just then, I heard you're Lucifer's son. I had high hopes. But all I see is a slug. Goo! Lucius quickly turned around. Darkness appeared where there had been none before. He saw a red demonic mask floating within the darkness. Who are you? I heard you were looking for me. A chilling laugh echoed from behind the mask. You are. Correct. The shroud of darkness expanded. I am Satan. In other words, it's a cheat code. Chapter 207. Kong Yu. Though he said no, his body was being honest. Chapter 207. Zhang Yu. His body was honest, even if his words weren't. Sa. Tan. Luce's eyes widened in shock. Ever since he secretly came to Earth, he had been searching for Satan. And now, that prince of hell was right before him. Ha! Ha ha! Luce's lips curled into a smile. Satan, who had been missing since declaring war, had finally crawled out of his hole. Lucius couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. While exuding an intense killing aura, he raised his hand. Darkness enveloped him. So you finally crawled out of your hiding place. Oh! The eyes behind the red mask gleamed. The mask tilted, as if Satan was very amused. You don't seem afraid. Any particular reason? What a ridiculous question. A chilling laugh echoed from behind Satan's mask. A reason to be afraid? Satan was a prince of hell. one of the strongest among the 9 hells. There was no reason not to fear him. Although the value of the title Prince of Hell wasn't as high as before being defeated by the Demon King, a Prince of Hell was still far superior to ordinary demons. Kid, don't you know who I am? I know. You were once a Prince of Hell. And now you lead the cult of demons on this world. So you don't know. What? If you really understood what a Prince of Hell is, you wouldn't be acting like this in front of me. Did Lucifer never teach you? Ha! A coward who hid like a rat after declaring war. How dare you mention my father's name? You little rat. Isn't Lucifer the same? The eyes behind the mask narrowed. A strong killing intent spilled from Satan's body. Why send a brat like you to replace him? To kill someone like you? My father doesn't need to come. You sure have guts, kid. The mask tilted slightly. No. Maybe you're just a fool. Let's see how long you can keep acting so relaxed. Lucis lowered his body. The darkness wrapped around his hands twisted. A powerful surge of demonic energy erupted. He looked at Satan calmly. It's no big deal, Lucis thought. He could only feel a faint sense of Satan's presence and pressure. Completely different from when he was near his father. Lucis felt he had guessed right. Satan was all talk and no substance. I can do this. That thought flashed through his mind. Lucis swallowed hard. Then he lowered his posture. Raised his hand. Tensed his muscles. Focused his legs. Preparing to shoot forward. At that moment. Now that I'm looking at you. You don't even look like a demon. Retreat. Lucis trembled. Someone commenting that he didn't look like a demon. He was different from demons. They couldn't believe he was Lucifer's son. Lucis had heard it many times before. He was sick of it. Shut up. Lucis glared angrily at Satan. Roaring. Lucis looked more human than demon. It was the result of being half human, half demon. He was not a full demon. He was just a half-blood. Why would Lady Lucifer have a child with a human? Look at him. Why does he look so ugly and weak? He's a half-human, half-demon. But from the day he was born, he grew up among demons. He learned their values, faith, thoughts, and how they saw him. By human standards. It was like a human giving birth to a child with an insect. It was absolutely disgusting. Lucis cursed himself, his mother, and everyone who disrespected and despised him. He needed to prove that he was the son of the evil god. That Lucifer's blood truly flowed in his veins. He had come here to prove exactly that. I'll kill Satan. Lucis would personally slay the Prince of Hell who terrified all demons. There was no better proof of his worth. I see. A half-human, half-demon. Satan said in surprise. Lucis frowned. You say that. But didn't you also lose to humans? I heard from my father that the demon king who defeated the 7 princes of hell was once human. Satan fell silent. Lucis said coldly. In the end, all the princes were just losers defeated by humans. Isn't that right? You really like bad-mouthing your father. If Lucifer heard this, he'd probably cry his eyes out. What? Ah, ha ha. Satan coughed awkwardly. Then he resumed speaking normally. And said in a low voice. Your father also lost to the Demon King. That's all in the past now. He won't lose again. Lucis said confidently. You damned hypocrite. You shameless brat. Ah, huff, huff. Lucis frowned. You're insane. No prince is ever rational. Satan said with a confident smile. Lucis' gaze sharpened. There was no point in continuing to talk. Enough talk. You're a prince who talks too much. Oh. If you really are a prince, that is. Rumble. A massive amount of demonic energy gathered in Lucis' hands. Dozens of black spheres rose up around him. Prove it with your strength. Ha 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 ha. Satan burst into wild laughter. All right. Since you wish for it so badly. I'll show you. The demonic energy spread like a black curtain. The red demonic mask grew clearer. Who am I? A rumble. The ground shakes. Satan spreads his arms. Come. Prove your worth. Prove you deserve to exist. Lucis frowns. I'm not the one who needs to prove anything. You talk too much. Bring it on. You are the one who needs to prove yourself. Satan. I understand. Bring it on. Lucis raises both arms. A black sphere begins to spin. Lechizgard. Open your eyes. See clearly. Bro, shut up. Now, I, Lucis, will show you. Hello there. I'll show you. The one you serve. Whether he's a worthless half-breed. Or a demon to succeed the evil god Lucifer. Did you hear that? Watch. Feel it. Realize it. Stop. I can't keep performing anymore. Boom. Lucis stomps on the ground. Crack. The ground splits open. His waist-length silver hair flows. A powerful energy bursts from him. Lucis says coldly. Through this battle. I will prove it. Damn. Bro. Come on. You're freaking me out. It's hard for me to set the mood. You know? Why do you have to make it so hard for me? Bastard. Do you know how miserable I feel? Every time I do this? Do you know that? I'm so ashamed. That I even kick the bed thinking about it while sleeping. What are you doing? This is it, isn't it? You're discriminated against because you're a half-blood. Right? Are you still stuck in adolescence? What the hell are you trying to prove? Why are you doing this to me? You need to keep a low profile. That way I can manage the atmosphere. Rocket. Satan twisted his body. As if in great pain. Seeing Satan's completely different attitude. Lucis frowned. It was like he had a split personality. I guess I won't be able to convince you with words. Yeah. Then let's fight. Don't worry. Lucis exuded a murderous aura. Even if you beg for your life. It won't change anything. He stomped on the ground and extended his palm. A black orb spun violently. And flew towards Satan. Satan's eyes lit up. He spoke excitedly. Satan unleashed a cloak of dark sand covering his whole body. To block the black orb. Ha! Lucis spread his arms wide. 6 black wings flapped. Hundreds of feathers burst out. Dark energy rained down like a storm. Crack. God. Lucis suddenly disappeared. In an instant, he reappeared right in front of Lucis. He grabbed Lucis by the face. And threw him like a baseball. Rolling. Dust rose from the ground. Lucis was sent flying. Cough. He hurriedly stood up. Ah! Lucis's eyes were filled with confusion. As he stood up, Satan was already in front of him. Bang! Satan kicked Lucis in the face. Black blood spurted from his nose. Wait. Wait a second. Lucis raised his hand to pause the fight. He couldn't understand what was happening. Although he was fighting a prince of hell. And was the son of Lucifer. Why was the power gap between him and Satan so overwhelming? Damn hell. That's exactly right. Satan cheered up. And said, oh my. Damn it. Lucis's expression twisted in rage. His silver hair floated wildly. He squeezed out all the demonic energy he could gather. Ah! Lucis roared. A giant sphere about 10 meters in diameter appeared in his hands. The massive sphere of demonic energy sucked everything around it inward. Die! He shouted. And attacked Satan. However. Slash! A black flash sliced through the sphere. It was effortlessly split in half. A red mask appeared behind the dispersing demonic energy. Satan slammed Lucis's head down. Thud! Lucis collapsed onto the ground. His head pressed against it. Satan stepped on his neck. Lord Lucis. The demon Lechizgard rushed over. However, before he could reach Satan, a massive demon appeared beside him and shoved him down. Kurg. How dare you interfere in a sacred battle? The demon Balrog, who had knocked down Lechizgard, frowned and asked. A beautiful woman with black hair walked out from behind him, searching through Lechizgard's pockets. Ah! Lord Ka. Lord Satan. This is what you were looking for, he said. He handed Satan a black crystal ball. No. No. Satan frowned at the crystal ball. Damn it. He sighed. He raised the crystal ball the black-haired woman had given him. Who? He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. I don't want to do this anymore, he muttered tearfully. But in the end, he shook his head. He had no choice. Ha! Fuck. His head was pounding. The rearview mirror at 22 o'clock burned his eyes. It felt like a shaggy old man bowing to money, adding a meow at the end of every sentence. To advertise a game. The shame was crushing him. Life was just too hard. How much longer would he have to live like this? Who? Light poured out of the black crystal ball. Through the mirror-like sphere, he saw the face of a demon. The demon stared back at him through the crystal ball, eyes wide. You. A grunt of resentment. He cleared his throat, first getting into character. Satan spoke in a chilling voice. I am death. I am the end. I am the father of all rage. I am rage itself. All right. Not bad at all. In the darkness, only a red mask could be seen. I am Satan. Satan. That's right. This is the Prince of Hell. This is Satan. Even though he felt ashamed, his mouth moved naturally. Chapter 208. The Reason Satan Never Stops. Chapter 208. The Reason Satan Doesn't Rest. What exactly is it? Lucifer in the crystal ball looked bewildered. He saw Satan wearing a red demon mask, stepping on Lucis. What are you doing? Satan? Why is Lucis there? Lucifer narrowed his eyes and said with killing intent. Satan pressed down harder on Lucis. Kurg. Lucis whimpered pitifully, flopping like a fish out of water. Who knows? Why don't you ask your son yourself? Satan said calmly. Lucifer's expression grew serious. He knew Satan hadn't crossed the Arno continent to kidnap Lucis. If something like that had happened, Lucifer couldn't possibly have missed it. Then, there was only one other possibility. Lechizgard. I'm sorry, Lord Lucifer. The defeated Lechizgard lowered his head and answered apologetically. From his brief reaction, Lucifer could easily guess what had happened. Lucis had come to Earth alone, fought Satan, and lost. His defeat was inevitable. The moment he confronted Satan, Lucis didn't know, but Lucifer was well aware of the alliance among the princes of hell. He knew his son. They can't possibly win against them. Lucifer frowned. Poor child. His father, Lucis, trembled in fear. Biting his lips, he felt a complex mix of fear, regret, and rage. Then Satan continued to speak leisurely. His eyes behind the mask gleamed with madness. I'm sure you know why I kept this kid alive. Don't you? He had captured the enemy commander's son. No one could be dumb enough not to get the message. Right? Kill him. Lucifer responded coldly. Oh. I never intended to care about a reckless son. Kill him. Lucifer's dry voice carried no trace of mercy. His cold gaze fixed on Lucis. This must be the limit of a half-blood. Ah. Lucis bit his lips. Tears flowed from his eyes. He trembled. He couldn't breathe properly. The word half-blood triggered him, like a curse devouring his life. Throughout his life, countless demons behind his back, and even to his face, called him that. That word followed him everywhere. But it was the first time his father called him that. It hurt so much. Lucis thought. His chest throbbed with pain, as if his heart had been ripped out. His vision blurred. At that moment, he heard a sinister laugh. Lucifer. No matter what. Isn't he your son? That doesn't mean anything. Lucifer stared coldly, and continued speaking dryly. Since when did flesh and blood become important to demons? HMPH. Stop messing around. Satan. Do you really expect demons, who don't need to reproduce, to develop feelings for their flesh and blood? It's an obvious question. Demons don't need to reproduce. So if they grew attached to their flesh and blood, it would be ironic. Then, Satan looked at Lucifer. Why did you have a child? Lucifer remained silent. His words were contradictory. If his son meant nothing to him, it would truly be meaningless. He wouldn't have given birth to Lucius. If it was just an accident, he had plenty of chances to eliminate the child during pregnancy. Would a prince of hell regret killing a fetus? That's too much to hope for. An accident. Was it an accident? Satan laughed. Lucifer. Lucifer didn't respond. Satan, still laughing, raised his hand and swung a black blade toward Lucius's head. He stared at Lucifer's face through the blade. Stop. Lucifer furrowed his brow. Unable to stay calm, he urgently called for Satan to stop. But realizing what he'd done, he stopped mid-sentence. Biting his lip, Satan clutched his stomach, laughing heartily. Would a demon develop feelings for their flesh and blood? This low-probability gamble was decided the moment Lucifer took the call. The outcome was already set. If Lucifer truly thought Lucius was worthless, he would have hung up long ago. No. He wouldn't have answered the call at all. Because there was no need. From the moment Lucifer answered and began to argue, the outcome was already decided. You've become so adorable. Maybe this is what fatherly love feels like. Father. Lucius lowered his head, crying. I'm sorry. Shut up. Lucifer replied coldly. His gaze toward Lucius was somewhat conflicted. Like a father looking at a son who's caused trouble and is now on death row. What do you want? In the end, it circles back to the beginning. Even Lucifer admitted Satan had the upper hand. Satan spoke slowly and casually. What do I want? You've known for a long time. War. That's right. Lucifer, let's wage a war. A bloody, flesh-ripping, insane war. A war where you can eat the flesh of your enemies to fill your belly. After you went to Earth, you became even crazier. Lucifer said helplessly. The Satan in Lucifer's memory wasn't this mad. At least he could still reason. Make rational judgments. Do you know what kind of situation we demons are in now? Lucifer said angrily. No. Juan. Even the world you live in. Earth. Satan hadn't even heard of any of the 3 worlds he mentioned. The celestial realm is trying to exterminate all demons connected to the 9 hells. Lucifer continued. The 9 hells will be completely isolated from all other worlds. I believe you understand what that means. Don't you? He looked sharply at Satan. We will never be able to return to the 9 hells. Satan remained silent in response to Lucifer's words. He trembled, as if unable to suppress his laughter. He clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. What does it matter? What? So what if we can't return to the 9th circle of hell? What does it matter? Are you crazy? That's what I want to ask you. The red demon mask tilted. When were we ever sane? Crack. Satan stomped on Lucius's arm. His arm twisted at a strange angle. Black blood gushed out. Hearing the scream, Lucifer's expression turned grim. He tried to pretend it didn't affect him, but his face betrayed him. Satan. Lucifer's eyes burned, with a murderous intent in his voice. Stop. You know what you have to do to make me stop. Don't you? Satan spread his arms wide. Darkness swallowed the surrounding light, as if night had fallen instantly. Come kill me. If you don't. Creak, creak. Satan twisted his feet, twisting Lucius's already mangled arm even further. Lucius's blood-curdling scream rang out again. I told you to stop. Lucifer roared. Satan could feel the chilling rage emanating from the other side of the crystal ball. Yet he laughed loudly and casually continued. Your son will die here. Lucifer said nothing, glaring at Satan in disgust. You disgust me. Oh. Don't you find it shameful to use such a lowly tactic as hostage-taking? Such childish provocation. When did we ever care about things like that? Satan's deeply sunken eyes were filled with madness. Are you expecting compassion in a battle between demons? Are you expecting morality? A fair and beautiful battle? Are you expecting a battle with rules and fairness, where neither side can complain? Nonsense. Wake up, Lucifer. We were never like that. We never fought that way. Do you remember our battle against the Demon King? What did we do back then? Was it just a contest of strength? A fair fight? You don't remember? Kidnapping was almost their basic tactic. They used despicable means to sow discord among allies, creating misunderstandings and confusion. They captured the Demon King's subordinates, forcing them to rush into the Demon King's army with bombs strapped to them. They spread plagues and curses, killing demons who served the Demon King. And that's not all. They even captured the Demon King's most cherished subordinates and sent them back to him piece by piece. After all we did. You still want to act like a good person? Are you begging for forgiveness and compromise? You're the one who disgusts me. Why are you so pathetic? Do you want to condemn me? Do you want to scold me for taking your son as a hostage? And using such despicable means to threaten you? Satan lowered his head to look at the crystal ball. His eyes behind the mask flickered with yellow light. If that's the case, then come, Lucifer. Fight me with madness fueled by anger, with blindness fueled by hatred. Fight me. Then Satan let out a chilling, hair-raising laugh. Kill me. Boom. Lucifer destroyed the enormous throne he had created. I will give you this advice one last time. Satan. Lucifer said with restraint. Satan could see it clearly. Lucifer was struggling to suppress his anger. If I abandon everything and go there, you'll become the angel's next target. Lucifer continued calmly. Don't expect the angels to go after Juan before they come for you. You will be their next target. Satan. I will make it happen. He threatened Satan. The crystal ball couldn't withstand Lucifer's magic power, and began to crack. It was obvious. His rage at this moment was immense. There would be no winners in this fight. No matter who won, we would lose everything. Even so, will you still fight me? Satan did not answer. He slowly lifted his foot and stepped on Lucis's other arm. Crack. Lucis's scream of agony was answer enough. Who do you think I am? I am death. I am the end. I am rage itself. I am Satan. Whether it's angels or gods, I don't care. Let them come. Let them come and fight me. No matter what you say to me, I will not stop. You ask why? Because it's not my problem. Rest in peace, Satan. Chapter 209. Everyone's Trap. Chapter 209. Everyone's Trap. This is the 8 p.m. news. A giant gate has been discovered in Africa. Unlike the usual colors of gates, ranging from the lowest level white to the highest level black, this gate was deep blue. Shortly after the gate appeared, it vanished. The surrounding monsters, animals, and plants all died. The Guardians are currently investigating the matter, looking for possible links to the Great Canyon volcanic eruption. But no connection has been found. Ever since the appearance of the Blue Gate, explosions and sightings have been detected around the world, although there have been no civilian casualties, because most incidents occurred in monster-inhabited areas. It seems necessary to pay special attention to this matter. I think things are progressing smoothly, Zhang Yu said with a smirk, as he watched TV. Using Lucis's provocation had worked perfectly. Lucifer crossed over to Earth, carrying his hostility towards Satan, and launched a full-scale war against the demon cult. In this battle, Lucifer's army achieved an overwhelming victory. Zhang Yu didn't know how Lucifer's army managed to locate the demon cult branches, but they were extremely skilled at it. It was notoriously difficult worldwide to find the locations of demon cult branches. Yet Lucifer's army easily found and destroyed them with overwhelming force. Lucifer's previous silent operations seemed to have laid the groundwork for all of this. From what he heard from Lilith, the demon cult was being utterly crushed. He wished the demon cult would put up more of a fight. He didn't think that was the full extent of their power. They probably couldn't turn the situation around. But he hoped they could. At least weaken Lucifer's forces. It seemed things weren't going as smoothly as Zhang Yu had imagined. The demon cult was being slaughtered. Still, he wasn't as anxious as before. Zhang Yu looked down at his hands. He had grown strong enough to battle the princes of hell. He no longer needed to stick to his original plan of trying to exhaust Lucifer's strength. I'm preparing a trump card too. Zhang Yu lounged casually on the sofa. No matter what he loved most was watching from afar as Lucifer battled the demon cult. I want to watch cartoons. Today, no regrets in this life will be rebroadcast. Echidona said while walking toward Zhang Yu. He sat in his designated seat, hugging Zhang Yu's thigh, and reaching out his small hands. Zhang Yu smiled and handed him the remote. Echidona hummed a tune as he changed channels. But soon his face was filled with disappointment. It's off the air again, he muttered, lowering his head. Because the gate Lucifer used to travel to Earth had caused most TV programs to be suspended. Things had quickly settled down. All right. Echidona turned around and put on Zhang Yu's clothes. Zhang Yu. Today I learned dragon serpent magic again. I can use 3 types now. You learned another one? Zhang Yu patted Echidona's head, expressing his pride in him. Young dragons normally can't use dragon serpent magic. It's exclusive magic for dragons. Only adult dragons can use it. Echidona, through his soul connection with Zhang Yu, was able to gain some of his power. But to turn something naturally impossible into reality required tremendous effort. Maybe soon you'll be able to use breath attacks too? Zhang Yu joked. I'll do my best. Echidona huffed and replied. Well, but I think this isn't something that can be done with effort alone. Zhang Yu chuckled softly, hearing that. To use breath attacks. Even among ancient dragons. Only a rare few could. Maybe Echidona could do it someday. But right now he was still just a young dragon. And mastering this skill was extremely difficult. Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu. Has anything happened recently? Echidona asked cautiously. Zhang Yu. These past few months. He's been working hard to master Mammon's omnipotence. So it wasn't surprising that she asked this question. A magic exclusive to dragons. Only adult dragons could use it. Echidona was soul-linked to Zhang Yu, thus able to draw on his power. But turning something naturally impossible into reality required tremendous effort. Maybe soon she would be able to use a breath attack. Zhang Yu teased. I'll do my best. Echidona huffed. But I don't think it's something that effort alone can achieve. Zhang Yu chuckled softly, hearing him say that. Even among ancient dragons, those who could use breath attacks were rare. Maybe Echidona could do it someday. But for now, she was still just a young drake. And the skill was extremely difficult. Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu. Are you still busy lately? Echidona asked cautiously. Over the past few months, Zhang Yu had been busy mastering Mammon's authority. So her question wasn't surprising. Magic exclusive to dragons. Only adult dragons could use it. Echidona, being soul-linked to Zhang Yu, could share his power. But achieving something that was inherently impossible would require a tremendous amount of effort. Maybe she would soon be able to use breath magic. Zhang Yu teased. I'll do my best. Zhang Yu teased again. Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu. Are you still busy lately? Echidona asked cautiously. Over the past few months, Zhang Yu had been busy mastering Mammon's authority. So her question wasn't surprising. Zhang Yu gave a bitter smile and patted his head. Yeah. But I think it will calm down soon. The path to devour Lucifer. Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu. Are you busy these days? Zhang Yu. 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 Once I devour Lucifer, I'll achieve my immediate goal. Of course, I'll need to train Lucifer's and Mammon's powers. But there's no need to rush like now. I see. Echidona lowered his head, showing a sad expression. Zhang Yu patted his head and asked. After everything is over, how about we go for a picnic? A picnic? Yeah, with Shueya. Sure. Echidona nodded excitedly. Zhang Yu smiled. This was what healing felt like. He thought, if one day he had a child with Han Shueya, it would probably feel like this. Thinking about it, Zhang Yu smiled. Let's bring Lilith and Yanmo too. Echidona suggested. Why them? They aren't that close to Shueya. Lilith and Yanmo are great. I hope everyone can get along. Zhang Yu thought about it. The companions he made on Earth and those from Hell. Yanmo and Lilith hadn't really interacted much. Mainly because they knew him too well. Knew what kind of person he was. And what he had done in Hell. Although he had warned them not to mention certain things. It still felt like a hassle. But if Lilith, Yanmo, Jin Shixin, and Shueya weren't familiar with each other, that wouldn't be good. Better to think about it later. If you want unity, it's important to foster good relationships among companions. Maybe one day Yama and Shixin will fight side by side. And Shueya will heal Lilith. Alright, I have things to do, I'll be leaving now. Where's Shueya? Zhang Yu asked. She went out with that red-haired girl. With Che Yenju? Yeah. They've been going out a lot lately. Zhang Yu nodded and stood up. Che Yenju and Shueya, at a glance, were like rivers flowing together. Well, maybe that's why they became friends. He thought as he walked away. Big. A man walked through a dark, damp cave. Wading through puddles on the ground. The metallic scent of blood filled the tunnel. Cough, cough. He heard someone coughing weakly. Zhang Yu removed his red devil mask and put it on. You're really strong, he said. Lucis was bound by sealing magic. Covered in wounds and looking utterly miserable. He glared at Zhang Yu. And said, Kill me. I won't. Kill me. Ha ha. I'm not going to kill you. Zhang Yu sneered. Grabbing Lucis's head full of silver hair. Don't beg for death. Your life and death are decided by me. Zhang Yu said. Lucis frowned. Zhang Yu turned his head and saw Valzahak. He was wearing a blood-stained black robe. Without his usual cute apron. Was it hard to make him submit? Sorry. Lord Satan. Valzahak bowed. I used all the black magic I know. But he still wouldn't yield. Yeah. Zhang Yu thought. This is unexpected. He hadn't expected Lucis to be so tenacious. This isn't good. Zhang Yu frowned. If Lucis refused to yield, his plan would fall apart. But Lucis laughed like a madman. Kill me. I will never submit to you. Yeah. At first, Zhang Yu had thought Lucis was just another edgy kid. But this was truly unexpected. His indomitable will genuinely surprised Zhang Yu. What else could I do? Even though he had weakened Lucis with the sealing fist. Mental control like obedience or fear had no effect on him. Lucis truly seemed to prove he had the blood of a prince of hell. What should I do? Zhang Yu sighed. Maybe he should change the plan. He could compromise. But he didn't like it. It felt like losing to a guy who could only bark but not bite. That feeling was very unpleasant. Ordinary. I knew you'd be here. Lord Satan. Lilith said as she walked into the cave. She glanced at Lucis and frowned. That kid still hasn't yielded? Yeah. HMPH. How dare he trouble Lord Satan? Lilith frowned unhappily. She walked toward Zhang Yu and sensually caressed him. You must be tired because of that kid. Aren't you? She asked. Not really. In times like these, I should comfort you. My Lord Satan. Lilith smiled brightly. Speaking of which, it's been a while since we spent a night together. Tonight, forget all your worries. Let me comfort you. Save me. Lilith suddenly proposed. Probably because she had been suppressing her desires while gathering intel on Lucifer and the demon cult battles around the world. Now her desires had reached their limit. He. Squish squish. Lilith's beautiful brown hair began transforming into green tentacles. Her face split open, revealing 18 eyes. Zhang Yu instinctively took a step back. Then, gasp. Huh? Zhang Yu muttered in confusion. He noticed that Lucis, who had remained calm throughout his capture, suddenly inhaled sharply. His eyes widened. What's wrong with him? Lucis looked like he had seen a ghost. He was even trembling. Why would a demon be scared like that? Zhang Yu couldn't figure out why Lucis would react this way. Maybe he was also frightened by Lilith's appearance? Zhang Yu started feeling a bit sympathetic toward Lucis. At that moment. Oh my god. Such a beautiful woman, born for Lucis. What? Hey! Why? Why would such a beautiful woman end up with a scumbag like him? What the hell are you talking about? Zhang Yu felt like he got smacked on the back of his head. Lilith looked at Lucis and snorted. HMPH. I guess even little brats like you know what beauty is. No. Go drink more of your mother's milk. What the heck is happening? Zhang Yu was utterly confused. What he saw and what Lucis said were completely different. Lucis bit his lips and shouted. You've been deceived. What do you mean? A woman as beautiful as her doesn't belong with trash like him. If you dare call me trash again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Sob. Tears streamed down Lucis's eyes. Please, snap out of it. I fell in love with you at first sight. I want to protect you, he said, his voice trembling. What? Fell in love? So cute. Damn it. And just like that, it ended. Zhang Yu held his head in disbelief. At that moment, Lilith pressed her lips against Zhang Yu's ear. My king. You said it's hard to make that kid submit. Right? Yeah. He. No worries. Let me, Lilith, handle it. Lilith elegantly walked toward Lucis and said, You said you fell in love with me at first sight? Yes. Lucis answered. He. Looking closely. You really are adorable. How about you show me how you really feel? ZZ. Tentacles extended from Lilith's body, completely wrapping around Lucis. Ah. So beautiful. You. Call me Lilith. Lady Lilith. Ah. Ha. With a thud, Zhang Yu fell to the ground. Something unbelievable was happening right before his eyes. Something he didn't want to see or believe. A man dressed as a demon was being violated by tentacles. Groaning. Ah. Zhang Yu covered his mouth and lowered his head. Ah. Chapter 210. What does this even mean? Chapter 210. What does this even mean? Oh. Zhang Yu left the cave, trying to calm himself down, to stay rational. Just as he did, Lilith came out of the cave, sighing. Phew. Dealing with a little brat is so exhausting, she said. Zhang Yu turned his head. Zhang Yu said, I'm already mentally exhausted. Was it successful? He asked. Of course. Lilith smiled. It's still a bit too soon. But, with time, he'll become a puppet who obeys my every command. Good work. Zhang Yu nodded. Turning Lucis into a puppet was an important part of his plan. Zhang Yu had almost given up on the plan, because neither his mind control techniques nor Valzahak's magic worked. However, thanks to Lilith, the plan could continue. Which was great. Although the process was. Lilith's method was definitely creepy. Zhang Yu closed his mouth with a resentful look. Lilith walked up to him and said sadly, Please don't misunderstand. My king. What? I cut off all the used tentacles. And I didn't use my main body. So. He mumbled worriedly. It wasn't cheating. Zhang Yu had never thought of it that way. In fact, he was surprised Lilith would think like that. Oh. I don't want to do that kind of thing with anyone but you. But. Oh. Yes. Thank you. Zhang Yu nodded, showing a slightly awkward expression. In Lilith's view, it was like flirting with some random guy in front of the man she loved. So it was natural for her to feel that way. It's okay. I trust you. That wasn't a lie. Zhang Yu had been with Yanmo and Lilith for a long time. Naturally, he trusted and valued them. He was ruthless to his enemies. But he couldn't treat his allies the same way. That would be unworthy of his status as king. Only a madman would do that. Ah! Lilith let out a cry and hugged Zhang Yu with shining eyes. Zhang Yu was in human form, so he didn't feel any aversion. So he let her do as she pleased. All right. But now wasn't the time for this. Lilith shook her head and stepped back. I have something to report. There was a reason she had come looking for Zhang Yu. Things were getting complicated. Lilith said. What is it? There's a large branch of the demon cult. I've been monitoring. The one I mentioned before. Like the one in Tibet with several thousand members. What about it? I had been leaking information to lure Lucifer's forces into launching a full-scale assault there. But the plan has failed. Keep going. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. The demon cult branches are avoiding a full-scale attack. I thought they would bring out an ace like Mammon from Tibet. But at this rate, the demon cult might abandon this branch completely and flee. Zhang Yu fell silent. He narrowed his eyes, thinking about what he had just heard. I don't like this. Originally, he intended to sow discord between Lucifer and the demon cult, to weaken both sides and profit from it. But it seems the plan had gone wrong. What went wrong? Zhang Yu even began to wonder if he had overestimated the demon cult. No. He shook his head. Ever since returning to Earth, he had been closely observing and fighting the demon cult. His instincts were sharp. His guesses were almost facts. They must be hiding something. Or rather, they probably have several hidden trump cards. He didn't even need more evidence to confirm it. The demon cult had awakened Mammon. But Mammon didn't seem to be their true leader. Zhang Yu had devoured him. Yet the demon cult kept operating as usual. If Mammon were their true leader, that wouldn't have happened. In other words, there must be someone else. What if the real Satan was leading the demon cult? However, Zhang Yu thought that was too far-fetched, and erased that possibility from his mind. Either way, I guess I have no choice. He couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up. What will you do? Lilith asked. They serve an entity known as the Spirit of Evil. But most members of the cult don't even know who he is. One of the strange things about the demon cult is that they worship an evil spirit. But no one knows exactly who it is. They don't even know whether he's a demon or a human. The reason the evil spirit does this is probably to avoid being discovered. However, even for a group closer to a fanatical cult than a religious organization, this was extremely strange. It was like they were serving an invisible king. Zhang Yu didn't know why that being hid their identity. But he could take advantage of it. That's true. Lilith commented. Since that's the case, Zhang Yu raised the red demon mask. He was more used to wearing it than the white guardian mask. I must become their king. His smile was hidden behind the mask. We can't win otherwise. Why would a prince of hell? Is there no command from above? Somewhere in Africa, in a huge base built under the desert, dozens of people gathered. Despite the desert's scorching heat, they were all wearing black robes. Everyone present held the rank of book bishop or higher. The upper echelons of the demon cult. Bang! At a time like this, how could there be no orders? What exactly do they want us to do? What about Lady Julia? We can't reach Lady Julia either. A moment of silence followed. Only sighs could be heard. In such a critical moment. What is the evil spirit doing? Someone muttered. Everyone recoiled. The evil spirit. The entity they worshipped and revered. Their king. Hidden behind a veil. Even in such a dire moment. Their king had not appeared before his soldiers. Thus, it was clear. Their morale had plummeted. We have no choice. We can only retreat. Yeah. I think that would. Pa. At that moment. A black rift suddenly appeared in the sky. What? What? As they looked at the rift appearing in the sky. Step by step. A figure wearing a red devil mask. Shrouded in darkness. Slowly walked toward them. Exerting tremendous pressure on the air. Luke. Lucifer. They sensed an enormous amount of demonic energy unlike anything before. So they naturally thought of Lucifer. The cultists trembled in fear. The red devil mask turned toward them. And the being behind it asked, "Don't you even recognize your own master? What? This? Pathetic." The unknown figure standing at the table lightly waved his hand. Coo! The cardinal sitting at the head of the table was blown backward. Then, an overwhelming wave of demonic energy crushed them. The figure pulled out a chair and sat down. "You are impossible. You asked what the spirit of evil was doing. Didn't you?" The figure spoke softly, as if trying to dispel the cultists' doubts. "He's right in front of you." "Oh no." The red devil mask tilted slightly. "I am your father. The creator of darkness. The ruler of darkness." A thick wave of demonic energy engulfed the cultists. "I am Satan," he said sharply. "Ah! Oh! Spirit of evil. Oh! Lord Satan." The cultists knelt on the ground, trembling with excitement. Satan. Everyone on earth had heard that name. When the cultists realized the true identity of the evil king they served, they trembled all over. Trying to run? The cultists turned pale. Satan extended his hand. A cultist's head was pulled toward him. Crunch. With a light squeeze, the cultist's head exploded. The room filled with a strong stench of blood. Demons do not retreat. No. Sorry. The cultists lowered their heads. Why do you worship demons? Satan stood up. There is only one reason why humans have served and worshipped demons since ancient times. It has been determined since the beginning. He spoke with a voice full of desire, longing, and madness. Immortality. What's the point of living forever as a slave? Desire. Unfulfilled desire is nothing but a curse. You don't serve demons for such pathetic reasons. Stomp. Power. The power to trample others and reach the top. Isn't that what you've always sought? Satan roared. The cultists shuddered all over. A cold chill ran down their spines. Wanting to run. Wanting to compromise. Demons have no such thing. Desire. Battle. Seize. Kill your enemies. Devour their flesh. Drink their blood. This is the meaning of our existence. Satan had appeared for less than a minute. Yet he was able to overwhelm the crowd with his sheer charisma. The demon cultists were overwhelmed by Satan's presence. Stunned by his terrifying existence. Then, Satan reached into the darkness surrounding him. And threw something onto the table. Clatter. Dozens of black gemstones scattered across the table. These are demon crystals. Eat them, Satan said. I will grant you my power. Fight. Kill the false hell prince who dares to denounce the demon cult. The eyes behind the red mask burned with a blazing twilight. Die for me. Oh, Lord Satan. Oh, evil Huashan. The cultists went insane. Satan grinned behind his mask. Step by step, a figure dashed across the vast ice cavern. He wore a robe and revealed his face. A face hideously disfigured by severe burns. He ran, panting heavily. Before long, a black sphere appeared in front of him. It pulsed like a giant's heart. That woman, Julia. Vilkova. She shouted. Lord Satan. Boom. A loud roar shook the surroundings. Frost fell to the ground. The black sphere twisted violently. What is it? Satan asked. Well, you see. Julia stammered. Satan writhed in the darkness. Speak. If you woke me up for an unworthy reason. I will, Lord Satan. Julia swallowed nervously. Satan has appeared. A heavy silence fell. What? What on earth does this mean? Chapter 211. Son. Chapter 211. Son. What exactly are you saying? Satan asked in confusion. The darkness around him churned. Someone has impersonated you. Lord Satan. Julia. Vilkova replied. Impersonator. I am. Yes. Julia nodded, her face pale. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the surroundings. Who dares impersonate me? Satan. A voice filled with confusion and anger rang out. He didn't know what was happening. I don't know. What are you doing? Turning the cult into this. Julia. I'm sorry. Due to the battle with Lucifer's army. Lucifer's army. What nonsense. Lucifer has appeared. And is attacking the cult. What? That's just my speculation. I believe the impersonator planned this battle. Satan fell silent. His mind went blank. He wanted to laugh. But he couldn't because he was still absorbing demonic energy. Who could impersonate the Prince of Hell? Unless the impersonator possessed power equal to the prince. Otherwise, it was impossible. The cultists weren't stupid. If someone tried to impersonate him with ordinary magic, they would have noticed. Could it be? A possibility surfaced in his mind. Dark waves enveloped Satan. The Demon King. He said in a fearful voice. It was a possibility he didn't want to consider. No. He's dead. If he had a head, he would be shaking it. When Satan crossed over to Earth, because of the dimensional wall, he felt the Demon King's presence disappear. In fact, he hadn't sensed the aura of a Demon King for thousands of years. It was impossible for him to suddenly resurrect. Impossible. Satan seemed to be convincing himself. Lord Satan. Julia looked bewildered. She had served Satan for centuries. But it was the first time she had seen him panic like this. No. It was the first time she had seen Satan afraid. What about the other guardians? Lord Belphegor and Lord Red Demon are still absorbing demonic sources. As for Lord Kargia, he's still investigating the prophecy demon? Yes. The darkness flickered. No one could take action right now. Who's impersonating Satan? Doesn't matter for now. Rather than finding the culprit, it's more important to stop Lucifer's attack. Madshu. The darkness around Satan churned. He had no choice. The darkness around Satan partially tore away like flesh being cut. Lord Zhongyu. Lilith walked into Zhongyu's room. Sitting on the bed, Zhongyu nodded while inspecting the glory of the demon sea. The battle against the African demon cult branch has begun. How is the situation? Lilith said with a smile. Although Lucifer's forces overwhelmed them, they also suffered heavy losses. It's a pity no powerhouse like Mammon appeared. However, the demon cult branch with thousands of members still has decent strength. Lucifer should be able, as you hoped, Zhongyu, to inflict heavy damage on Lucifer's forces. And Lucifer? Zhongyu asked expectantly. The most important thing is how much Lucifer has been weakened by this battle. Lilith answered without hesitation. He looks clearly exhausted. Good. Zhang Yue nodded with a smile. Even the Prince of Hell does not have infinite stamina. The longer the battle, the more stamina is consumed. And the more fatigued the mind becomes. If Lucifer uses hit-and-run tactics to replenish his strength, that would be another story. However, he is fighting very fiercely now. It must be because he cherishes his son very much. It's hard to believe that Lucifer is still the person Zhang Yue once knew. After going to the Arnor continent, Lucifer has changed. I don't think it matters. Whether he changed or not is irrelevant. Zhang Yue needs the prince's soul. And Lucifer has matured. That's the most important thing. How is Luxie's? Zhang Yue licked his lips and asked Lilith. Lilith answered with an evil smile. He's already gone mad. As long as I tell him to abandon his life, he would give it up easily. That's not enough, Zhang Yue said with a smile. He should be able to give up something even more important than his life. Oh my God. Lilith's eyes sparkled. She caressed Zhang Yue's cheek. Like an addict. He will surely fulfill the king's wish. That's good. Lilith never exaggerated. If she says so, then it can be said that Luxes has completely become her slave. What about the others? Zhang Yue asked. Balog and Valzahak are getting ready. As for Agidona, I think you should keep her away from this operation. Why? Zhang Yue asked. Lilith began to squirm. Her hair turned into tentacles, wriggling around. How can we let such a cute little girl fight? I wish I could use my tentacles too. Please don't do anything to my Agidona. He. I wonder if it would feel like this when I carry your child in the future. Fortunately, Echidona seemed quite popular with Han Shuya and Lilith. That's good. Echidona was likely to become a bridge between his companions on Earth, Shuya and Jin Shixin, and his companions in Hell, Flame Demon and Lilith. It might not be necessary now, but it would be in the long run. All to live as a wealthy vagabond. He had to eliminate factors that could cause conflict as much as possible. That being the case, it's better not to tell Echidona for now. Zhang Yu stood up. In fact, he didn't want Echidona to know about this plan. Nor anyone else. That's why he didn't involve Shuya, Shixin, Che Yenju, and the others in this plan. They still didn't know him well enough. And they might not yet be ready to accept him. Let's go. Yes. Lord Zhang Yu. Click. Zhang Yu opened the door. Ah. He found Shuya standing at the door with a tray. There was a cup of coffee on the tray. He stepped back in surprise. Hey, are you going out? Shuya glanced awkwardly at Lilith. He had already told her about Lilith. But Shuya still seemed uncomfortable being around her. He. Yes. I'm about to discuss some secret plans with Lord Kandaba 6. Don't be silly. Zhang Yu scolded. He lightly tapped Lilith on the head and reached for the coffee Shuya had prepared. He drank it in one gulp. The hot coffee flowed down his throat. I'll be back soon, he said. Ah, okay. Shuya replied, a lonely expression appearing on his face. Zhang Yu snorted, as he recalled what Echidona had once said to him. How about we go on a picnic with Icardina and the others after all this is over? Zhang Yu asked. Ah, of course. I'd love to. Shuya nodded in agreement. His reaction was very similar to Icardina's. Zhang Yu chuckled softly and nodded. Lilith murmured, watching Shuya with great interest. It seems that human girl has also fallen for your charm. My king, Lilith, said only one thing to Zhang Yu. Silence. He answered coldly. So Lilith wouldn't do anything strange. Safe travels. Thank you. Take care too. Miss Heiji. I mean, Miss Lilith. He. Shuya. We'll talk later. Zhang Yu and Lilith walked out of the apartment. Lilith stared at the closed door for a moment, and then said, You said before that a symbol of wings appeared behind Shuya, right? Oh, right. At first, it was one pair. Now there are two. The angel wings symbol on Shuya's back has become clearer over time. I think I once heard something about it from Aemon. From Aemon? Yes. When he was still an angel, he mentioned some things. But I wasn't interested at the time. So I don't remember it very well. Lilith had no interest in what anyone said except Zhang Yu, because it involved Shuya. Zhang Yu was quite interested. But he soon resumed walking. Now was not the time to think about Shuya. Well then. Let's go. Zhang Yu leapt into the air and flew up. Let's begin. Boom. The ground was torn apart. A scream echoed out. Quick! Stop it quickly! Ah! A monster! A monster! Vast stretches of the African plains were torn apart so horrifically that even calling it hell felt too mild. A demon with 10 black wings on its back and ram horns sprouting from its forehead walked across the twisted, ravaged land. It was not tall, but looked nothing like a human. Its face twisted like a monster's. This demon, with a goblin-like terrifying face, walked among the ruins. Then it raised its hand. Crack! Ah! With a wave of its hand, a black sphere appeared out of thin air. Dozens of cultists were sucked into it by a massive gravitational force. The chilling sound of bones being crushed echoed out. Woo woo woo. The demon Lucifer, slaughtering the cultists, let out a sigh. Lord Lucifer, please take a rest. The demons following behind him said worriedly. Lucifer shook his head and replied, I won't rest. My son, Luxes, was taken by Satan. I can't rest. Lucifer looked down at his own hands. It must be because I'm on earth. Compared to when I became an evil god in Arno and surpassed the old times in the 9 hells, I've become much weaker. Ever since arriving on earth, he had been slowly recovering his strength, as if adapting to earth. But there was no time to sit and wait. No choice. Even weakened, he could still unleash power comparable to when he was in the 9 hells. He wasn't sure how much stronger Satan had become after absorbing the Demon King's demon sea. But at the very least, he should still be a match for Satan. Let's keep moving. Lucifer was about to turn around. At that moment, Lord Lucifer, a subordinate, ran toward him. Lucifer turned to look at his subordinate and frowned. Luxes fell to the ground. What? Lucifer's eyes widened. He quickly approached his subordinate and saw that he was indeed carrying Luxes. Let's go. After learning that his son had been kidnapped, Lucifer had fought non-stop until now. His endurance was at its limit. His judgment was becoming clouded. His reason was beginning to fade. His son was right in front of him. Lucifer couldn't think of anything else. He hugged Luxes tightly. Luxes. Wake up, father. Luxes opened his eyes wide, seeing that his son was unharmed. Lucifer breathed a sigh of relief. You idiot. I'm sorry. Father. Where is Seda? Stab. Lucifer felt something sharp pierce through his heart. Ah! He coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Lucifer stared at Luxes in disbelief. Son. You. What are you? Luxes smiled wickedly. His voice filled with madness. I will take your throne. Father. Kulg. Lucifer collapsed. His eyes wide open. He saw a black crack forming in the distance. A red demonic mask appeared from within the black crack. Saw. Dan. Lucifer muttered. Then he heard the laughter of a demon coming from afar. Gahahaha. Chapter 212. I am the real Satan. Chapter 212. I am the real Satan. Saw. Tan. Lucifer muttered. At that moment, he again heard the demon's laughter from afar. Gahahaha. You. A surge of uncontrollable rage churned in Lucifer's heart. His head burned with heat. More painful than a blade piercing the heart was the pain of being betrayed and stabbed by his son Luxes. Lucifer's vision went black. His consciousness and rationality gradually faded. Madness filled his heart. Saw. Tan. Rumble. Lucifer shoved Luxes aside and stomped heavily on the ground. He spread his 10 wings wide. His voice filled with madness. Before the sound could even reach Satan's ears, he had already dashed forward at supersonic speed. Lucifer raised his hand and summoned a black sphere. Then he crushed it. Good. Satan. No. Zhang Yu, hidden behind the mask, said. It worked. He thought. Lilith had brainwashed Luxes, using him to launch a mental attack on Lucifer. Lucifer, already exhausted from the battle with the cultists, had taken tremendous damage from the mental assault. At a glance, he looked even weaker than when he fought Zhang Yu in the Nine Hells. Zhang Yu smiled slightly, and withdrew his arm, staring at Lucifer's fist, breaking the heavens. The two great fist techniques merged into one. He took a step forward, and threw a punch. Boom! The ground shook. The ground beneath them collapsed with a rumbling sound like an earthquake. Zhang Yu jumped into the air, and lightly waved his hand. Black blades shot out from the darkness enveloping his body. You! Lucifer roared in fury. Demonic energy flashed and spread, knocking Zhang Yu's black blades to the ground. Looking half dead, and yet still the Prince of Hell. Among the 7 princes of Hell, Lucifer ranked third. Even severely injured, his strength was still formidable. However, Zhang Yu smiled. Lucifer's strength was still something Zhang Yu couldn't match. You scum! Madman! How could you do something so vile? Lucifer shouted angrily. Considering the current situation, such a reaction was expected. Zhang Yu had brainwashed Lucifer's son, and made him stab his father's chest. It was truly depraved, evil, and despicable. Yet Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Yu remained silent. He was furious. Lord Zhang Yu. I'm sorry. Scenes from the past flashed through his mind. He remembered the words his subordinates said to him before they died. It was a memory from before he became the Demon King, when he fought the 7 princes of Hell. At that time, Lucifer's army was far stronger than Zhang Yu's. He remembered that Lucifer's troops had captured Zhang Yu's men, and forced them to carry out suicide bombings against their own allies. Memories Zhang Yu had tried to suppress surged into his mind. He murmured softly, as he looked at the trembling, furious Lucifer. Zhang Yu didn't believe that you reap what you sow. You reap what you fight for. That saying. Most of the time, the one who sows conflict and the one who reaps it are two different people. But hearing this demon, who used all kinds of crazy tactics against Zhang Yu's subordinates, say such a thing, still made him frown. Didn't I tell you? Demons don't care about morality in battle. They don't yield. Those who yield die. Those who compromise are defeated. To survive, you must do whatever it takes. Evil for evil. If Zhang Yu ever forgot that, he would be devoured. In a battle between demons. What else could you expect? I'll tear you apart. Satan. It seemed Lucifer could no longer hear Zhang Yu's voice. Lucifer glared at Zhang Yu, radiating a murderous aura. Yeah. That's more like it. Zhang Yu thought, smiling at the furious Lucifer. Let him lose his mind. Let him go berserk. Compared to the physical wounds caused by Luxies previously, Zhang Yu now had a much greater advantage. After all, the angrier a person gets, the simpler their actions, and the more clouded their judgment. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes, analyzing Lucifer's movements. Here it comes. Boom! Lucifer stomped the ground, his wings spreading wide. Thousands of feathers rained down like a storm. Fist of insight. The eyes behind the red demon mask lit up. The trajectories of thousands of feathers entered his mind. Zhang Yu immediately crouched down, kicking off from the ground. He ran as if dodging shrapnel, dodging the feathers imbued with demonic energy. He reached his right hand behind him. The demon sea's waist transformed into a dark red spear. He grabbed it and threw it. You shouldn't have laid a hand on my son, Lucifer said to Zhang Yu. Lucifer clapped his hands. A black sphere appeared, deflecting the demon sea's waist. He reached into the black sphere and pulled out a weapon. A spear. Pride. It was Lucifer's hell weapon, a symbol of his power. A mighty weapon that defined his very existence. Lucifer charged at Zhang Yu with pride in hand. Slash. At that moment, a fiery whip lashed toward Lucifer. He turned and frowned, saying, Who are you? I am Yog Saren, a loyal servant of Lord Satan. A demon covered in green tentacles. answered with a light laugh. Yog Saren. It was a name Lucifer had never heard before. However, Lucifer thought for a moment and shook his head. Now was not the time for that. Pride Army. Lucifer ordered his subordinates. Punish those who dare point their swords at our evil god. Lucifer's demons shouted. Yes, sir. Kill him. Lucifer's remaining subordinates shouted as they charged forward. However, there were very few of Lucifer's subordinates left. Due to constant battles with the cult, their numbers had drastically dwindled. Val. Zahak. Please command me as you wish. Lord Satan. A skeleton in a black robe emerged from the black crack that Satan had appeared from. He caressed a black crystal orb and let out a chilling laugh. Val. Zahak allowed Zhang Yu to command him freely. But his orders had already been decided. Kill them. May your will be done. Lord Satan. Demonic energy burst from the crystal ball. The corpses of demons who had died in the war began to rise like an army of the undead. Growling. Da. Da. A black knight emerged from the rift, moving to the front lines, taking command of the undead army. Ga ga ga. Val. Zahak grinned sideways, his hollow eye sockets flashing with yellow light. Move quickly. Reinhard. He called out the name of the Death Knight. The Death Knight riding a skeletal horse drew his sword. Whoosh. The skeletons roared. The undead army clashed with Lucifer's forces and broke into full battle. Satan. Lucifer narrowed his eyes. Looks like you plan to watch this all the way through. If I hadn't intended to, I wouldn't have started at all. Zhang Yu said leisurely. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The only issue was that after killing Lucifer, the angels would come. However, Zhang Yu wasn't worried about it. The angels wouldn't know he was a demon. He was sure of it. The traits awakened after becoming a demon chi dominator player gave Zhang Yu the ability to completely hide his demonic aura. Even the god of heroes, Tyrion, and the goddess from another world, Benegoa, had failed to see that she was a demon. They only learned that Zhang Yu was a demon after forming a bond. But Zhang Yu had no reason to form such a soul connection with the angels. Ultimately, the angels would definitely target the evil spirits that had yet to reveal themselves. Zhang Yu smiled, just like when he had sparked the hatred between Lucifer and the cult. Zhang Yu only needed to provoke a confrontation between the angels and the evil spirits, and then wait for the right moment to reap the benefits. However, I have to hide the flame demon and Valzahak. Zhang Yu's subordinates were connected to him through their souls. Thus they too could enjoy the smile of the master of demonic energy. With them, deceiving angels was child's play. However, even if the flame demon and Valzahak could hide their demonic aura, their appearances were still a problem. The flame demon looked exactly like the stereotypical demon seen in the media. And Valzahak was a skeleton. It wasn't as if the angels would let down their guard just because there was no demonic aura. Echidona and Lilith had human forms, so they were fine. But Valzahak and the flame demon needed to be hidden carefully. Even so, it was still a huge advantage. For him, nothing could be better than the angels actively hunting the evil spirits in his place. Zhang Yu had to thank Lucifer for bringing the angels to Earth. Good. Seeing everything unfold exactly as he planned, he couldn't help but smile. Now, let's end this. Zhang Yu spread his arms wide, and a massive amount of demonic energy gathered before him. Lucifer silently waited for Zhang Yu, gripping the handle of the Spear of Pride. The battle was about to reach its climax. Just then, boom. What the hell is that? Zhang Yu thought. Something was falling from the sky and landed on the ground. Zhang Yu and Lucifer stared at the unknown creature that had suddenly appeared. I am death. Ah! The red demonic mask was completely shrouded in darkness. I am the end. What the hell? Zhang Yu gasped in shock. The existence behind the red mask cloaked in darkness continued speaking. I am the father of wrath. I am wrath itself. Damn. I am. What is going on? Yellow light flashed behind the red mask. Satan. Then, silence. The figure wearing the red mask turned and spoke. Lucifer. Let's talk. Although I don't know exactly what happened. There has been a misunderstanding. I have no intention of fighting you. Satan found himself locking eyes with Zhang Yu. And instinctively flinched. Who exactly are you? Satan asked suspiciously. Then he recalled what Julia Vilkova had said. So that's it. You're the one who dared to call out my name. Boom. Zhang Yu stomped the ground hard. Pointing at Satan. Ah! How dare you utter the name of Satan? You imposter. Aren't you afraid of death? What? Imposter? Who exactly are you? Silence. No. You are a devil. How dare you speak my name? Zhang Yu extended his arm. Casting a flame fist arm towards Satan. I am the real Satan. Zhang Yu roared. Chapter 213. I am the real Satan. 2. Chapter 213. I am the real Satan. 2. Ah. What exactly is going on? Zhang Yu fell into confusion. Seeing the sudden appearance of Satan. He couldn't say anything. But still felt lost. Zhang Yu couldn't understand how things had developed this way. Is he really Satan? What a coincidence. And that demon is even wearing a red devil mask. His entire body cloaked in darkness. Zhang Yu didn't want to believe that this demon was Satan. He would rather believe it was just one of Lilith's pranks. Impossible. He shook his head. Lilith might seem bold and carefree. But he knew she could distinguish priorities. She would never do something meaningless. And sabotage the plan. In that case, the demon before him must really be Satan. He said he came here to talk to Lucifer. But there was some misunderstanding. Based on that, Zhang Yu could draw one conclusion. He wanted to avoid a direct conflict with Lucifer's forces. The embodiment of evil. The one who led the demonic cult. The one who created the cult. The one who ignited endless conflict. The seed of all danger and evil. Zhang Yu had no choice. He could only believe that Satan was indeed one of those embodiments of evil. Ha! He let out a laugh in disbelief. He had used Satan's name as a cheat code to get through difficult times. But he never expected that Satan was actually one of the leaders of the demonic cult. Oh! Damn it! Zhang Yu felt like he had made a mistake when he activated that cheat code. He didn't know how to respond. He had used it so many times that he no longer knew how to undo it. I can't let him do as he pleases. If there was one thing he was sure of, it was that he couldn't just sit and watch, as the real Satan did whatever he wanted. Putting everything else aside, there were two things Zhang Yu couldn't let anyone know. That he was the demon of prophecy. And that he killed Alec, Osborne, and Reynard. Revealing those secrets was on a whole other level. Compared to revealing he was the Demon King. He had managed to speak openly about being the Demon King. But when it came to the other two secrets. But he couldn't do it. If Satan truly existed, and people learned that Zhang Yu had been impersonating him, it would be the end. There was no need to think any further about it. All the trust and relationships he had painstakingly built on Earth would collapse. Zhang Yu had to do everything he could to prevent the real Satan from revealing his existence to the world. No. At the very least, he had to prevent himself from being exposed as a fake. But wait. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. He looked at the figure wearing the red demon mask. The evil king cloaked in darkness. He had thought it was the real Satan. Yet, sensing the demonic energy emanating from Satan, he realized it felt a little weak. Satan wasn't even as strong as Mammon, let alone Lucifer. Calling him the king of hell now felt rather forced. In another situation, he would have mistaken him for an apostle, rather than the evil king. The gears in Zhang Yu's mind turned. There were two possibilities. Either Satan hadn't fully recovered his power yet, or the being before him wasn't the real body. In any case, there was only one conclusion. At that moment, Satan was weak. Zhang Yu's eyes gleamed. He clenched his fists and licked his lips. I can do this. No. He had to do it. If he failed, everything would be over. Damn it. How did it come to this? And this wasn't the only problem. Zhang Yu looked up and realized that both Lucifer and the real Satan wore confused expressions. How was that possible? You said you were the real Satan? Nonsense. From Lucifer's perspective, two demons had suddenly appeared before him. One killed his subordinates. The other kidnapped his son. Both of them kept provoking him. He couldn't make any sense of it. As for Satan's thoughts, they were quite clear. He had just arrived and was preparing to clear up the misunderstanding with Lucifer, only to see someone impersonating him. Even worse, the impersonator was claiming that he was the fake, realizing it was all due to this imposter. Satan couldn't help but feel it was unfair. The three demons fell into utter confusion. The first to strike was, of course, Zhang Yu. Ha! I'm so pissed off. In my entire life, I never thought anyone would dare impersonate me. What the hell are you talking about? Stop making those ridiculous excuses. Zhang Yu shouted, seeing the imposter, trying to make it look like he was the fake. Satan was confused. He frowned. His aura became fierce. Damn it. Satan thought to himself. Things were getting more troublesome for him. The best way to prove he was the real Satan was to bring out his hell artifact, **** wrath. But this wasn't his true body. It was just a fragment, formed by abandoning a portion of his magic source. So he couldn't use the hell artifact at that moment. Look closely. This is me. I am the real face of Satan. What? Satan exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. In the imposter demon's hand was a pitch-black sword of darkness. No. That's fake. Satan hurriedly shouted. He was startled for a moment, but he was certain it was a fake. After all, the true rage remained within his real body. However, what a boring performance, Lucifer said, narrowing his eyes. Zhang Yu chuckled in disbelief. I can't believe it either. That kind of trash actually dared to interfere in our battle? He shook his head in disbelief. Judging from Lucifer's gaze and tone, who did he trust more? Of course, me. Zhang Yu thought. There was no need to overthink it. The magic power of someone weaker than even a hell prince. A Satan who replaced battle with dialogue, versus a Satan radiating terrifying demonic power, and fighting to the death like a true demon. Who would Lucifer believe more? The answer was obvious. Get out of here. You're a distraction. I don't know why you're impersonating Satan, but that's reason enough for me to kill you right now. No. I'm telling you. I am the real Satan. I already told you to get lost. Lucifer released a powerful killing intent. Satan clutched his head and said, I am Satan. Why won't you believe me? Since he first opened his eyes in the darkness of the 9 hells, he had never felt so humiliated and miserable. Even when he lost in battles against the demon kings, he hadn't felt like this. If he had been defeated in combat due to weakness, or if he had died an honorable death, Satan wouldn't have felt this way. He glared at the impersonator, wondering, who was he? Someone with such intense demonic energy, and powerful enough to impersonate him. There was only one person he could think of. No. Satan trembled. He remembered a massive mouth, filled with countless sharp teeth, and that terrifying predator's face. He devoured demons, even princes of hell. That predator was neither human, nor demon, nor god. He was simply a monster, twisted and evil, a being that defied all understanding and comprehension. The demon king was dead, Satan thought. The clash between the demon king and Earth, Arnor, Wan, and the twisted time-space of the 9 hells was unavoidable. That's how I planned it. Considering the worst-case scenario, before assigning Amen to the Demon King's army. Satan had given him an order. If Satan lost to the Demon King, and the Demon King tried to return to Earth like he often said, then Amen must ensure he would be torn apart by the circle arm. Did he betray me? Satan recalled that hunched back, wrinkled-faced demon, Amen. When it came to black magic, no one could rival him. Not even the gods. Amon's black magic could interfere with the will of the universe. That is, the system. No. Satan knew Amen was not a trustworthy subordinate. Even so, Satan could still feel that the Demon King had been torn apart by the system. But he turned his head, his eyes trembling. And there, he saw a demon wearing the same red devil mask as him, with eyes full of madness and evil. He is not dead. Tab. There's no point in saying more. Zhang Yu muttered quietly. He turned to Lucifer and said, "Our holy war must not be interrupted." Nonsense. This isn't a holy war at all. Lucifer narrowed his eyes. However, being interrupted like this, I don't like it either. Satan insisted. I told you. I am the real S. Let's deal with the intruder first. Zhang Yu interrupted Satan. Zhang Yu and Lucifer turned simultaneously, rushing towards Satan. Zhang Yu's fury and Lucifer's arrogance both surged towards Satan. Boom! Courage. The body Satan was using now was just a fragment of his true self. Its strength not even matching Mammon's. He couldn't even wield a true hell weapon. There was no way he could withstand the combined attack of two Hell Prince-level beings. Satan's power visibly weakened. I am Satan. He screamed in despair. Satan felt like he was going insane. I don't know who you are, but thank you, Lucifer said coldly. He turned his sharp gaze, cutting toward Luxie's. Thanks to you, I regained my sanity. Lucifer, who had been thrown into confusion by the impersonator's appearance, now had his frenzied mind cooled down. He now knew exactly what to do. Ah! Satan screamed. Slash. Cut. Two hell artifacts bore down on him. Satan felt like he was going mad. The replicas of the hell artifacts that had accompanied him all his life now overwhelmed him. He was furious and frustrated. I am Satan. I am the real Satan. Crack. As he let out a miserable scream, a black longsword pierced through him. Chapter 214. I can't believe that actually worked. Chapter 214. Unbelievable. It worked. Oh. Zhang Yu was certain now. This was set in stone. He could feel it with his hand. He had completely pierced through Satan. Or more precisely, the entity believed to be his fragment or clone. Of course. Zhang Yu smiled. That was risky. He had almost messed it up in the chaos. When the flame demon appeared and called him the Demon King, he was also caught off guard. Zhang Yu looked down at Satan melting into a thick, oily black liquid. It seemed Zhang Yu had been right. The Satan before him was merely a fragment of the real one. If that had been Satan's true body, he wouldn't have been so weak. I've managed to take down the mightiest king. However, the real problem wouldn't be solved until Zhang Yu killed the true Satan. Satan would keep claiming he was the real one, causing Zhang Yu further headaches. But Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with a smile. Turns out Satan was on Earth, and also the one pulling the strings behind the cult. If I play my cards right, Zhang Yu thought, he could make use of this. Like an infected wound slowly festering. As long as the real body survived, he could push all the blame onto Satan and resolve everything. Zhang Yu could use Satan. But now was not the time. Zhang Yu turned around, looking down at the melting remains of Satan. Even though he took Satan's fragment, the matter wasn't over yet. The real drama was elsewhere. Why is Lucifer so quiet? Zhang Yu began searching for Lucifer, who had vanished during their cooperation. Ah! He muttered in confusion. Lucifer had disappeared. Lucifer. Zhang Yu called out using Satan's voice. He turned around, only to find Lucifer holding Luxes in his arms, his deep eyes coldly staring at him. Let go of me. I've already given my soul to Lady Lilith. Don't move. Luxes struggled to break free, but was knocked unconscious by Lucifer. Lucifer then let out a sigh, and with a wave of his hand, a blue portal appeared. Damn it! Zhang Yu stomped the ground and charged forward at supersonic speed, causing a sonic boom and stirring up a strong gust of wind. Damn it! He bit his lip anxiously. Lucifer's escape hadn't been part of his plan. Lucifer and Lux's figures were gradually disappearing behind the portal. Zhang Yu reached out and grabbed Lucifer's arm. Are you trying to run? Zhang Yu asked. I've come to my senses. Lucifer replied coldly. He was indeed different from the raging figure he had been before. You think I'd let you go? You're deluding yourself. Zhang Yu yanked Lucifer's arm hard, pulling him lightly back out of the portal. Satan! Lucifer glared at Zhang Yu, speaking with a voice full of murderous intent. I'll be back. One day, I'll come back and destroy everything you hold dear, and make you regret everything you did today. It was more like a curse. Zhang Yu used the power of Titan's strength to grab onto Lucifer's arm. However, Lucifer retreated backward, and his arm was torn off. Damn it! Lucifer! Lucifer's arm tore off like a lizard shedding its tail. Black blood sprayed everywhere. Remember this, Satan, Lucifer said calmly. I'll be back. With those words, he completely vanished into the blue gate. The battlefield fell silent. One of the demons Lucifer left behind rushed toward Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu slowly raised his hand, grabbed the demon's leg, and crushed it with a stomp. Crack. The demon collapsed to the ground, letting out a miserable scream. Zhang Yu stomped on the demon's head. Crack. The demon's brain matter splattered across the ground. Damn it! Damn it! Shit! Zhang Yu cursed uncontrollably, grabbing his hair, yanking at it. I shouldn't have let him go. He fumbled in a panic, and forgot his most important objective. I made a mistake. If he had reacted quicker, and acted faster, he could have killed Lucifer here and now. That excuse of being thrown off by Satan's sudden appearance. He could have handled the variables, and killed Lucifer at the same time. Damn it! However, Zhang Yu didn't do that. On the contrary, he made a mistake in the midst of panic. Zhang Yu frowned in anger. I haven't lost yet. As long as Lucifer isn't an idiot, he'll make more cautious preparations over time. However, Zhang Yu didn't think his plan had completely failed, because Lucifer hadn't realized a key fact. His rage was directed at Satan. The fundamental misunderstanding hadn't been resolved. It only deepened. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. Satan was now on Earth, while Lucifer had escaped to Arno. How should he manipulate them? Zhang Yu was certain he could use them, but for now, he couldn't come up with the exact details. If Lucifer didn't act, there would be no way to plan anything. He would return. Zhang Yu was sure of it. Lucifer couldn't just flee with his tail between his legs. He would come back after making full preparations. Moreover, his anger would be directed at Satan. Not bad. Although it would take more time and effort. Considering this was the consequence of Zhang Yu's mistake, the price was worth it. Lilith. Yes. Lord Zhang Yu. As soon as Zhang Yu called Lilith's name, Lilith appeared. She turned around slowly, and asked him, You saw it all, didn't you? Yes. Lilith nodded in reply. I'll torture all the cultists to death. Then find Satan's whereabouts. No. You can't. The cultists don't even know that Satan is one of the evil gods. So there's no way they would know where he is. Then, what I killed was only a small fragment of Satan. The main body must still be alive. Lilith's eyes lit up. Brother laughed, revealing a wicked smile. Then he surely will. Now there are imposters everywhere pretending to be him. He can't just stand by and watch. After all, Satan has already been utterly humiliated. Zhang Yu didn't know why Satan couldn't move. But he was certain that Satan would eventually act. What if he doesn't? Lilith asked. In that case, it's simple. We force him to act. No matter what method we use. Zhang Yu slowly removed the red demon mask from his face. A cold wind blew by. 4 gusts of cold wind brushed against his skin. How many people survived? He asked. About 739 cultists survived. They're all on the run. Capture those above the bishop rank. Brainwash them. Whether with dark magic, seduction, or torture. It doesn't matter. Make them submit. And spread them throughout the cult. Zhang Yu needed spies inside the cult. To monitor Satan's movements. May your will be done. My king. Lilith showed a cold smile. Zhang Yu slowly walked over. Rumble. The flame demon approached him. Kneeling on one knee. And reported. Lucifer's subordinates have all been subdued. Zhang Yu looked at the demons behind the flame demon. They had been captured by Valzahak's undead army. Now they were looking up at Zhang Yu in terror. Surrender. Swear loyalty to Lord Satan. They bowed repeatedly. And pleaded desperately. Zhang Yu turned to look down at them. But soon turned away. The flame demon said. As for the number of survivors. No need to tell me. Zhang Yu walked past the flame demon as if uninterested. If they were cult members. That would be a different story. But Zhang Yu had no need to know how many of Lucifer's followers remained. He put away the red mask in his hand. And ordered. Kill them. Yes. My king, the flame demon nodded in reply. If Zhang Yu had a way to travel from Earth to Anno, maybe they would still be useful. But he had no way. So they were useless to him. If he wanted to use them as soldiers, it would be better to kill them. And turn them into undead. Those who betray once are destined to betray again. Crush them. Ah! Spare us. Please spare us. Lucifer's followers screamed. However, Zhang Yu ignored them. He dragged Lucifer's shredded arm and walked over to Satan's corpse. There was a pool of sticky black liquid on the ground. Zhang Yu sighed. This wasn't enough. He thought about the remaining conditions of the demon soul. To fulfill the conditions, he needed to absorb the body of a hell prince who possessed omnivorous abilities. Zhang Yu had believed that killing Lucifer would satisfy that condition. That was his greatest regret. The painful remorse swept over him again. As long as Lucifer still mistook him for Satan, his plan could still be carried out. But that was another matter. Zhang Yu had failed to fulfill the final condition of the demon soul. That was his greatest regret. Considering the mistake, he thought the price was cheap. A mistake could lead to irreparable consequences. In battles between demons, mistakes meant death. So failing to meet the demon soul's conditions was the cheapest price he could pay. Well then. Zhang Yu clicked his tongue. There's no use crying over spilled milk. At the very least, I should devour this. He sighed. Activate Predation Omnipotence. Predation Omnipotence covered Satan's fragments and Lucifer's severed arm. Damn it. I doubt I'll even get a single stat point. No matter how hard Zhang Yu tried to forget his mistake, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Crunch, crunch. Predation Omnipotence devoured Satan's fragments and Lucifer's torn arm. Sharp alert. Activated. Kingslayer. Trait. Absorbing soul fragments from the devoured parts of Satan and Lucifer's bodies. Detected faint divinity within the 2 soul fragments. Compared to when they were still parts of Hell Prince's souls, the quality of the soul fragments had improved. Attempting to devour soul fragments classified as SSS grade. Success. Ha! The pathway deep into the All-Demon Core has been completed 100%. All demon soul conditions fulfilled. 10. 5. The demonic energy of the dragon core burst out from his body. The demonic energy from his heart enveloped his whole body. The demon soul awakening began. Zhang Yu opened his mouth wide. It actually worked. Chapter 215. Demon Soul. Chapter 215. Demon Soul. Darkness descends. The demonic energy from the dragon core seeped through his skin, covering the surroundings. Within the all-demon core located at his heart, the terrifying demonic energy of the dragon core roiled. He instinctively sensed the demonic energy from the depths. If the all-demon core had layers, then he belonged to the middle layer. The demonic energy from the middle layer spread throughout his body. He tried to move his fingers, but there was no response. What is a demon soul? It's even more elusive than a supreme demon god, Zhang Yu thought to himself, while observing the changes within his body. Experiencing it firsthand was far more effective than mere imagination. The demonic energy flowed on its own. It spread throughout his entire body. The transformation had begun. Ah! It was hard to describe the feeling. A chill ran up his spine. The hairs on his neck stood on end. He felt like he was stretching. Like he was rising. As if he had climbed to the peak of an endless mountain range. Then looked down from above. All along, he had taken certain things for granted. Now it felt like they no longer existed. What was happening? It felt different from when he achieved the ultimate demon body. He didn't feel an explosive surge of power as he had before. Nor did he feel any change in his body. Perhaps it had nothing to do with becoming stronger. It was different from the rise in combat power. It had nothing to do with gaining power to conquer and trample enemies. This was... He quickly found the right word. In the darkness. Curling his body. Surrounded by dense demonic energy. A word flashed through Zhang Yu's mind. A vessel. This unknown power called the demon soul had turned him into a vessel. An object meant to contain something. Lingering sounds echoed. A familiar chime. He looked up. In the darkness, a blue information window appeared. Successfully awakened the demon soul. A vessel capable of containing divinity has been formed. Demonic energy increased by 2 points. Demonic energy now at 140 points. A vessel capable of containing divinity. Zhang Yu roughly understood the role and meaning of the demon soul. This must be the path toward becoming a demon god. First came the transformation of the body. Then the transformation of the soul. And the goal of both transformations was only one thing. Divinity. The power of a god. And the power that allowed gods to exist. This is a power that transcends the laws of physics. A power capable of creating miracles. Moreover, it's a power that interferes with the system. Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes and looked at the world around him. Although it was the same world, it felt different. It's confusing to describe it like that. But there's no better way to put it. He moved his fingers, drawing out demonic energy, and used the fist pen. The pathway deep into the all-demon box fully took shape. It resembled a giant pipeline, connected to an endless sea. He could circulate his demonic energy naturally. Just like in the 9 hells. Slash. A black blade shot out from his fingertip. He flipped his hand. Droplets of dark blood fell from his fingertip. One drop fell to the ground. Crack. Within a 20-meter radius where the droplet landed, black blades rose from the ground. This was the blade domain. It was a skill he had already mastered. But when he used demonic energy from deep within the all-demon box, the effects were completely different. Long time no see. He smirked. The sensations he had when he once ruled all demons resurfaced in his mind. The flame demon gasped sharply. He was excited. As the original demon king, the flame demon's soul was connected to Zhang Yu. Thus, he could sense Zhang Yu's power. He realized that his master had fully returned to the state of ruling over the 9 hells. The flame demon dropped to his knees. His forehead slammed into the ground. You have returned, my king. What are you talking about? Zhang Yu sneered. This is amusing. I've always been here. The flame demon fell silent. He felt ashamed for showing such an expression. This was foolish. After all, the flame demon knew who Zhang Yu was, and what his abilities were. Zhang Yu did not reach the 9th layer of hell, and the peak of all demons because of sheer strength. In the final war, the demon lord Baal was stronger. Even so, the victor was still the flame demon's master, the demon king. In the Millennium War, he suffered heavy losses. Many of his subordinates and comrades died. But the demon king ultimately won. He never retreated. He never surrendered. He never compromised. Nor did he yield. He gladly embraced battles where he had no chance of victory. The flame demon trembled. Tears streamed from his eyes. He trembled with boundless faith in the demon king. Trust and an obsessive reverence overwhelmed him. The demon king was right. He never returned. He had always been here. My death god. The flame demon charged at Zhang Yu and hugged him tightly. Thank you. It is my honor. Flame demon said, to have the chance to serve you. Because of the vast difference in height, Zhang Yu's head got stuck under the flame demon's armpit. Damn it. Get away from me. Zhang Yu struggled, trying to escape that terrifying smell. He looked at the flame demon wearily. The flame demon's eyes were sparkling, completely out of place with his 5-meter-tall, hulking body. A dumb musclehead. That was the best way to describe him. However, Zhang Yu didn't dislike him. They had spent too much time together. There was no way he could dislike him. Facing Satan and Lucifer together now should be no problem. No. I don't think so. Zhang Yu shook his head, narrowing his eyes. Those guys have divinity. Divinity? Yes. People with divinity aren't necessarily strong in combat. The higher the divinity, the stronger the combat power. But unlike attributes, it doesn't always translate into strength. The hero god Tyrio is one such power. Zhang Yu was certain. If he fought Tyrio in his current state, he could definitely defeat him. However, that doesn't mean he can underestimate Satan and Lucifer. The fact that they now possess divinity, which they didn't have in the 9 hells, means that if they had, when he devoured them with the fist of predation, he couldn't have missed it. They acquired it here. Judging by the situation, these two demons are at least 1,000 years ahead of the time point Zhang Yu returned to. During that time, they not only restored their bodies, but also reached a realm beyond the 9 hells. What happened? He couldn't figure it out. 1,000 years is short for demons. For tens of thousands of years, the princes of hell couldn't surpass the limits of a prince. The only one who could was Baal. However, things are different now. Both Satan and Lucifer have gained divinity, breaking through barriers unbreached for hundreds of thousands of years. How did they do it? Zhang Yu couldn't imagine how they managed it. Zhang Yu's thoughts were in disarray. He clicked his tongue and shook his head. The important thing is, he can't let his guard down. He raised his hand. So, yellow flames rose. He still felt a bit awkward using the mammon fist. The demon soul was a vessel. An empty vessel that had yet to be filled. It wasn't what he had hoped for. His combat power had not increased. Not yet. He had to become stronger. Desire and thirst burned his throat. To rise up. To complete the final step toward becoming a demon god. A mission was generated. Information. Condition 1. Reach 150 points of demonic energy. Condition 2. Condition 3. Damn it, why so many? It used to be just 2 conditions. Now there were 3. Fortunately, one condition had already been revealed. This was the final step toward becoming a demon god. The final step. For some reason, he didn't feel like it was the final step. Zhang Yu recalled when he created Hell. There had been a demon god advancement quest. It was labeled with a question mark. Well, better to have something than nothing? Indeed. He was a little excited. After all, becoming stronger meant being able to do things he couldn't before. That feeling was simply amazing. All demons longed for it. even if it meant sacrificing everything. Right. Zhang Yu looked at his right middle finger. The ring was writhing as if alive. I remember it said that once I attained the demon soul, it would start digesting. He still had many questions about the potion of the demonic sea. He had devoured a hell weapon. The things that the fist of predation couldn't devour were consumed by the equipment. It would be strange not to be curious. He opened the information window for the potion of the demonic sea. Equipment information. Equipment name. Potion of the demonic sea, level. Transcendent. Mink. Type. Growth type. The equipment enhances when certain conditions are met. Equipment status. Currently digesting greed. All abilities except the basic effects are suspended. HMPH. Zhang Yu frowned. He injected demonic energy into the demon sea elixir. No transformation. He frowned deeper. Without the help of the demon sea elixir, he couldn't use his trump card, Hellfire. HMPH. Without Hellfire, he could still fight against a Prince of Hell. However, he was displeased, seeing that the trump card he had practiced for so long was now sealed. Looks like I'll have to stay low-key for a while. Zhang Yu thought about what he had to do next. Magic power had reached 150. His magic power was already very high. Unless he fought a Prince of Hell and devoured them, it wouldn't increase further. Or unless he devoured a large number of demons. Either way, there was no way to improve it right now. Tisk. Zhang Yu clicked his tongue. Although he gave up on Lucifer, he still gained a lot. But thinking about everything he had to do next gave him a headache. Let's go back. As he walked, he looked up at the blue sky and warm sun. It had been 2 years since he returned to Earth. 7 years had passed since the day of disaster. He had finally regained the strength accumulated during 10,000 years spent in hell. Chapter 216 Wu Kongyu's User Manual, 1. Oh. Zhang Yu's room door opened. Inside the room, Zhang Yu turned his head while reading the Guardian mission report sent by Gaia. A woman who appeared innocent was looking at him with a seductive smile. A pure smile, instantly transforming her pure image into that of a lustful witch. What's wrong? Zhang Yu asked. I have something to report, he said. Zhang Yu turned his chair to face Lilith. He continued speaking. I brainwashed 3 book bishops. So I sent the first batch back to the cult. Already brainwashed. Zhang Yu looked at him in surprise. It had only been a week since the disastrous battle between Satan and Lucifer. He was amazed they had surrendered so easily. All 3 were book bishops of the cult. He hadn't expected them to give in so quickly. Lilith's face broke into a deep smile. He. Master Zhang Yu. You know how effective my seduction skills are. You even used seduction? He couldn't understand it. Lucifer's beauty was more demonic. But book bishops weren't like that. Even though they accepted demonic power, they were still essentially humans. No. Even after accepting demonic power and becoming more demon-like, their values and tastes shouldn't differ too much from humans. At least, that's how I feel. Zhang Yu frowned. Exactly. He. It seems my looks work just as well on humans. Zhang Yu thought. What nonsense is that? I created a clone of myself and trapped the book bishops in tentacles for 3 days. Ah. I didn't expect a single clone to bring them down so easily. Humans really are too simple. Lilith extended her long serpentine tongue and licked Zhang Yu's cheek. But my true self and emotions are reserved only for Master Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu hurriedly covered her mouth. The captured book bishops were mostly old men with wrinkled faces. Just imagining everything they went through made Zhang Yu want to throw up. It was better to leave everything to Lilith. If he went to see how they were doing, he might end up seeing something terrifying. Well then, did you get anything from them? I haven't gotten specific details on Satan's actions yet. However, Lilith rubbed her chin. All the brainwashed book bishops have been sent to the same branch. Which branch? A branch in Russia. It's the largest branch we've seen so far. There are at least 10,000 cultists inside. 10,000? Yeah. Of course, that's only what they've discovered. The largest branch of the cult. If it's that big, maybe it's actually their headquarters. Not just a branch. No. Based on the information I got from the book Bishops, it doesn't seem to be their headquarters either. I see. He nodded. In other words, Satan is at their headquarters. He's still not certain. He said, for now, keep an eye on that branch, while also tracking Satan's movements. There's no way Satan will stay still. He'll definitely take action. I have to wait. If Zhang Yu acted hastily, Satan might escape just like Lucifer did. He couldn't allow that to happen. Once Satan fully exposed himself from hiding, he would kill him. Is that all for the report? Yes. As soon as I learn anything new, I'll inform you immediately. Good work. Hee. For you, my king, I would do anything. Lilith laughed. Zhang Yu groaned. This was why he couldn't bring himself to dislike Lilith. Even though she had done so much to him, she was not only highly capable, but also loyal. If he hated her, that would be even stranger. Zhang Yu gave a bitter smile and turned around. He asked, you won't forget tomorrow, right? No. Of course not. I already contacted Yan Mo earlier. Zhang Yu had decided to link the people he met on Earth with his companions from Hell. In other words, a gathering. To eat and drink together. See you tomorrow then. Lilith tilted her head, smiling slightly. Her hair began to turn into tentacles. Wait a minute. You're leaving so soon? What a pity. Save me. You know, rewarding meritorious service is a king's duty. Right? Gasp. Click. Long tentacles extended, locking the door. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of chopping vegetables came from the cutting board. The vegetables were sliced neatly and smoothly, as if cut by a machine. Han Shuya looked at the closed door, not knowing what they were talking about. Lilith walked into the room. She wanted to know what she and Zhang Yu were discussing. She sighed, lowering her head sadly. Wearing slippers. Kicking the ground. She hasn't been able to talk much with Zhang Yu lately. Since the Hell Prince Mammon appeared, Zhang Yu has been busier than ever. Due to the Guardian's work, training, and many other things to handle, their chances to talk have drastically decreased. It feels a bit lonely. Or at least, that's how she feels. Though they live under the same roof, she feels the distance between them growing. Shui Ya puts the freshly chopped ingredients into the pot. The kimchi soup, which she can now make with her eyes closed, simmers, emitting a delicious aroma. She sits on a chair, lost in thought, thinking about Zhang Yu. I wonder how Zhang Yu sees me. They've been living together for 2 years. That's enough time for even enemies to develop affection. Not only that, she's had feelings for him from the start. If he doesn't feel anything, that would be strange. She saved him from a hellish life. Even so, she's never asked anything of him, only wanting him to stay by her side. On one hand, she thinks falling in love just because someone saved her life is like a cliché 80s drama. But she's done so much for him. If she didn't fall for him, that would be strange. No. She shook her head. Her feelings for Zhang Yu aren't just because he saved her. She pulled him out of a hellish life. She pictured him. His sharp eyes. Looking a bit fierce, perhaps? She does whatever needs to be done without hesitation, giving off a sense of reliability. She feels trustworthy. As long as she's by his side, following him, everything will be alright. But, at the same time, sometimes her gaze was too dark. Sometimes it looked utterly sorrowful, as if she were about to collapse. Two completely different expressions. It was like she was forcing herself forward with rusty joints. On one hand, she trusted him, but she also wanted to protect him. She had long been certain of these feelings. She didn't know if Zhang Yu had noticed. But she had already sent him signals to let him know her heart. Because of that, they were as close as family. However, she couldn't close the distance between them any further. It felt like just one more step would resolve everything. But she couldn't take that step. Shuya pouted, angrily kicking the cushion under her foot. She even proposed to me. Her face turned red. She remembered the day they first met. The very first words she said, holding his hand. At first, she thought he was a very strange person. But after hearing her story, she understood everything. After spending 10,000 years in hell, he was the first person she met. I guess it's kind of like destiny. She had been imprisoned in hell for 10,000 years to protect Earth from the demon of prophecy, Satan. After crossing dimensions and arriving on Earth, the first person she met was her. If that wasn't destiny, then what was it? Bubble. Burst. Crack. Hearing the water boiling in the pot, she screamed uncontrollably. Shuya ran to the stove and turned off the heat. Ha! Ha! Calm down. She placed a hand over her chest, biting her lip as she tried hard to calm herself. She controlled her breathing, turning back to look at the door. The door was still closed, though Lilith had been inside for an hour. They still hadn't come out. Shuya suddenly felt uneasy. She recalled what Che Yanzu had told her a few days ago. If you don't become more assertive, that idiot will never understand your feelings. Be assertive. Shuya clenched her fists. She had never dated a man, so she wasn't sure what to do. But she at least wanted to take on the challenge. Click. He. See you tomorrow. Master Zhang Yu. At that moment, Lilith walked out. Oh. Shuya's gaze met Lilith's. A deep smile spread across Lilith's face. Shuya's body froze. Lilith looked at her as if she knew everything. She walked over to Shuya, grabbing her shoulders, and whispered in her ear. Winning the Demon King's heart isn't easy, she said with a bittersweet tone. I tried for a long time, but I failed. Ah. Lilith wiped her moist eyes, showing a radiant smile. If you succeed, please tell me your secret. Shuya hesitated, because she didn't know how to respond. Her relationship with Lilith was still awkward. No. Even if they were close, it would be hard to answer. It was clear. They were rivals for the same man. Miss Lilith spent 1,000 years with Zhang Yu. Shuya's heart filled with jealousy. She glanced at Lilith's appearance. Lilith looked both pure and seductive, though they were both women. Shuya couldn't help but be captivated by Lilith's beauty. She had seen Black Flag White Crane in the news before, but Lilith was far more stunning in person. I remember, she said. Her true form was even more beautiful. It was hard to imagine a face more beautiful than this. So beautiful, yet she still couldn't win Zhang Yu's heart. Shuya's confidence disappeared. Well then, I'm rooting for you. Lilith waved her hand and turned to leave. Although she said that, it seemed she was convinced Shuya would fail. Lilith walked out the door. Shuya bit her lip anxiously. Click. Zhang Yu. She opened the door. She saw Zhang Yu sitting on the bed. Her gaze was blank. Her cheeks were sunken, like a soldier just back from the battlefield. Her movements were even a little odd, like a broken clock or a faulty puppet. She must be exhausted, considering how busy she had been lately. It was no surprise. Shuya looked disappointed. Now didn't seem like a good time to talk to her. I don't know how I can win Zhang Yu's heart. She sighed, and quietly closed the door. Chapter 217. Wu Kongyu's User Manual. 2. Chapter 217. Zhang Yu's User Manual. 2. A vast and beautiful expanse of vegetation surrounded a large lake. People sat around mats covered with luxurious food and drinks. They nervously watched Balrog and Lilith. No. To be more precise, they were watching Balrog, the 5-meter-tall giant, warily. Ahem. I think. This is my first time formally greeting everyone. Nice to meet you all. My name is Lilith. I've been supporting Master Zhang Yu in hell for a long time. Lilith said with a smile, holding a glass of wine in her hand. Jin Shixin, She Yenju, and Tian Wuchen looked at her in confusion. So, you're the demon inside Black Flag Lily? Yenju asked. Yes. That's right. Then what about Black Flag Yuri herself? She's temporarily asleep. Lilith placed her hand on her chest. She hasn't fully recovered from merging with the demon. But in time, they'll naturally share a lifetime. A demon and a human sharing a life. Wuchen mumbled, somewhat troubled. She couldn't help but feel sorry for Black Flag Yuri Reika, whose body was taken by a demon. But blaming Lilith didn't feel quite right. Lilith didn't take Black Flag Yuri Reika's body by choice. Besides, there was no prior connection between the two. Black Flag Yuri Reika hasn't completely lost her consciousness either. Though it feels off. There's no way to protest. So, are you all like Zhang Yu? Gaia turned to look at Zhang Yu, asking with some nervousness. She is Gaia's incarnation. To her, accepting demons isn't easy. Zhang Yu said seriously. Though they haven't shed their demonic nature like I have. They're still helpful in defeating the prophesied demon. Yes. Gaia nodded, still puzzled. Setting aside the demonic body, Zhang Yu, who accepted the hero god's energy, wondered if he could trust himself. Could he trust pure demons like Yama and Lilith? Was Zhang Yu being deceived? She wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Don't worry. Gaia heard Yama's voice. I've already dedicated my soul to my king. I'm willing to do anything for her. Her voice was full of confidence. Gaia could feel her unwavering resolve. She clutched her skirt, opening her mouth to say, Are you still loyal to Zhang Yu? Smiling? Even though he's no longer the Demon King? Yama laughed. Though he lost the title of Demon King after losing to Satan. But at least for me, he will always be my king. Gaia remained silent. Yan Mo's loyal tone did not sound like a lie. Gaia gave a faint smile. All right. I believe you. Yan Mo. Brother Tilda. You seem pretty calm now. Unlike before. Kaya. Quiet down. Gaia blushed. Zhang Yu smiled awkwardly. He spoke to everyone gathered around the grass. Today, I gathered you all here to introduce two of my subordinates who fought alongside me in hell, and also to help relieve the fatigue accumulated over the past few months since the Guardians were formed. We haven't had a gathering like this. Honestly, just treat it like a little outing. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you for arranging this gathering. Brother. Si-hun smiled. He seemed genuinely happy to be here with Gaia and Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu chuckled and picked up his chopsticks. Shueya worked hard to prepare all this, so be sure to thank her. Wow. As expected of you. Sister-in-law. How did you manage to prepare so much food? It all looks mouth-watering too. Zhang Taishu exclaimed. I just made it because I wanted to. Shueya's face turned red, but she smiled brightly. Echidona sat on Zhang Yu's lap, using chopsticks to pick up some seaweed rice. It had almost become her exclusive spot. Zhang Yu. Oh. Shi Shuan laughed. He seemed very happy. Able to come here with Gaia and Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu smiled, picking up his chopsticks. Shui Ya put a lot of effort into making this, so we should thank her. Wow. As expected of you. Sister-in-law. How did you prepare so much food? It looks absolutely mouth-watering. Zhang Taishu exclaimed. I just made it because I wanted to. Shui Ya said, her face turning red. A smile bloomed on her face. Echidna sat on Zhang Yu's lap, picking up some seaweed rice with chopsticks. This had almost become her exclusive seat. Zhang Yu. Shi Shuan laughed. He seemed very happy. Able to come here with Gaia and Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu smiled, picking up his chopsticks. Shui Ya put a lot of effort into making this. So we should thank her. Wow. As expected of you. Sister-in-law. How did you prepare so much food? It looks absolutely mouth-watering. Zhang Taishu exclaimed. Ah. I just made it because I wanted to. Shui Ya said, her face turning red. A smile bloomed on her face. Echidna sat on Zhang Yu's lap, picking up some seaweed rice with chopsticks. This had almost become her exclusive seat. Zhang Yu. Ah. The seaweed rice was brought to his mouth. Zhang Yu opened his mouth with a smile. It was just seaweed rice. But the cheesy flavor suited his taste perfectly. Is it tasty? Echidna asked. Echidna hummed, as if waiting for something. Zhang Yu grabbed some seaweed rice and fed it to her like feeding a child. Chew. Chew. So delicious. You're the best. Shuya. Hee hee. You helped a lot this morning too. Echidna. But what I made exploded. Echidna pouted. Shuya couldn't resist how cute she was. She took her from Zhang Yu's hands and hugged her tightly. Wah! How can you be so cute? Shuya. I can't breathe. Echidna struggled, as if suffocating under something huge. They looked like sisters. Or perhaps like mother and daughter. Hee hee. The atmosphere is even better than I imagined. Lilith smiled as she approached Zhang Yu. Retreating. Zhang Yu trembled slightly, remembering the trauma from the previous day. Cold sweat broke out. His face turned pale. Master Zhang Yu. Here you go. He wasn't sure whether he was afraid or accepting food. The seaweed rice ball was stuffed into his mouth. He chewed mechanically like a robot. Gulp. He swallowed nervously. And others looked at him enviously. Why? Does he have feelings for Lilith? All right. Good brother. What? HMPH. It's just letting things happen naturally. What do you mean, naturally? What are you saying? Shixin, blushing, stepped in front of him. He awkwardly turned his head away, picking up some seaweed rice with chopsticks. Don't get mad at me, buddy. Zhang Yu's face grew even paler. I'm tired of this nonsense. You don't seem to know the king's preferences. Human. Stop making things complicated. Get lost. He felt like he was going to be sick. Shixin and Yama, following Lilith, joined in as well. He reached out to Shui Ya, who was holding Echidna. But it seemed he could no longer see her. Darling. The distance between heaven and hell is only a meter. But Shixin and Yama grabbed her hand, preventing her from escaping. What do you mean? Shixin asked. I mean it. I heard you also swore loyalty to my king. But you're still not enough. Nonsense. Why are you guys like this? Guys. We came here to get along. Didn't we? Fine. I guess it's only natural. Considering each of us has served the king for different lengths of time. Ha ha. You haven't had enough time to understand everything about the king. Ha. The way you talk. It's like you know everything about Zhang Yu. Excuse me? Can you hear me? The atmosphere grew tense. Vision and Flame Demon glared at each other. Rumble. The shockwave from their collision shook the ground. The force they released could easily kill an ordinary great demon of the 9th layer of hell. I'll teach you what kind of food the king likes. But you don't know? Flame Demon stabbed at something with her giant chopsticks. It was the sashimi set Flame Pearl had brought. More specifically, she skewered the fish head meant for boiling fish head soup. The king loves these kinds of fish heads. I really don't like it. See? Look how happy she looks. I really don't like it. Please, have a taste. My king. Damn it. This isn't something you should eat. She pushed away the fish head. A nauseating stench spread around them. Han. You try this instead. My king. She truly wished both of them would just go away. Zhang Yu covered his face with his hand. burying his head between his knees. Zhang Yu. Shuya watched as Zhang Yu fled from Flame Demon and Vision. With a disappointed look on his face. I want to do that too. She twirled the seaweed rice ball with her chopsticks. Lilith approached her. And asked. How did it go yesterday? I haven't. You're lacking courage. I really hope you succeed. Han Shuya stayed silent. Then cautiously spoke up. Miss Lilith. Are you okay? Sorry. What? If things work out between me and Zhang Yu. You'll. She couldn't easily express herself. Lilith burst into laughter. It's okay. What? The king should have multiple loved ones. As a native Korean, she found it hard to accept this idea. Hee. I was joking. Oh. You were, right? Yes. To be honest. Lilith looked up at the blue sky. Smiling bitterly. If only someone could comfort the king. Shui Ya. Have you heard about Lord Zhang Yu's experiences in hell? No. I haven't. She shook her head. Lilith said, her eyes welling up. Pretending not to care. Actually. Her wounds are deeper than you can imagine. HMPH. Though she speaks coldly. She's actually a very warm-hearted person. Do you know why the king declared war on the princes of hell? No idea. It was because of that huge muscle over there. Mr. Yama. Lilith nodded. Showing a bitter smile. To save that muscle. She fought every prince of hell. That's how warm-hearted she is. So. She must have been deeply wounded. Lilith's final words. Carried an indescribable sense of emotion. Shui Ya remained silent. Feeling both envy and frustration. Lilith knew a side of Zhang Yu that she didn't. HMPH. If that's the case. I hope you at least succeed today. Lilith stood up and waved her hand. Shuya watched her departing back. She stood up. I don't want to hesitate anymore. She realized she had started the race one step behind Lilith. Shuya took a deep breath. She turned around. I might fail. After talking with Lilith, she realized how hard it was to win Zhang Yu's heart. She was so beautiful. And thought of Zhang Yu so much. But, if even Lilith couldn't capture Zhang Yu's heart, Shuya thought she didn't stand a chance. Still. At least. I want to let him know how I feel. Shuya walked toward where Zhang Yu had run off. Her eyes shining brightly. When she entered the forest, she saw Zhang Yu resting. Leaning against a tree. Zhang Yu. What's wrong? There's something I want to tell you. Shuya closed her eyes. Feeling dizzy. How should I tell him? She had received countless confessions before. But this was her first time confessing. First, she reached out. And gently held Zhang Yu's hand. Her vision blurred. Her mind was in chaos. What does Zhang Yu like? How can I use that? Her lips moved on their own. I want to make kimchi stew for you for the rest of my life. You idiot. She had suddenly proposed to him. No. This wasn't even a proper proposal. It sounded more like a joke. Shuya felt so embarrassed she wanted to scream. He must think I'm such a weird woman. Right? She'd want to know what I'm even talking about. Wouldn't she? All sorts of negative thoughts churned in her mind. Just as she was overwhelmed with shame. And turned to run away. Shoo! Huh? Wow! I'm so damn glad I was born. Wow! Zhang Yu cried out, deeply moved. Collapsing to the ground. Darling. I'll make you happy for the rest of your life. He held her hand. His eyes sparkling as he looked at her. Shui Ya recalled what Lilith had said to her the day before. Winning the Demon King's heart isn't easy. I tried for a long time. But. I failed. HMPH. It was a piece of cake. Chapter 218. The Watcher of Light. Chapter 218. The Guardian of Light. They still haven't made a move. Zhang Yu frowned, looking at Lilith's report. Yes. Lilith replied. It's time to act. Whether it's Lucifer or Satan, Zhang Yu had long expected one of them to make a move. But contrary to his expectations, neither of them did. We need to increase mana levels to surpass the power of the 9 hells and become a demon god. Mana levels must reach 150. His growth has already reached its limit. To improve further, it'll require the intervention of someone at the Hell Prince level. Things aren't unfolding as he had anticipated. The irritation in Zhang Yu's heart grew stronger. Should we attack that giant branch? That's also an option. But after thinking about it, Zhang Yu still shook his head. Let's wait a little longer. Even with tens of thousands of branches, it doesn't guarantee there are Hell Prince level beings among them. For example, there are many book bishops in the African branches, but none close to the level of a Hell Prince. I don't know exactly how many evil spirits there are either. Mammon and Satan. These two should be evil spirits. But it's unclear whether they are the only ones. Hopefully, there are more. In order for Zhang Yu to continuously gain magic energy, it would be best if there were more beings of that level. Even if they aren't resurrected Hell Princes, as long as they're at that level, he could still gain some magic attributes from them. But I'm not sure, aside from Hell Princes, who else could become an evil spirit, besides gods and creatures of the 9 layers of hell. She had never seen any being at the Hell Prince level. Zhang Yu leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. Sob, sob, sob. The crystal ball obtained by the Guardian Elite members on the table lit up. He reached out and grabbed it. Ah, brother. He heard Jin Shishun's voice. What's wrong? I heard that Gaia just received a revelation. A revelation? Yes. I think you should come. I'm coming right away. Zhang Yu stood up, his eyes flashing sharply. A revelation. Ah. The last time Gaia received a revelation, the goddess Benegoya from another world descended into their world. Could it be another god this time? Currently, Earth is like a nation that has declared bankruptcy. The gods of Earth are powerless to protect it. Thus, they are pleading for help from anyone who can protect them. Thanks to them, my attribute values have increased by 3 points. Gods from distant worlds, or gods from worlds closely connected to Earth, such as Arno or Juan, it didn't matter. He would use and seize anything he could. Because the gods on Earth, unable to protect their own world, were utterly useless, even though it was their duty to defend Earth against forces from other worlds. They were now seeking help from other worlds. He had never seen or heard of gods more pitiful than these. Will you head directly to the Guardian Hall? Lilith asked. Yes. I will go with you. No. Stay here. He shook his head. Just in case. Although he could use the Mana Sovereign's effect to conceal Lilith's mana traces, there was no need to force it. In that case, I will remain on standby at all times. Also inform Enma. Yes, my king. He placed the crystal ball on the floor, blank in source, intentionally left empty. A white door appeared. So, he walked in and felt a sensation he was already used to. He saw Sihun. Where's Gaia? Zhang Yu asked. Over here. Sihun guided him with a worried expression. Zhang Yu followed behind Sihun. When he saw Gaia, he was staring at the sky, sitting in a wheelchair, trembling. Like a bewitched wizard. He could understand why Sihun was worried. Ah. Ah. After trembling for a long time, Gaia gasped and spoke. Ha. Ha. Thank you for coming. Of course. Did you receive a revelation from Gaia? No. Gaia shook his head. My lord. You mean the gods from another world have returned? He shook his head again. No. The revelation said they would support what happens next. But they are not gods. Not like before. Then what are they? They seem like Light's Watchers from the continent of Elnor, seeking support. Light's Watchers? I don't know who they are either. Zhang Yu frowned. If you're giving a revelation, at least be a bit more detailed. They seem to be seeking help from everywhere possible. Seeing if there's any way. It's a rather irresponsible approach. It might end up causing more harm than help. We might have to be the ones cleaning up their mess. He once again sighed at the incompetence of the gods. You call this a world? He wasn't sure who was the source of all this chaos. But it seemed the gods were randomly borrowing power from other worlds. He couldn't help but sigh. Are they here for the Guardian Hall? Zhang Yu asked. No. Actually, the Light Watchers have something to investigate on Earth. So they went to Africa first. Africa? Yes. Do you remember? The place where we found traces of a large-scale battle? Oh. Of course he remembered. That was where Lucifer and Satan clashed. Let's head there immediately. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu turned around. The grassland had been devastated by fierce battle. A group of people dressed in white priest robes, with angel wings drawn on their backs, walked out from a blue gate. The blond man leading the way looked around. This should be. I think it's called Earth. The mana distribution is much lower than Arno's. The group dressed in white priest robes continued investigating sharply. Apostle Ludvesi, have you contacted Earth's apostles? Lord Afir has already contacted Earth's apostles. Is there any need to assist them? Followers of a fallen goddess are of no help to our mission of eradicating evil. Don't say that. They also serve the light. The darker it gets, the more the light must illuminate one another. Ludvesi said firmly. My apologies. The apostles quickly bowed their heads. Then, please forgive us. From a white gate, Zhang Yu, Shixin, and Gaia appeared. Ludvesi bowed with a smile. Polite in manner. Polite in speech. Please forgive us. Please understand. Apostles of Gaia. I am Ludwisi, guardian of light. Gaia bowed and replied. My name is Gaia. Oh. You used the name of the goddess you serve? I abandoned my birth name. I admire that. Ludwisi nodded. I heard from Lord Raphael. That Lady Gaia is currently. She is unconscious now. Gaia said. I see. Ludwisi's expression darkened. She sighed. Tears welled up. Such a merciful goddess. To meet such a fate. As one who serves the light. It truly breaks my heart. But we have gathered many heroes. With the purpose of protecting this planet. Ha ha. That's reassuring. Ludwisi showed a brilliant smile. Her smile seemed to light up the surroundings. And the warmth she exuded dissipated all caution. Light's Watchers. Zhang Yu squinted his eyes and glanced at them. On the back of their priestly robes was a pattern symbolizing angels. But they didn't look like angels. So, they were likely servants of angels. Zhang Yu took a step forward and asked, what are Light's Watchers? Ah, sorry. It seems we didn't explain properly. We are followers serving Lord Raphael. I knew it. They are related to angels. Zhang Yu nodded. He slowly scanned Ludvesi. He couldn't quite describe it. It was the first time he had seen a being possessing the power of angels. He couldn't sense how powerful these Light Watchers were. Well, I suppose I'll find out sooner or later. First, he had to make sure. They couldn't see through the mana sovereign, and couldn't sense the hidden mana. If they couldn't, then building a friendly relationship with them would be better than opposing them. Zhang Yu said, I heard you came here to investigate something. Ah, yes. We have been searching for traces of Lucifer. Lucifer, huh? Yes. Ludvesi nodded. He's the evil demon currently battling Lord Raphael. He suddenly went missing not long ago. Are you saying that Lucifer is now on Earth? We're not certain. But being here, I can definitely feel his presence. Hearing that the Prince of Hell, Lucifer, had come to Earth. Gaia and Shishun's expressions both turned serious. Only Zhang Yu frowned, looking puzzled. Wasn't that bastard supposed to have returned to Arno? He narrowed his eyes. recalling how Lucifer had torn his butt off, expression of anger, disdain, and disappeared through a blue gate. No, I'm certain he returned. After that, he most likely hid in a place where angels couldn't find him. Well, I guess that's not necessarily bad news. He didn't mind if the angels found Lucifer. He could let Raphael and Lucifer fight it out, then use the outcome of the battle for the benefit of those who served the light. As beings who served the light, let us do our best to eliminate evil. Ludovici extended her hand, smiling. Gaia nodded and shook her hand. Thank you for caring about matters of another world. No, even in another world, evil must be eradicated. Ah, of course. Gaia turned her head to look at Zhang Yu, and naturally nodded. He probably thought it was best not to let them know that Zhang Yu was once the demon king of the 9 hells. We will also do our best to help, Zhang Yu said, while shaking Ludovici's hand. This isn't bad either, as long as they don't see him as a demon. Even if they harbor hostility toward demons, he didn't mind. He looked like a good person. Ludovici appeared very gentlemanly. As an apostle of an archangel, Zhang Yu could understand his excessive hostility toward demons. He could be a reliable ally. Oh, besides searching for Lucifer's whereabouts, we are also investigating the existence known as the demon of prophecy. Lord Raphael has granted us a way to cooperate with the earthly gods to find the demon. No, we could never be allies. From the moment Ludovici spoke, Zhang Yu felt a nameless discomfort. His smile was obviously a facade to hide his filthy, disgusting intentions. Zhang Yu couldn't imagine how many atrocities he had committed in the name of eradicating demons. Damn followers of fallen angels. A surge of intense anger flooded his body. He clenched his fists, his body trembling. He could hardly suppress his inner disgust. As long as I still have eyes, I won't let you do as you please. Chapter 219. The Pure White Executioner, Ludvesi. Chapter 219. The Pure White Executioner, Ludvesi. The Demon of Prophecy. Gaia and Jin Shishun's expressions naturally darkened. The Demon of Prophecy, master of 666 seas of demonic power. The omnipotent lord of the demon seas. He was the one who destroyed the Gaia system, allowed otherworldly beings to invade Earth, and killed the Guardians. He ruthlessly murdered the great hero Reynard. He was the source of all evil, and also Satan, the lord of all evil. Learning this from the mouths of otherworlders, they couldn't help but feel surprised. You know about the demon of prophecy? Shixin excitedly grabbed Ludvesi's shoulders. Ludvesi shook his head heavily. Lord Raphael once said before conversing with the gods of earth that he himself did not know about the demon of prophecy. Hearing of that villain's deeds was truly chilling. He shook his head, as if he didn't even want to think about it. He continued speaking. It is said he even killed Lord Tyrion, the god of heroes. Ah, Reynard. Hearing that name, everyone gasped. Zhang Yu, who had cried after Reynard's death, frowned deeply. Shixin, who had suffered severe psychological trauma from that demon, excitedly asked, "Are you saying you can help us find Satan?" Ludvesi nodded. Yes. Ah, but before that, Lord Raphael once said that Satan might not be the demon of prophecy. What do you mean? Dia, Shixin. Zhang Yu's expression turned serious upon hearing the shocking words. His face was especially pale among the group. Among everyone, Zhang Yu looked the palest. Ludovici said, Lord Raphael once said, the Satan he knew did not possess the demon sea. In the worst-case scenario, Satan might not be the demon of prophecy, but merely a subordinate. Impossible, Zhang Yu said firmly. Why do you think so? Ludovici asked. I have fought against Satan before. At that time, he personally said that he had gained the demon sea. Satan is undoubtedly the demon of prophecy. Oh. Ludwig nodded. I see. If Satan personally claimed to possess the demon sea, then he must be the demon of prophecy. After a brief silence, Zhang Yu spoke quietly. However, how do you plan to find the demon of prophecy? With this, Ludwig extended her arm, light gathering in her hand. A pure white longsword appeared. This is the holy sword, Ludwig. Ludwig? Yes. Ludwig nodded and smiled at Gaia. Just like him, I too abandoned my birth name. This sword is the meaning of my life and existence. Ludwig caressed the pure white longsword. This sword can only be used by souls untouched by evil. It has the power to detect all demonic beings. As long as we use this sword, we can locate the exact location of the demon sea. He proudly touched the longsword. Sihun took a step forward. Then let's use it immediately. No, unfortunately not. I can't use it right now. Ludwig shook his head, showing a bitter expression. It seems that this sword has not yet adapted to this world. It hasn't been able to maintain its light. When will you be able to use it? Probably in about a week. Ludwig said with a smile. Meanwhile, could you tell me more about Earth? To be honest, I'm very interested in the existence of other worlds. Ludwig's eyes sparkled. Seeing his innocent expression, Gaia and Shixin both smiled. I'll be your guide, Shixin said. The two of them walked toward the doors of the Guardian Hall. The 4 Light Watchers followed behind them. I enjoyed the visit very much. Earth's civilization is hard to describe with words. It's truly impressive. Ludwig smiled. Skyscraping buildings. Cities covered in gray. Such an advanced civilization. Compared to it, the capital of the Arnan Empire seemed primitive. Next time, I'll introduce you to some Earth food as well. Gaia said. I'll look forward to it. In that case, let's head back to the grasslands. You mean Africa? Yes. We must find traces of Lucifer there. Ludwig nodded without hesitation. Gaia spoke up. It's already very late. You should stay at the Guardian Hall for tonight. Continue tomorrow. No. We bear the great mission of eradicating evil. We cannot rest. Is there anything we can do to help? It's all right, he said firmly. The sharp voice left Gaia completely speechless. His expression turned serious. But soon, Gaia smiled again and said, I understand. Since you are so persistent, there's no helping it. We will give you a communication crystal. Feel free to contact us if you need anything. Thank you very much. Just as they were about to part ways, Sihun suddenly stepped forward and handed a small pendant to Ludwig. It was a pendant of a cross embraced by angel wings. What's this? You were looking at it very carefully earlier. So I secretly bought it for you. It's a souvenir for your visit to Earth. Wow! Ludwig exclaimed with sparkling eyes. Thank you so much. I think this is a really beautiful pendant. But you shouldn't have. It's nothing. No. This really means a lot. At least to me. Thank you so much. Sihun. The two shook hands. Gaia smiled when he saw how well Ludwig and Sihun got along. He seemed to be thinking that Sihun, who had so few friends, had finally made a good friend. Once we find any trace of Lucifer, I'll contact you. Ludwig bowed respectfully. A white gate opened. Ludwig and the other 4 Guardians of Light passed through the gate. They saw the grassy field where they had first arrived on Earth. Looking at the grass, Ludwig said, Humans are really nice. Yeah. The apostles of Gaia are very cooperative. It's really reassuring. They also seem very strong. Ludwig smiled. They will definitely be helpful in the battle against demons. I see. The apostles answered with confused expressions. Ludwig nodded vigorously. Yes. I was initially worried whether they could serve as bait to lure demons. But they have far exceeded my expectations. Lord Ludwig. One apostle spoke cautiously. Is it all right to use Gaia's subordinates like this? After all, Gaia is a high god. Right. I misspoke. Ludvesi smiled, gently stroking the pendant that Shiksen had given him. Sacrifice. Yes. That's the word. To wipe out all the demons in this world. Sacrifice is necessary. I believe the members of the Guardians would also feel honored to sacrifice themselves in the fight against demons. Yes. I believe so. Understood. Everyone must not forget. Ludvesi said firmly to the other priests. To eradicate demons, we must use any means necessary. Even if it means sacrificing countless lives. Yes. Even if Earth is destroyed. We must destroy the demon of prophecy, Satan. You all know that. Yes. Right? The demon of prophecy, Satan, foretold by the gods, is not just a threat to Earth. Raphael said that after Earth is destroyed, there's a high probability he would target the angels of Arno. We must not let that happen. To relieve Raphael's concerns, they must kill the demon of prophecy at all costs. Even if it meant driving all of Gaia's followers into despair. It's truly a relief. No need to worry. Sacrificing oneself for the eradication of demons is a noble act. Once they pass through the gate of heaven, their souls will receive true salvation. A smile appeared on Ludwig's face. His beautiful blue eyes shimmered like the ocean with pure white madness. The apostles trembled as they looked at Ludwig. They remembered another name of his. The pure white executioner. Fabki. In Zhang Yu's mind, silent curses echoed. He felt like his brain was burning. He sat in a dark room, clutching his head. Damn it. He anxiously bit his lip. I can't believe they found a way to locate the demon sea. He was still unsure whether the Holy Sword could neutralize the dominator of demonic energy. The Holy Sword might be good at detecting demonic energy, but it might not be able to find the demon sea fully hidden by the dominator. However, a sharp light flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes. He couldn't take that risk. I must do something. There was still a week left before Ludwig would use the Holy Sword. He had to act before then. The gears in his mind turned silently. Should I take on the form of Satan and attack them? That was a good idea. But he had already done the same during the raid on the Guardian's secret vault and the Reynard incident. I can't keep repeating the same trick. I'll definitely get caught. Repeating the same tactic would surely arouse suspicion. Someone would notice something odd. In other words, it would seem like Satan always showed up at the perfect time. That's why suspicion would arise. This isn't good. Reusing the same method would only bring about doubts. Especially since Ludwig suggested that Satan might not be the prophesied demon. Then, he thought of something Ludwig had said. Only a pure soul can wield this sword. One untainted by evil. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. That's it. He curled his lips into a smile. If only a pure soul can wield the sword. Then I just need to taint him. Chapter 220. How to Taint a Saint. 1. Chapter 220. How to Look Down on a Saint. 1. I have this choice. Oh. Zhang Yu nodded. Of course. Raphael's apostle Ludvesi had suddenly appeared in their lives. He was already a corrupted man. Zhang Yu didn't even need to do anything to confirm it. Yes. He was definitely corrupted. I'm very sure of it. Ever since he heard Ludvesi's laugh, he had a bad feeling about him. It sounded just like the laugh of a villain hiding his evil deeds. Even though he appeared suddenly, he blended in with everyone very quickly. That was suspicious too. How dare he get close to senior brother? Ludvesi must be trying to take advantage of senior brother's kindness. Just like how I would. Zhang Yu clenched his fists, his lips trembling. He wasn't trying to corrupt Ludvesi. He only wanted to expose what was hidden behind Ludvesi's mask. His goal was to make sure everyone could see Ludvesi's true nature. Yes. Zhang Yu gazed up at the sky through the window. I'm not a bad person. He could swear to the heavens. He felt no shame in what he was about to do. After all, he was certain Ludvesi's true identity was that of a fallen saint. All right. Time to get ready. Zhang Yu felt the heavy burden on his shoulders lighten. He stood up with a smile, covering his ears with his hands, and called out to someone. Yes. My king. Lilith answered. I need you to help me with something. He. No favors needed. Just say the word, and I'll do it. Zhang Yu smiled, and spoke. First. Can you come over right now? Of course. The call ended. Just 30 seconds later, his room door opened. Lilith appeared. How did he arrive so fast? Zhang Yu wondered if he lived next door. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen the gentleman next door for a while. He squinted his eyes, looking suspiciously at Lilith. Meanwhile, Lilith knelt down anxiously, lowering his head in greeting. I have obeyed your orders. My king. Hey! What do you want to tell me? If it's about nighttime service, then let's. No. It's not like that. Zhang Yu quickly replied. He tried to calm down and organize his thoughts. How to corrupt a saint. He came up with a way to reveal Ludwig's true nature. We are going to create a dungeon. Zhang Yu said. A dungeon? We have 1 week. It needs to be as terrifying and large as possible. However, 1 week is definitely not enough. They didn't have a massive army like the Nine Hells. They could simply use Val Zahak's undead army. But building a large underground dungeon in such a short time was almost impossible. I will personally participate in the construction. Ah. Hey. Then that's different. Lilith beamed brightly. If the Demon King helps, it can definitely be done. He has fully recovered from his training in the Nine Hells. So if he participates in dungeon construction, it will be a completely different story. I'll start making the blueprint. What theme do you want? Lilith asked. Countless ideas flashed through Zhang Yu's mind. This is more interesting than I thought. He just wanted to prepare for exposing Ludwig's true nature. But participating in the creation process was fun in itself. He felt like a child building a castle out of Lego blocks. Is this why demon kings never leave their castles? Zhang Yu felt he understood. Why demon kings never leave their castles? He smiled and continued thinking. A theme centered solely around the Demon King. As terrifying as possible. A place that would drive people into despair and mental breakdown. A dungeon that recreates the most horrifying nightmares. A place where even the most revered saints cannot resist corruption. He. Take it slow. Lilith said playfully, as she sat next to Zhang Yu. He reached out and held her hand, gently caressing it. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. That's it. There's no need to think anymore. The scariest, most horrifying thing he could imagine. The embodiment of nightmares. Zhang Yu spoke. The dungeon's theme will be none other than tentacles. He concluded with a firm voice. Lilith widened his eyes. Oh. My king. He shyly shook his head, placing his hands on the shelf. Today was fun as well. The food on Earth is amazing. Although we can use ice magic to make ice cream, our flavors are not as rich as Earth's. Is it mint chocolate? It's delicious, Ludwig said with a bright smile. That's a flavor most Earthlings can't accept. Kim Si-hun said awkwardly. What? Really? But it's really tasty. Ludwig tilted his head, seemingly unable to understand. Si-hun looked at Ludwig's innocent face and gave a bitter smile. About your case, Mr. Ludwig. Please just call me Ludwig. Okay. Ha ha ha. You know, I've only been getting to know Earth's civilization for less than a week. Once we can locate the prophesied demon through the holy sword, the celestial realm will send reinforcements, and the time I can spend with the guardians will decrease. Ludwig explained. He extended his hands to show his sincerity. So, before that happens, I want to make friends with humans. Ah. After hesitating for a moment, Sihun smiled and grabbed Ludwig's hand. All right. I guess this is fate. Let's get along. Ludwig. Let's get along. The two shook hands firmly. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Shiksen blushed and scratched his cheek, avoiding Ludwig's gaze. Friends. For Shiksen, this was an awkward word. He had never had friends. Because of his brother Jin Yongshun, he had friends. Shiksen had always lived a lonely life. He wondered if his brother would disapprove. Zhang Yu might not approve either. Shiksen, like a loafing middle schooler, was hanging out with friends when he should have been spending every moment training. Shiksen thought for a while, then shook his head. In the end, he didn't think Zhang Yu would get angry over something like this. Let's get ready to head back. Today is the day, right? Shiksen asked. He didn't specify what he was talking about, but the meaning was clear. Ludwig nodded in response. Yes. Today. After a little more time, the Holy Sword will fully adapt to this world. Then, I should summon the Guardians. No. Ludwig interrupted, shaking his head. Using the Holy Sword requires extreme concentration. Although I don't want to think so. Some of the Guardians may possess magic power. I plan to use the Holy Sword only among the Light's Watchers. Just in case. Shiksen fell silent for a moment, thinking about Zhang Yu. Someone born human, but, due to uncontrollable reasons, ended up with a demon's body. It's okay. Zhang Yu has abandoned his demonic power. The energy filling him now is the Holy Spirit of Tyrio, the god of heroes. It's okay. Sihun suddenly felt uneasy. He looked at Ludwig and hesitantly asked, suppose, if there really were a demon among the Guardians, what would you do? I would kill them. All. What if they weren't ordinary demons, but turned into demons due to circumstances beyond their control? Sihun asked. Ludwig smiled and said, no matter how they became demons, no matter what situation they were in, no matter the reason, demons must die. They must be torn apart, burned. Every single one of them. Even those forced to become demons. You know, humans can become demons against their will, after being exposed to demonic energy. Yes. They had the potential to become demons all along. Ludwig nodded in agreement, then continued without hesitation, still smiling brightly. But that has nothing to do with us. No matter why they became demons, they must die. Every single one of them, Ludwig said firmly. Sihun looked at her blankly. How strange. Ludwig's logic seemed a bit twisted. Sihun spoke up. You. Oh. Isn't that Zhang Yu over there? Ludwig pointed to the Baskin-Robbins ice cream shop they had just passed. Baskin-Robbins. They saw Zhang Yu and Han Shuya walking into the shop, holding hands carefully. Oh, right. Who's the girl next to him? That's Miss Han Shuya. She's brother's girlfriend. Shiksen squinted at the two, feeling a bit envious. Ah. Ludwig suddenly widened her eyes. Could it be? No. Impossible. How could an earthling? What's wrong? Oh my god. I can't believe it. Ludwig exclaimed excitedly. She quickly turned around. I'm leaving. Ah. Before Shiksen could say anything, Ludwig opened the gate to the Hall of Guardians, and quickly woke up a subordinate standing nearby. I'm going to contact Lord Raphael now, Ludwig said. She stood in front of the gate leading to Africa, smiling brightly, and stepped forward without hesitation. However, a confused murmur escaped her lips again. For the past week, they had been using this gate. It connected to the battlefield marked by Lucifer. But, where are we? Lady Ludwig. Where are we? The priests shouted anxiously. Ludwig looked up. They were inside a massive cave. Endless darkness surrounded them like an abyss. Ha! One of Ludwig's subordinates raised his hand and poured white light into the cave. Zizi sat down. Ah! Ludwig said with a serious expression. The cave lit up. They saw thousands of tentacles. Zizi. Squelch. Squelch. Thousands of tentacles writhed, oozing yellow slime and clear fluids. A horrifying stench filled the noses of everyone present. Ah! Ah! They gasped in terror. One of the priests collapsed. Then. What? He realized that the floor they were standing on was made entirely of tentacles. Run! Quickly! Goo! Ah! Splat! A tentacle shot out, entering the priest's mouth. It traveled down his esophagus, sliding deeper, squirming inside his stomach. Bang! Uck! Goo! The tentacle burst out from his stomach. Ah! Run! Quickly! Bone-chilling screams echoed throughout the cave. Ludwig stared gloomily into the darkness. Could it be? What is this place? Really? Li Yi. You have entered the sulfur monosulfide class dungeon Lilith's demonic crucible. A blue message window popped up. Translator note. Line 988 in source appears corrupted, skipped nonsensical English. A blue message window popped up. Chapter 221. How to Corrupt a Saint. Part 2. Chapter 221. How to Corrupt a Saint. Part 2. What the hell is this? In front of Ludwig, a strange message appeared. Before she could finish reading it, the darkness covering the entire cave began to squirm. A tentacle rose up from the side, aiming at his head. Ludwig quickly dodged, so the tentacle only brushed his hair. Bang! Courage! The tentacle didn't grab Ludwig, but instead grabbed the light's watcher standing next to him. Zizi. Liquid flowed down the tentacle. The tip of the tentacle split open, revealing a sharp protrusion. Ah! Save me! Save me! The priest screamed in despair. He writhed, crying out. A fear stronger than death devoured him. The priest struggled and reached out, hoping for help. But ZZ. Lady Ludwig. Lady Ludwig. Save me. Lady Ludwig. The tentacle stuck to the priest's face. Dozens of sharp protrusions around the opening twisted, as if gnawing at the priest's skin. Then, hundreds of blade-like sharp protrusions pierced into the priest's flesh, sucking the blood from the wounds. Then, gurgle gurgle. A yellow thick fluid gushed from the protrusions, flowing into the wounds. The intense pain numbed the priest's brain. A terrible stench wafted from the tentacle. Father Zelas! Ludwig shouted. He quickly spread his hands, gathering white light around his palms. He summoned the holy sword Ludwig, filled with divine power. This sword made his name life. It is the goal. Ludwig grabbed the sword, swung it. Crack. The holy sword severed a tentacle. The tentacle was as thick as an adult human male's thigh. The sword was blessed by the High Elves. Only when Arno was on the verge of collapse would the High Elves appear. A holy power that could destroy monsters. Spread across the area like a rapidly spreading poison. The severed tentacle fell from the priest's head. A moaning-like sound escaped Ludwig's mouth. Ah! His one sound. His skull cracked. Yellow pus flowed out. Skin rotted. Eyeballs dangling. The priest was already dead. Ludwig looked haggard. Took out a communication crystal ball. It was a crystal ball given to him by Gaia. He told him, if you need help, use it. Damn it. ZZZT. ZZZT. Only static noise could be heard from the crystal ball. Amid the static noise, there was a man's voice. Ah. This is Ludwig. It seems someone is causing trouble near the gate. I think it's a demon's trap. What's the situation? I'm fine. But one of my subordinates has been taken out. At this rate, we'll be in danger. I hope all Guardian members come to support. We will try to delay the time. Then escape. Can you get out? We can't leave anymore. It seems that a demon has completely taken over this space. At where? I'm not sure. It feels like we're inside a maze. We're in ZZZT. The static grew more piercing. Ludwig frowned and threw the crystal ball to the ground. He looked into the abyss, then turned and shouted, "We move forward. If they stay here, they will surely die. They have to move to a place without tentacles." What? Move forward? We should go back. Two priests blocking the tentacles' attack shouted anxiously. Ludwig bit his lip and said, "There's nowhere left to run." Ah! Hearing this, the priests turned their heads and saw that the gate they had passed through had already been swallowed by darkness. The priests fell into despair. Ludwig gripped the holy sword and took a step forward, drawing the divine power from within him. White light radiated out. This was the power of angels. If demons possess magic power, then angels perform miracles through divine power. He focused his power into the holy sword, then raised it and swung it downward. So, the dazzling light from the holy sword pierced through the tentacles, as if Moses parting the Red Sea. A path opened in the tentacle-filled dark cave. Now! Ah! The light's watchers charged forward. They threw off their heavy robes and focused divine power into their hands. The white light burned like fire, spreading in all directions. Die! The light burned away, producing thick smoke and emitting a foul smell. Goo! Don't stop. Ludwig grabbed the neck of a priest who stopped due to the smell. He pulled him away. A tentacle brushed past the spot where he had been standing. Ludwig lowered his stance. He gathered holy power on his back. Pa! White wings pierced out from his back. He flapped his wings with all his strength, flying quickly through the tentacle-filled cave, flying into the darkness. Ha ha ha! A laughter carrying a trace of demonic aura reached Ludwig's ears. He frowned. I knew it was the work of demons. He didn't know how the demons discovered his presence, nor how they manipulated one of the gates in the Guardian Hall to get here. However, he didn't think too much. First, I must kill the demons. His ideal was unquestionable. If it was demons who dragged him into the trap, all he had to do was kill them. Nice to meet you, human. Ludwig did not respond. The opponent was a demon. A filthy mutated horned one. Not even worth mentioning. He raised the holy sword, took a battle stance. Ha ha ha. Shouldn't we at least exchange names? The demon, covered all over in green tentacles, laughed. The terrifying demonic aura overwhelmed Ludwig. I have no name to tell a demon, Ludwig said firmly. Ha ha ha. I like your attitude. The 5-meter-tall giant demon laughed loudly. Every time he laughed, the darkness trembled. The demon raised his fists that were not covered by tentacles. However, you should at least know the name of the one who will kill you. The demon grinned. I am Yog-Saron, a demon Ludwig had never heard of. He frowned. However, it doesn't matter who the opponent is. What matters is that the opponent before us is a demon. All demons must die. Huff. The holy sword shone brightly. He charged forward with his sword. The massive demon easily dodged the attack. Yog-Saron spun his body 180 degrees, pivoting on his left leg, and charged forward low to the ground. He. A chuckle. Dodging Ludwig's attack, Yog-Saron grabbed a priest by the neck, using him as a shield between himself and Ludwig. Lord Ludwig. Stab. Courage. Without hesitation, Ludwig slashed down the priest, regardless of whether he was his subordinate or a fellow servant of the light. Killing the demon was more important than anything else. The longsword pierced through the priest's body and into Yog-Saron's shoulder. Green tentacles were severed, exposing red muscles. His hands were torn apart, as if the longsword had struck invincible armor. Ha ha ha. You're so heartless. Even as a subordinate. You didn't hesitate at all? Shut up. Demon. Ludwig said quietly. He had killed a long-time subordinate. Without even a flicker of memory on his face. He felt neither sorrow nor regret. Such emotions were impossible for him. After all, for those who serve the light, exterminating demons is only natural. As long as it's for killing demons. No matter how many sacrifices are made. It doesn't matter. Shiwen Pavilion. Ludwig raised his longsword. Beams of light tore through the darkness. He radiated divine power from his whole body, flapping the wings behind his back. Like an angel. Interesting. Yog Saren said with a laugh. The Demon King will be very interested in you. The Demon King. Hearing that ominous title, Ludwig frowned. Are you talking about Satan? Yog Saren clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. Satan? Satan? You think I, Yog Saren, would serve such a weakling? Ludwig's eyes shook. His mind raced. If the Demon King isn't Satan, then who is it? Who is the one bearing the ominous title of Demon King?